Andrei Tarkovsky isn't exactly a household name, but not one you should scoff at either. He's inspired millions across the world, both with and without censure, and was my very last history project before graduation. Tarkovsky was the recipient of numerous accolades throughout his career. In 1990, he was posthumously awarded the Soviet Union's prestigious Lenin Prize, one of the highest state honors. Three of his films, Andrei Rublev, The Mirror, and Stalker, featured in Sight and Sound's 2012 poll of the 100 greatest films of all time. He also published a book about cinema and art in 1986 named Sculpting in Time. Despite his towering reputation, Tarkovsky only made 7 feature films throughout his career in the span of 24 years. Ivan's Childhood, Andrei Rublev, Solaris, The Mirror, Stalker, Nostalgia, and The Sacrifice. Have you heard of any of those? Tarkovsky often quoted his father's poetry in his films, particularly in Stalker and The Mirror, which is deeply autobiographical and explores themes of memory and identity. Many themes of his childhood, the evacuation, his mother and her 2 children, the withdrawn father, the time in the hospital, feature prominently in his film. In his school years, he was a troublemaker and a poor student. Recurring themes throughout each of his films are things such as water, dreams, memory, and mirrors. He also participated in a year-long research expedition to the river Kurikia in the Krasnoyarsk province. During this time in the taiga, Tarkovsky decided to study film at the VGIK, or State Institute of Cinematography. The Khrushchev thaw relaxed Soviet social restrictions a bit and permitted a limited influx of European and North American literature, films, and music. This allowed Tarkovsky to see films of the Italian neorealists, French New Wave, and of various different directors. Another note here is the film Ashes and Diamonds, which influenced him, among others, as his teacher was supposedly open with his students. Tarkovsky's father, Arseny Tarkovsky, was a famous Russian poet. Tarkovsky drew deeply from his father's works, infusing a sense of personal history and Russian culture into his movies, like The Mirror and Stalker. Andrei was an avid photographer and took many Polaroid photos during the production of his films. These photographs, often featuring natural landscapes and intimate moments, are artistic in their own right and have been published posthumously. He kept a detailed dream journal for years, and many of his films are inspired by these dreams. His films have a dreamlike quality, with blurred lines between reality and memory, reflecting the depth of his subconscious mind. He was not afraid to criticize his surroundings, targeting both Soviet and Western audiences. Despite working within the Soviet system, Tarkovsky's approach was highly individualistic. He was critical of Hollywood's emphasis on entertainment and spectacle, preferring films that provoked philosophical reflection. Before his feature films, Tarkovsky made several short films as a student. Films such as The Killers in 1956, based on a short story by Ernest Hemingway. If anybody ever mentions Tarkovsky, 90% of the time you will hear about Kubrick as well. Why are they compared so much? Because they are both considered visionary directors who pushed the boundaries of cinema, though their styles were vastly different. Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey and Tarkovsky's Solaris are often juxtaposed as 2 of the most profound science fiction films, even though their approaches to storytelling and themes were quite different. Kubrick explored the darker sides of human nature, technology, and violence, while Tarkovsky's films often delved into the soul, memory, and metaphysical questions. This intellectual battle draws parallels between their works. Despite these similarities, the comparison often highlights their differences. Kubrick's work can feel cold, calculated, and cynical, while Tarkovsky's is emotional, spiritual, and poetic. Tarkovsky himself reportedly disliked 2001, calling it a film devoid of feeling, a notable critique that underlines the tension between their respective artistic visions and choices. While Kubrick is known for his meticulous, geometrically perfect compositions, Tarkovsky was famed for his long, meditative shots that evoke emotional and spiritual resonance. Stalker, for example, could make or break this for you, as it has some quite long pans, but nothing compared to the 9-minute unbroken shot in The Sacrifice. On the subject of Stalker, many cast and crew had health issues after filming, due to some chemicals from a plant nearby. This was caught and featured in the film itself, which is quite eerie afterwards. Tarkovsky is no stranger to illness. From November 1947 to spring 1948, he was in the hospital with tuberculosis. He is also no stranger to film difficulties, of which both Stalker had. He almost lost The Sacrifice when the house was burning, and almost lost a critical scene of it due to the camera malfunctioning, which turned into one of the most infamous incidents in his career. The Sacrifice, being the last work of Tarkovsky before dying to lung cancer, was one of his most impactful works. The film's climax involved an elaborate and meticulously staged sequence in which the protagonist's house burns down. This was a single-take shot requiring precision and timing, coordination of actors, and the camera's movement. Due to the complexities, everything had to go perfectly because the house, built specifically for this scene, would only be destroyed once. After filming the scene, they discovered that the camera had malfunctioned and the footage was unusable. Tarkovsky was devastated, but despite the massive cost and effort, he and the crew decided to rebuild the house from scratch and reshoot the entire scene. The second attempt was successful, and the shot was captured as intended, preserving one of the most iconic scenes in the film. This moment is often seen as emblematic of Tarkovsky's perfectionism and the extreme lengths he would go to achieve his artistic vision, even under difficult circumstances. Remember how Tarkovsky came to be? Tarkovsky comes from a society that deals strongly with censors and samizdat, the illegal copying of works just to spread them around because they were considered too politically sensitive. One of his first films, Andrei Rublev, was a deeply philosophical film about a medieval icon painter, which was also considered too religious and politically sensitive. It was heavily censored and banned for several years, only being released in full much later. This tension ultimately led him to leave to make his last two films, those being Nostalgia and The Sacrifice, in Italy and Sweden, respectively. Tarkovsky passed away in 1986 from lung cancer at the age of 54. Some believe that his illness, as well as the deaths of his wife Larissa and one of his favorite actors, Anatoly Solnitsyn, were linked to the hazardous conditions while filming Stalker near polluted industrial zones. While this connection is speculative, Tarkovsky's untimely death has added a layer of mystery and tragedy to his legacy. The Mirror is often regarded as his most personal work, blending his own memories with dreams, historical events, and his father's poetry. It's a non-linear film that reflects his childhood, his relationship with his mother, and the haunting presence of war. Because of its abstract structure, it wasn't well received by Soviet authorities, but it is now regarded as one of his finest achievements. Tarkovsky had worked on the screenplay for this film since 1967, under the consecutive titles Confession, White Day, and A White, White Day. From the beginning, the film was not well received by Soviet authorities due to its content and its perceived elitist nature. Soviet authorities placed the film in the third category, a severely limited distribution, and only allowed it to be shown in third-class cinemas and workers' clubs. Few prints were made, and the filmmakers received no returns. Third-category films also placed the filmmakers in danger of being accused of wasting public funds, which could have serious effects on their future productivity. These difficulties are presumed to have made Tarkovsky play with the idea of going abroad and producing a film outside the Soviet film industry. At a press conference in Milan on 10 July 1984, he announced that he would never return to the Soviet Union and would remain in Western Europe. He stated, "I am not a Soviet dissident. I have no conflict with the Soviet government. But if he returned home," he added, "I would be unemployed." At that time, his son Andryosha was still in the Soviet Union and not allowed to leave the country. On the 28th of August 1985, Tarkovsky was processed as a Soviet defector at a refugee camp in Latina, Italy, registered and officially welcomed to the West. For much of 1984, he spent a lot of time preparing for The Sacrifice, and finally shot it in 1985 in Sweden. While The Sacrifice is about an apocalypse and impending death, faith, and possible redemption, in the making of documentary named Directed by Andrei Tarkovsky, in a particularly poignant scene, the maker follows Tarkovsky on a walk as he expresses his sentiments on death. He claims himself to be immortal and has no fear of dying. Ironically, at the end of the year, he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. In January 1986, he began treatment in Paris and was joined there by his son, who was finally allowed to leave. What would be Tarkovsky's final film was dedicated to him. Tarkovsky was, according to fellow student Shavkat Abdussamov, fascinated by Japanese films. He was amazed by how every character on the screen is exceptional, and how everyday events such as a samurai cutting bread with a sword are elevated to something special and put into the limelight. Tarkovsky has also expressed interest in the art of haiku and its ability to create images in such a way that they mean nothing beyond themselves. He was also a deeply religious Orthodox Christian, and he believed that great art should have a higher spiritual purpose. He was a perfectionist not given to humor or humility. His signature style was ponderous and literary, having many characters that pondered over religious themes and issues regarding faith. In an atheistic society, it's a wonder any of his works got out at all. Tarkovsky perceived that the art of cinema has only truly been mastered by very few filmmakers, stating in a 1970 interview that they can be counted on the fingers of one hand. In 1972, he told film historian Leonid Kozlov his 10 favorite films. Care to guess any? With the exception of City Lights, the list does not contain any films of the early silent era. The reason is that Tarkovsky saw film as an art as only a relatively recent phenomenon, with the early filmmaking forming only a prelude. He said of Dushenko's Earth, "I have lived a lot among very simple farmers and met extraordinary people. They spread calmness, had such tact, they conveyed a feeling of dignity and displayed wisdom that I have seldom come across on such a scale." Dovzhenko had obviously understood wherein the sense of life resides. This trespassing of the border between nature and mankind is an ideal place for the existence of man. Dovzhenko understood this. Tarkovsky was also not a fan of blockbusters or science fiction, largely dismissing the latter for its comic book trappings and vulgar commercialism. However, in notable exceptions, Tarkovsky praised the James Cameron blockbuster film, Terminator, saying that its vision of the future and the relation between man and its destiny is pushing the frontier of cinema as an art. He was critical of the brutality and low acting skills, but was nevertheless impressed by the film. He equally liked George Lucas's Star Wars, according to his son, Andrei Tarkovsky. Before looking more into him, I had no idea he'd lived to see Star Wars. I did, however, know about Terminator, as it's one of my favorite films too. In an interview done in 1962, he argued, "All art, of course, is intellectual, but for me, all the arts, and cinema even more so, must above all be emotional and act upon the heart." His films are characterized by metaphysical themes, extremely long takes, and images often considered by critics to be of exceptional beauty. Recurring motifs are dreams, memory, childhood, running water accompanied by fire, rain indoors, reflection, levitation, and characters reappearing in the foreground of long panning movements of the camera. He once said, "Juxtaposing a person with an environment that is boundless, collating him with a countless number of people passing by, close to him and far away, relating a person to the whole world, that is the meaning of cinema." Tarkovsky incorporated levitation scenes into several of his films, most notably Solaris. To him, these scenes possess great power and are used for their photogenic value and magical inexplicability. Water, clouds, and reflections were used by him for their surreal beauty and photogenic value, as well as their symbolism such as waves, or the forms of brooks or running water. Bells and candles are also frequent symbols. These are symbols of film, sight, and sound, and Tarkovsky's film frequently has themes of self-reflection. Tarkovsky developed a theory of cinema that he called Sculpting and Time. Remember that book? By this, he meant that the unique characteristic of cinema as a medium was to take our experience of time and alter it. Unedited movie footage transcribes time in real time. By using long takes and few cuts in his films, he aimed to give the viewers a sense of time passing, time lost, and the narration of one moment in time to another. Up to and including The Mirror, Tarkovsky focused his cinematic works on exploring this theory. After it, he announced that he would focus his work on exploring the dramatic unities proposed by Aristotle. A concentrated action happening in one place within the span of a single day. Several of Tarkovsky's films have color or black and white sequences. This first occurs in the otherwise monochrome Andrei Rublev, which features a color epilogue of Rublev's authentic religious icon paintings. All of his films afterward contain monochrome and in Stalker's case, sepia sequences, while otherwise being in color. In 1966, in an interview conducted shortly after finishing Andrei Rublev, Tarkovsky dismissed color film as a commercial gimmick and cast doubt on the idea that contemporary films meaningfully use color. He claimed that, in everyday life, one does not consciously notice colors most of the time, and that color should therefore be used in film mainly to emphasize certain moments, but not all the time, as this distracts the viewer. To him, films in color were like moving paintings or photographs, which are too beautiful to be a realistic depiction of life. Tarkovsky's use of color and switching between is very jarring, noticeable though it is. One such example is Solaris, about a half hour in. I was so moved, I thought the entire thing would be in black and white, and so I was pleasantly surprised. Director Ingmar Bergman commented on him. My discovery of Tarkovsky's first film was like a miracle. Suddenly, I found myself standing at the door of a room the keys of which had until then never been given to me. It was a room I had always wanted to enter, and where he was moving freely and fully at ease. I felt encountered and stimulated. Someone was expressing what I had always wanted to say without knowing how. Tarkovsky is for me the greatest, the one who invented a new language, true to the nature of film as it captures life as a reflection, life as a dream. Even the most unattached viewer says that Tarkovsky films are boring, long, and nothing happens in them. Despite this critical receiving, no one can deny the dreamlike quality. Sven Nykvist, a cinematographer who worked with him on The Sacrifice, Nykvist complained that Tarkovsky would frequently look through the camera and even direct actors through it, but ultimately stated that choosing to work with him was one of the best choices he had ever made. Tarkovsky was personally involved in writing the screenplays for all of his films, sometimes with a co-writer. He once said that a director who realizes somebody else's screenplay without being involved in it becomes a mere illustrator, resulting in dead and monotonous films. On his Wikipedia, there are 8 films about him, ironically one more than his entire collection, but who's counting? Under the influence of glasnost and perestroika, Tarkovsky was finally recognized in the Soviet Union in the autumn of 1986, shortly before his death, by a retrospective of his films in Moscow. After his death, an entire issue of the film magazine, Iskusstvo Kino, was devoted to Tarkovsky. In their obituaries, the Film Committee of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union and the Union of Soviet Filmmakers expressed their sorrow that he had to spend the last years of his life in exile. In 1989, the Andrei Tarkovsky Memorial Prize was established, with its first recipient being the Russian animator Yuri Norstein. In 3 consecutive events, the Moscow International Film Festival awarded the Andrei Tarkovsky Award in 1993, 1995, and 1997. In 1996, the Andrei Tarkovsky Museum opened in Yuryevets, his childhood town. A minor planet, 3345 Tarkovsky, discovered by Soviet astronomer Lyudmila Kurychkina in 1982, has been named after him. The Japanese filmmaker Akira Kurosawa remarked on his films as saying, his unusual sensitivity is both overwhelming and astounding. It almost reaches a pathological intensity. Probably there is no equal among film directors alive now. He also commented, I love all of Tarkovsky's films. I love his personality and all his works. Every cut from his films is a marvelous image in itself. But the finished image is nothing more than the imperfect accomplishment of his idea. His ideas are only realized in part, and he had to make do with it. The Iranian filmmaker Abbas Kiarostami remarked that Tarkovsky's works separate me completely from physical life, and are the most spiritual films I've ever seen. The American filmmaker Stan Brakhage said that, I personally think that the 3 greatest tasks for film in the 20th century are to make the epic, that is, to tell the tales of the tribes of the world, to keep it personal because only in the eccentricities of our personal lives do we have any chances at the truth, to do the dream work, that is, to illuminate the borders of the unconscious. The only filmmaker I know that does all these 3 things equally in every film he makes is Andrei Tarkovsky, and that's why I think he's the greatest living narrative filmmaker. 2 film festivals have been named in his honor, those being the International Human Rights Film Festival Stalker, named after the film held annually in Moscow and regional centers since 1995, and the other being the International Film Festival Zerkalo, named after his movie The Mirror. The festival is organized by a committee headed by Mikhail Min, governor of Ivanovo Oblast, sister of Andrei Tarkovsky, Marina Tarkovsky was one of the co-founders and organizers. From 2010, the festival was directed by Pavel Lungin. In 2020, the president of the festival was Russian director Sergei Bodrov. Owing to the COVID-19 pandemic in Russia, the 14th edition was held online in 2020 and appears to be the last one held as of 2022. The festival awards a number of prizes, including the Special Award for Contribution to Andrei Tarkovsky's cinema. Held in Ivanovo since 2007, the festival is held in July each year, with the 16th edition scheduled for 22 to 27th July, to be held in various cities in the Ivanovo region, with special screenings in Moscow. Films from France, India, Greece, Serbia, Colombia, Kazakhstan, and other countries were entered into the competition, and a gala night was dedicated to Tarkovsky's 90th birthday, on the main square of his hometown. As a commenter on Reddit says, "Stalker is easily my favorite, and I would argue the best entry point into his work. More on that later." On a superficial level, Tarkovsky made exactly the kind of movies the average viewer imagines when they hear the terms foreign and art house. They were not always unusually long, but they were quite slow and usually devoid of conventional plot or action. Tarkovsky was concerned with big questions, often about faith. He seemed to be a very religious/spiritual man, and wasn't averse to having his characters speak at length in metaphysical riddles and suppositions. Enjoying a Tarkovsky movie requires a lot of patience and attention, sometimes, maybe, too much. Looking deeper, astute viewers will find a lot to appreciate in a Tarkovsky movie. Despite the obtuse ways his characters sometimes speak, they are concerned with the same things as those in more accessible movies: family, self-worth, love, etc. Tarkovsky's liked long, slow camera movement, but rewarded his audience with some of the most stunning images ever put to film. And as Ebert points out in his great essay on Solaris, Tarkovsky films give the audience a lot of space to consider their own lives in relation to those images. In other words, when Tarkovsky pans slowly over an unassuming space, or shows a character engaged in a mundane activity for what seems like a pointlessly long time, he isn't necessarily asking us to sit with our eyes glued to the screen, absorbing every moment with rigid attention. He may instead want us to think about times in our own lives that reflect what we are seeing, times when we find ourselves re-examining our everyday surroundings, or a time when we tried and failed to do something over and over again. Again, that's Ebert's observation, one that took me a while to really understand. For the most part, I agree. Multiple points in this comment were worth mentioning, and I do agree with this observation, because it's occurred to me quite often. He continues, "What's constantly amazing me about Tarkovsky is the way he somehow made conventionally beautiful or striking sights, landscapes, rivers, fire, seem even more beautiful as if one were seeing them for the first time, or through new eyes. It's a difficult feeling to describe properly, but he's managed to inspire it in me repeatedly. I believe a scene in the mirror was uploaded to YouTube some time ago with the title, 'Best Shot in a Movie Ever' or something like that, and I found it hard to argue that claim." In years past, Andrei Rublev and Solaris were probably the two most well-known Tarkovsky films, but in recent years, it seems like young film fans and directors have embraced Stalker and The Mirror as standouts too. Stalker is again my own favorite, and as good a place to start with Tarkovsky as any. It features a relatively simple and interesting sci-fi-ish story. Three men from a dystopian city travel to a forbidden zone in the outlying countryside in search of a building/room that would supposedly grant their innermost desires, with some action and twists in the story. It features incredible cinematography, music, and set design. I'm no Tarkovsky expert, but that's the overall impression I have of his work. And this is where the post ends. There's a few bits of trivia I found, those being, he said that children understood his films better than adults. In Tarkovsky's last diary entry, that being the 15th of December 1986, he wrote, "But now, I have no strength left. That is the problem." In almost every movie he made, there is a shot or sound of water dripping. And what has he said? There are tons of quotes on the internet from him. I wonder why. Let's dig through a few. "My purpose is to make films that will help people to live, even if they sometimes cause unhappiness. Always with great gratitude and pleasure, I remember the films of Sergei Peryanov, which I love very much. his way of thinking, his paradoxical, poetical ability to love the beauty and the ability to be absolutely free within his own vision. An artist never works under ideal conditions. If they existed, his work wouldn't exist, for the artist doesn't live in a vacuum. Some sort of pressure must exist. The artist exists because the world is not perfect. Art would be useless if the world were perfect, as man wouldn't look for harmony, but would simply live in it. Art is born out of an ill-designed world. This is the issue in Andrei Rublev. No mise-en-scène has the right to be repeated, just as no two personalities are ever the same. As soon as it turns into a sign, a cliché, a concept, however original it may be, then the whole thing, characters, situation, psychology, becomes schematic and false. The only condition of fighting for the right to create is faith in your own vocation, readiness to serve, and refusal to compromise. Instead of attempting to capture these nuances, most unpretentious, true-to-life films not only ignore them, but make a point of using sharp, overstated images, which at best can only make the picture seem far-fetched. And I am all for cinema being as close as possible to life, even if on occasion we have failed to see how beautiful life really is. So much, after all, remains in our thoughts and hearts as unrealized suggestion. I think, in fact, unless there is an organic link between the subjective impressions of the author and his objective representation of reality, he will not achieve even superficial credibility, let alone authenticity and inner truth. The director's task is to recreate life, its movement, its contradictions, its dynamic and conflicts. It is his duty to reveal every iota of the truth he has seen, even if not everyone finds that truth acceptable. Of course, an artist can lose his way, but even his mistakes are interesting provided they are sincere, for they represent the reality of his inner life, of the peregrinations and struggle in which the eternal world has thrown him. Movement is made more meaningful in the context of stillness. Andrei Rublev's art was a protest against the order that reigned at the time, against the blood, the betrayal, the oppression. Living at a terrifying time, he eventually arrives at the necessity of creating and carries through all of his life the idea of brotherhood, love for peace, a radiant worldview, and the idea of Russia's unification in the face of the Tartar's yoke. Cinema should capture life in the form of which it exists, and use images of life itself. It is the most realistic art form in terms of form. The form in which the cinematic shot exists should be a reflection of the forms of real life. The director has only to choose the moments he will capture and to construct a whole out of them. The artist has the right to any fiction. That's why he is an artist. He does not misrepresent his depiction as the truth of life. He battles only for the truth of the problem and the truth of the conclusions which he presents. And the fact that art is based on fiction is proven loudly by its entire history from its very sources. I think that by concealing the shadowy aspects of life, it is impossible to reveal deeply and fully what is beautiful in life. All the processes occurring in the world are born from the battle between old and the new, between what has died and what is accumulating strength for life. And the cinema, like any other art, is mostly interested in this process, life and its movement. Hamlet hesitates because he cannot triumph. How should he be? What can he do? He can't do anything. This will always be the way. But he must still say his word, and the result is a pile of corpses, and 4 captains carry him out. This is the meaning of Hamlet, not to be or not to be. To live or die. Nonsense. It has nothing to do with life and death. It has to do with the life of the human spirit, about the ability or inability to become acclimatized, about the responsibility of a great man and intellect before society. Clearly, the hardest thing for the working artist is to create his own conception and follow it, unafraid of the strictures it imposes. However rigid these may be, I see it as the clearest evidence of genius, when an artist follows his conception, his idea, his principle, so unswervingly that he has this truth of his constantly in his control, never letting go of it even for the sake of his own enjoyment of his work. Perhaps cinema is the most personal art, the most intimate. In cinema, only the author's intimate truth will be convincing enough for the audience to accept. A poet is someone who can use a single image to send a universal message. Why do I feel this alone? Basically, because I've always been alone. I've always been alone, and alone I'll be. It's about time I become aware of it and never forget it. Man is born onto the trouble as the sparks fly upwards. In other words, Suffering is germane to our existence. Indeed, how without it should we be able to fly upwards? These all come from his IMDb page. If any are incorrect, take it up with them. I've always seen ever so slight variations. In my research, I came across a website, AndreiTarkovsky.com. More text to come. Andrei Tarkovsky was the most spiritual and poetic director of all time. For him, cinematography was not entertainment, it was art in the best meaning of this word. He was one of the most educated directors. He studied music and painting. He was born into the family of a poet. Being a versatile artist, he was able to create a synthesis of art in his films. Film for him was not just a reflection of reality, it was more like a poem or a dream. For him, films were much more than a synthesis of art. As he wrote himself, he wanted to sculpt time and to reach into the inner truth of our existence. For me, film is a way to reach the truth, and I am trying to do it to the fullest extent of what I am capable of. I am profoundly convinced that the process of creating a film does not end after it was finally made ready for the movie theater. The act of creation takes place in the auditorium at the time of watching the film. Therefore, the viewer for me is neither my consumer or a judge, but a co-creator, co-author. From my point of view, Tarkovsky is one of the most underrated directors. His films are unknown for the majority of cinema goers, and one of the purposes of this site is to bring attention to this great director, to his film and ideas. Solaris, the brilliant interpretation by Tarkovsky no doubt, overshadowed the story by Stanislaw Lem, and full of profound ideas and beautifully filmed. Stanislaw Lem, who wrote Solaris, disliked the film and called it a crime and a punishment. However, these critiques can be considered a compliment, and we can nowadays call Tarkovsky as the Dostoevsky of cinematography. His films are deeply spiritual. In the entire history of cinema, there has never been a director who has made such a dramatic stand for the human spirit as did Andrei Tarkovsky. Today, when cinema seems to be reduced to a banality, the films by Tarkovsky are nearly forgotten. The new generation raised on popcorn does not know this great master. He was a one-of-a-kind genius, and he created his own language, his own world. He wrote, "It is so much easier to slip down than it is to rise one iota above your own narrow, opportunist motives. A true spiritual birth is extraordinarily hard to achieve. Nobody wants or can bring himself to look soberly into himself and accept that he is accountable for his own life and his own soul. The connection between man's behavior and his destiny has been destroyed. And this tragic breach is the cause of a sense of instability in the modern world. Man has arrived at the false and deadly assumption that he has no part to play in shaping his own fate. I am convinced that any attempt to restore harmony in the world can only rest on the renewal of personal responsibility. And there are other unique qualities which make Tarkovsky a great director and also a great human being. He had a strong belief that conscience is the most important thing, and wanted to make other filmmakers aware of the fact that the most convincing of the arts demands a special responsibility on the part of those who work in it. The methods by which cinema affect audiences can be used far more easily and rapidly for their moral decomposition, for the destruction of their spiritual defenses, than the means of the old, more traditional art forms, from sculpting in time. Art is born and takes hold wherever there is a timeless and insatiable longing for the spiritual, for the ideal, that longing which draws people to art. Modern art has taken a wrong turn in abandoning the search for the meaning of existence in order to affirm the value of the individual for his own sake. What purports to be art begins to look like an eccentric occupation for suspect characters who maintain that any personalized action is of intrinsic value simply as a display of self-will. But in an artistic creation, the personality does not assert itself, it serves another, higher and communal idea. The artist is always a servant and is perpetually trying to pay for the gift that has been given to him as if by a miracle. Modern man, however, does not want to make any sacrifice, even though true affirmation of the self can only be expressed in sacrifice. We are gradually forgetting about this, and at the same time, inevitably, losing all sense of human calling. Tarkovsky was a deep thinker who rejected the commercialized society and the Coca-Cola culture. It is interesting to read his notes about America. 1983. 22 November. San Gregorio in the past, Whenever I watched American films set in villages or small provincial towns, I was always getting the impression houses and street decorations were badly made. But when I saw those places with my own eyes, I concluded it was just the opposite. Entire America is a kind of Disneyland. Decorations. Houses are made from slats, plain boards, and plywood. A feeling of the lack of stability and solidity hangs above it all. Christoph Sanusi, with whom we were traveling, was explaining this by the American dynamism. Unwillingness to grow in any one place, readiness to run across the country whenever a better job beckons. Hamlet, or at least a portion of it, should be filmed in Monument Valley. It's astonishing that in places like this, where one ought to talk to God, Americans make westerns like John Ford used to do. Quakers, village, super Quakers, girls in long skirts, vast spaces, roads on which it's impossible to get run over by a passing car. Emptiness, tiny towns in a wonderful prairie. Poor Americans with no soul, no roots, living in a land of spiritual riches, a land they don't know and don't appreciate. New York is terrible. From his diaries. Tarkovsky, regardless of how one should see his personal beliefs, tries to show us a world that is magical, supernatural, and ultimately beyond human comprehension. Although all his films are self-reflexive, he does not draw attention to the camera for radical Brechtian reasons. He is not trying to subvert bourgeois narrative codes. He is not even assaulting the tenets of socialist realism, a doctrine he found every bit as unappealing as Western mass culture aimed at the consumer. What his constant use of tracking shots, slow motion, and never-ending pans, indeed, his entire visual rhetoric, seems to emphasize is that he is molding the images. He is a virtuoso, and he wants us to be aware of that fact. G.C. McNabb, the St. James Film Director's Encyclopedia from 1998. Juxtaposing a person with an environment that is boundless, colliding him with a countless number of people passing by close to him and far away, relating a person to the whole world, that is the meaning of cinema. And that is the end of this webpage. There's other parts to this website, but this one was the most interesting and had the most information about him. Let's go back to Sculpting in Time. Andrei Rublev book, Sculpting in Time, is a deeply philosophical exploration of his views on cinema, art, and life. The book is widely regarded as one of the most insightful and profound pieces of writing on the art of filmmaking. It offers readers a window into Tarkovsky's thoughts on time, memory, spirituality, and the essence of cinematic expression. Tarkovsky opens by addressing the nature of cinema as a unique art form distinct from literature, theater, or painting. For him, cinema's true essence lies in its ability to capture and manipulate time. Unlike other arts, which operate within static or temporal constraints, cinema is the medium that can directly sculpt time, shaping it like a material. He emphasizes that cinema should not simply tell stories, but evoke deeper emotions and existential reflection. He criticizes mainstream cinema for prioritizing spectacle, entertainment, and plot over genuine artistic inquiry. One of the central tenets of the book is his belief that the primary role of a filmmaker is to capture the flow of time. He believed that time is an intrinsic part of human experience, and cinema, more than any other art form, can reveal its passage, its fluidity, and its effects on human consciousness. He argues that filmmakers should sculpt time by slowing it down, allowing the audience to reflect and immerse themselves in the film's emotional and spiritual landscape. His use of long takes, meditative pacing, and deliberate pauses are a result of this philosophy. Memory plays a pivotal role in his films, and he discusses how the cinema can reflect the fragmented, subjective nature of human memory. He was less concerned with linear storytelling and more interested in how memories and dreams create a mosaic of personal identity. In this book, he reflects on his own memories, which influenced films like The Mirror, an autobiographical meditation on childhood, family, and time. He explores how cinema can recreate the experience of dreams, fleeting, nonlinear, and often inexplicable yet rich with emotional and spiritual depth. Tarkovsky's films often grapple with spiritual themes, questions of faith, redemption, and the soul's journey. He delves into his personal understanding of spirituality, drawing on Russian Orthodox Christian traditions, literature, and philosophy. He discusses the role of art as a vehicle for spiritual exploration, suggesting that the filmmaker must search for truth and transcendence through the medium of cinema. His films, particularly Andrei Rublev and The Sacrifice, reflect his preoccupation with the divine and the existential struggles of humanity. Tarkovsky believed that an artist has a moral and ethical responsibility. He argued that art should not be a form of escapism, but rather a search for truth, no matter how difficult or painful. This belief is evident in the way he approached his work. He saw filmmaking as a deeply personal endeavor that required sacrifice and devotion. He was critical of both commercial and avant-garde filmmakers who he felt abandoned deeper artistic and spiritual concerns in favor of fashion, spectacle, or ideology. His own cinematic journey is an exploration of the artist's responsibility to pursue their vision with integrity. Tarkovsky devotes space to explaining his use of symbolism, particularly natural elements like water, fire, wind, and earth. For him, nature is not merely a backdrop, but a living, breathing force that interacts with the characters and their spiritual journeys. These symbols are often open to interpretation, but are always deeply tied to the emotional and thematic core of his films. Water, for instance, is one of his most frequently used motifs. It appears in various forms: rivers, rain, puddles, and reflections, and often signals moments of transformation, memory, or revelation. He writes about how he uses such elements to evoke the inner lives of his characters and the mysteries of existence. Water, as a constant change of form and as a symbol of life, interests me in connection with the theme of memory. Throughout Sculpting in Time, Tarkovsky critiques mainstream cinema's obsession with plot-driven narratives, spectacle, and commercial success. He particularly criticizes the Hollywood system for prioritizing entertainment over the genuine pursuit of truth and beauty in art. He argues that cinema should reach people on a human level, making them reflect on their own lives and experiences rather than simply confuse or shock them. Modern mass culture aimed at the consumer, the civilization of prosthetics, is crippling people's souls, setting up barriers between man and the crucial questions of his existence, his consciousness of himself as a spiritual being. He emphasizes the importance of the other arts, especially literature, in shaping his understanding of cinema. He frequently draws on works by Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and Proust to underscore his belief that film, like literature, should strive for depth and complexity. Painting is another crucial influence for him, and he draws parallels between the composition of a cinematic frame and the work of visual artists. He cites Renaissance painters like Leonardo da Vinci, whose balance of form and spiritual depth inspired his own visual style. Music also plays a similarly profound role, not just as a soundtrack, but as a means of enhancing the film's emotional and spiritual resonance. Art, like science, is a means of assimilating the world, an instrument for knowing it in the course of man's journey toward what is called absolute truth. Along with his student film, The Killers, there Will Be No Leave Today, and The Steamroller and the Violin, which got picked up by Mosfilm and earned him his diploma. The film was well received and praised for its poetic style and humanistic approach, reflecting the themes Tarkovsky would continue to explore in his later works. His professors at VGIK, including Mikhail Rom, were impressed by the film, and it marked the beginning of his professional career as a filmmaker. The Steamroller and the Violin stood out for its lyrical storytelling and its portrayal of the emotional connection between the young boy and the steamroller driver, which showed his early mastery of visual storytelling and attention to the inner lives of his characters. The film's success at Mosfilm helped pave the way for Tarkovsky's first full-length feature film, Ivan's Childhood, which would establish him as a major voice in Soviet and international cinema. Tarkovsky's message to young people. His message to young people is one of his most enduring statements, reflecting his profound views on art, life, and the responsibilities of the individual. In his final years, Tarkovsky expressed this message in several interviews, particularly in one of his last public appearances, where he urged the younger generation to focus on spiritual growth, inner truth, and artistic integrity. There's a video on YouTube which did pretty well, and it is the message itself. For Tarkovsky, solitude is not to be underestimated. The point here is, without torment, we would never get anywhere. To suffer is to live. To live is to be alone. Alone and loneliness are two separate things. It's good to be by yourself, and he stresses that it's worth learning early on in life. Tarkovsky's films are deeply concerned with the passage of time and the role of memory. In The Mirror, for instance, memories are not linear but fragmented, reflecting the subconscious experience of remembering. While Tarkovsky's films are often dominated by male protagonists, Women play roles as well, though often not obvious why. There could be more to it. His films are not only visually striking, but also notable for their sound design. His collaborations with composer Edward Artemiev produced haunting, otherworldly scores that complement the imagery. For those of you interested in Russian culture and yet to go down this rabbit hole, Mosfilm has a YouTube channel. They post amazing things almost if not every day, and they certainly haven't neglected Tarkovsky. His films are available to watch ad-free on YouTube and have been for quite some time. Ingmar Bergman was quoted as saying, "Tarkovsky for me is the greatest of us all, the one who invented a new language, true to the nature of film." Andrei Rublev features a collection of short stories in the medieval age. I will be combining a variety of sources, accounts, reactions, and interpretations in order to give you the most well-rounded approach to the film. Let's begin. Andrei Rublev is a 1966 Soviet epic biographical historical drama film directed by Andrei Tarkovsky, who co-wrote it with Andrei Konchalovsky. The film was re-edited from the 1966 film titled The Passion, according to Andrei, by Tarkovsky, which was censored during the first decade of the Brezhnev era in the Soviet Union. The film is loosely based on the life of Andrei Rublev, a 15th century Russian icon painter. The film features Anatoly Solzhenitsyn, Nikolai Grinko, Ivan Lapikov, Nikolai Sergeyev, Nikolai Berlyayev, and Tarkovsky's wife, Irma Rausch. Sava Yamshikov, a famous Russian restorer and art historian, was a scientific consultant of the film. Andrei Rublev is set against the background of Russia in the early 15th century. Although the film is only loosely based on the life of Andrei Rublev, it seeks to depict a realistic portrait of medieval Russia. Tarkovsky sought to create a film that shows the artist as a world historic figure and Christianity as an axiom of Russia's historical identity during a turbulent period of Russian history. In addition to treating the artist as a world historic figure, Tarkovsky also sought to detail and investigate the intersection between faith and art history. In his book Sculpting in Time, Tarkovsky writes, "It is a mistake to talk about the artist looking for his subject. In fact, the subject grows within him like a fruit and begins to demand expression. It is like childbirth. The poet has nothing to be proud of. He is not master of the situation, but a servant. Creative work is his only possible form of existence, and his every work is like a deed he has no power to annul. For him to be aware that a sequence of such deeds is due and right, that it lies in the very nature of things, he has to have faith in the idea, for only faith interlocks a system of images." In Andrei Rublev, Tarkovsky depicts the philosophy that faith is necessary for art, thereby commenting on the deserved role of faith in the secular, atheist society he was in at the time of the film's creation. Due to the film's themes, including artistic freedom, religion, political ambiguity, and autodidasticism, it was not released domestically in the Soviet Union under the doctrine of state atheism until years after it was completed, except for a single 1966 screening in Moscow. A version of the film was shown at the 1969 Cannes Film Festival, where it won the Forsky Prize. In 1971, a censored version of the film was released in the Soviet Union. The film was further cut for commercial reasons upon its US release through Columbia Pictures in 1973. As a result, several versions of the film exist. Although these issues with censorship obscured and truncated the film for many years following its release, the film was soon recognized by many Western critics and film directors as a highly original and accomplished work. Even more since being restored to its original version, Andrei Rublev has come to be regarded as one of the greatest films of all time, and has often been ranked highly in both the Sight and Sound critics and directors polls. Andrei Rublev has a prologue and an epilogue, only loosely related to the main film. The main film was divided into 7 episodes dealing, directly or symbolically, with transitional moments in the life of the great icon painter Rublev. The background is 15th century Russia, a turbulent period characterized by fighting between rival princes and the Tatar invasions. The plot centers on the life of the icon painter Rublev. It consists of an introduction and 8 short stories and covers the first quarter of the 15th century. The action consistently develops against the backdrop of the internecine rivalry for power between the sons of Dmitry Donskoy, Grand Duke Vasily Dmitrievich, and the Little Prince Yuri Dmitrievich, as well as against the backdrop of the struggle between Orthodox Christianity and the remnants of paganism. A hot air balloon is tethered to the spire of a church next to a river, with a man named Yefim suspended from it in a harness. Despite interference from an ignorant mob who arrived from the river, the balloon is successfully released. Yefim is overwhelmed and delighted by the view from above and the sensation of flying, but he cannot prevent a crash landing shortly after. He is the first of several creative characters, representing the daring escapist whose hopes are easily crushed. After the crash, a horse is seen rolling on its back by a pond. Part 1. The Jester, Summer 1400. Andrei, Danil, and Kirill are wandering monks and religious icon painters, looking for work. The 3 represent different creative characters. Andrei is the observer, a humanist who searches for the good in people and wants his art to inspire and not frighten. Danil is withdrawn and resigned, bent less on creativity than on self-realization. Kirill lacks talent as a painter, yet still strives to achieve prominence. He is jealous, self-righteous, very intelligent, and perceptive. The 3 have just left the Andronikov monastery, where they have lived for many years, heading to Moscow. During a heavy rain shower, they seek shelter in a barn, where a group of villagers is being entertained by a jester. The jester, or Skomorok, is a bitterly sarcastic enemy of the state, the boyars, and the church, who earns a living with his scathing and obscene social commentary. He lightly mocks the monks as they come in. Kirill voices his disapproval of jesters and leaves unnoticed. Shortly after, a group of soldiers arrive and arrest him, knocking him unconscious and smashing his musical instrument. During a momentary break in the rain, Kirill returns and induces his fellow monks to leave. Theophan the Greek. Summer, winter, spring, and summer, 1405 to 1406. Kirill arrives at the workshop of master painter Theophan the Greek, who's working on a new icon of Jesus Christ. Theophan is portrayed as a complex character, humanistic and God-fearing in his views, yet somewhat cynical and disillusioned with other people, regarding his art more as a craft and a chore. His young apprentices have all run away to the town square, where a wrongly convicted criminal is about to be tortured and executed. Kirill talks to Theophanes, who is impressed by the monk's understanding and erudition and invites him to work as his apprentice on the decoration of the Cathedral of the Annunciation in Moscow. Kirill eventually accepts on the condition that Theophanes will personally tender the offer in the Andronikov monastery in front of all the fraternity and Andrei Rublev. Andrei has become renowned for his icon painting in the outside world, an admiration shared by Kirill and Theophanes. A messenger from Theophanes subsequently arrives at the Andronikov monastery, but hires Andrei instead of Kirill. Daniel refuses to accompany Andrei and reproaches him for accepting Theophanes' offer without considering his fellows, but soon repents of his temper and tearfully wishes Andrei well when the younger monk comes to say goodbye to his friend. Kirill is jealous of Andrei and in a fit of anger, decides to leave the monastery for the secular world, throwing accusations of greed in the face of his fellow monks, who also dismiss him. Kirill's dog tries to follow him into the countryside, but he savagely beats it with his walking stick and leaves it for dead. Part 3. The Passion, 1406. Andrei leaves for Moscow with his young apprentice Foma. While walking in the woods, Andrei and Foma have a conversation about Foma's flaws. In particular, lying. While Foma has a talent as an artist, he is less interested in the deeper meaning of his work and more concerned with the practical aspects of the job, like perfecting his use of unstable azure pigment. They encounter Theophanes in the forest, and the old master sends Foma away, unimpressed by his attitude to art. As he leaves, the apprentice finds a dead swan and fantasizes about having a bird's-eye view. In the forest, Andrei and Theophanes argue about religion, while Foma cleans his master's paintbrushes. Theophanes argues that the ignorance of the Russian people is due to stupidity, while Andrei says that he doesn't understand how he can be a painter and maintain such views. This section contains a passion play or a reenactment of Christ's crucifixion. on a snow-covered hillside which plays out as Andrei recounts the events of Christ's death and expresses his belief that the men who crucified him were obeying God's will and loved him. Part 4. The Holiday, 1408. Camping for the night on a river bank, Andrei and Foma are collecting firewood for their traveling party when Andrei hears the distant sounds of celebration further upstream in the woods. Going to investigate, he comes upon a large group of naked pagans who are conducting a lit torch ritual for Kupala night. Andrei, intrigued and excited by the behavior of the pagans, is caught spying on a couple making love. He is imprisoned, his arms tied to a crossbeam in a mockery of Jesus' crucifixion, and threatened with drowning in the morning. A woman named Marfa, dressed only in a fur coat, approaches him, who responds with hostility. After lamenting that her people are persecuted for their beliefs, she drops her coat, kisses him, and then frees him. Andrei runs away and gets lost in the dense woods, only finding his group the next morning. As they leave on their boats, they see a group of soldiers pursuing several of the pagans, including Marfa. Her lover is captured, but she escapes into the river, swimming right by his boat. He and his fellow monks look away, in shame. Part 5. The Last Judgment, Summer, 1408. Andrei and Danil are working on the decoration of a church in Vladimir, but the production has stalled for 2 months. Andrei confides to Danil that the task disgusts him and that he's unable to paint a subject such as the Last Judgment, as he doesn't want to terrify people into submission. He comes to the conclusion that he has lost the ease of mind that an artist needs for his work. A messenger, Patrique, arrives with word from the bishop, who is furious, to say they have until autumn to finish the job. Foma, impatient and wanting to work, leaves Andrei's group and takes an offer to paint in a smaller, less prestigious church. Elsewhere, stone carvers and decorators of Andrei's party have finished adorning the mansion of the Grand Duke. To their indignation, the Duke is dissatisfied with their work and tries to make them do it again. The artisans refuse and leave, promising that their new client, the Duke's brother, will have a more splendid house than the one they have just finished. In the forest, they are waylaid and blinded by the Grand Duke's henchmen, leaving them incapable of practicing their craft. Back at the church, Andrei is dismayed by the news of the attack on the artisans and angrily throws paint on one of the walls. Sergei, a young apprentice who escapes the assault unharmed, reads a random section of the Bible aloud at Danil's request concerning women. A young woman, Durochka, whose name identifies her as a holy fool, wanders in to take shelter from the rain and is upset by the sight of the paint on the wall. Her feeble-mindedness and innocence inspires in Andrei the idea to paint a feast. Part 6. The Raid, Autumn, 1408. While the Grand Duke is away in Lithuania, his power-hungry younger brother forms an allegiance with a group of Tartars and raids Vladimir. The invasion of the combined armed forces, their men on horseback, results in great carnage and the burning of the city. One scene shows a horse falling from a flight of stairs. Foma escapes the chaos in the city and goes into the nearby countryside, but as he is crossing a river, he is killed by an arrow. The Tatars force their way into the barricaded church, now fully decorated with Andrei's paintings, where the majority of the citizens have taken refuge. Showing no mercy, the Tatars massacre the people and burn all the painted wooden altar pieces. Andrei, who is also in the church, saves Durochka from being raped by a Russian soldier by killing him with an axe. The bishop's messenger, Patrique, is also present. He is tortured, but refuses to reveal the location of the city's gold. Eventually, they kill him by pouring hot liquid metal from a melted crucifix into his mouth. In the aftermath, only Andrei and Durochka are left alive in the church. Andrei imagines a conversation with the dead Theophanes the Greek, lamenting the loss of his work and the cruelty of mankind, while Durochka distractedly plaits the hair of a dead woman. Andrei decides to give up painting and takes a vow of silence to atone for his killing of another man. Part 7. Silence, Winter 1412. Note: in the 205-minute version known as The Passion According to Andrei, this episode is titled The Charity. Andrei is once again at the Andronikov Monastery as famine and war grip the country. He no longer paints and never speaks, and keeps Durochka with him as a fellow companion in silence. In the same monastery, refugees discuss the problems plaguing their respective hometowns. One man, who escaped from Vladimir, is recognized by a younger monk as the long-absent Kirill. He has suffered during the time away from the monastery and begs the Father Superior to allow him to return. After initial rejections, his wish is granted, but he is instructed to copy out the Holy Scriptures 15 times in penance. Soon, a passing group of Tatars stop at the monastery, much to the concern of Andrei and Kirill, who have experienced their brutality firsthand. Duryushka has no understanding or memory of what the Tatars did, and interacts freely with the group. The men taunt and play with her, and she is fascinated by one warrior's shining breastplate. Taking a liking to her, the Tatar adorns her with a blanket and his horned helmet, promising to take her away as his 8th and only Russian wife. Delighted with the gifts, she rides away with the Tatars despite Andrei's attempts to stop her. Kirill talks to Andrei for the first time since their departure from the monastery, assuring him that harming a holy fool is considered bad luck and a great sin, and that Duryushka will be released unharmed. Andrei still does not speak despite Kirill's pleading. Instead, he continues his menial work of carrying large hot stones from a fire with tongs to heat water for the monastery, dropping one stone in the snow. Part 8. The Bell. Spring 1423 to spring 1424. This episode concerns young Boriska, whose father, an expert bellmaker, has recently died in a plague. He secures a commission for a bell from the Grand Duke, claiming he has peerless technical knowledge learned at his father's deathbed. On site, Boriska constantly contradicts and challenges his father's old team of workmen, having his own way in choosing the location of the pit, the selection of the proper clay, the building of the mold, the firing of the furnaces, and finally, the hoisting of the bell. One worker who refuses his orders is flogged in punishment. Beneath his bold demeanor, Boriska is increasingly bothered by self-doubt. He notices Andrei among the crowd of spectators. During the bell making, Andrei is confronted by the Skuramok from the first sequence, who has endured imprisonment and torture and suspects Andrei of having denounced him. Kirill, the true culprit, arrives and intervenes on behalf of the silent Andrei. Later, he privately confesses to Andrei that his sinful envy dissipated once he heard Andrei had abandoned painting. He pleads with Andrei to cease wasting his God-given artistic talent, but receives no response. The successful progress of the bell sends Boriska into a state of stunned, detached disbelief. He gives fewer orders and lets the work crew take over. As the furnaces are opened and the molten metal pours into the mold, he privately asks God for help. After completion, the bell is hoisted into its tower and blessed by a priest. The Grand Duke attends the ceremony, having threatened to execute Boriska and the work crew if the bell fails to ring. It is overheard that he recently beheaded his own brother for the raid on Vladimir. In the tense moments as the bell is set in motion, Duryushka is seen walking through the crowd leading a horse and preceded by a child which is, presumably, hers. The bell rings perfectly, and she smiles. Boriska, meanwhile, has collapsed. He admits afterward to Andrei that his father never actually told him his bell-casting secret. Andrei, impressed by the effect that successful ringing has had on the rejoicing crowd, realizes the joy that his own art might bring. He comforts Boriska, breaking his vow of silence and telling the boy they should carry on their work together. You'll cast bells, I'll paint icons. Andrei then sees Duryushka, her child, and the horse walk off across a muddy field in the distance. Epilogue. The epilogue is the only part of the film in color and shows time-aged but still vibrant details of several of Andrei Rublev's actual icons. The icons are shown in the following order: Enthroned Christ, 12 Apostles, the Annunciation, 12 Apostles, Jesus entering Jerusalem, Birth of Christ, Enthroned Christ, Transfiguration of Jesus, Resurrection of Lazarus, the Annunciation, Resurrection of Lazarus, Birth of Christ, Trinity, Archangel Michael, Paul the Apostle, and the Redeemer. The final scene crossfades from the icons and shows 4 horses standing by a river in thunder and rain. In 1961, while working on his first feature film of Han's childhood, Tarkovsky made a proposal to Mosfilm for a film on the life of Russia's greatest icon painter, Andrei Rublev. The contract was signed in 1962 and the first treatment was approved in December 1963. Tarkovsky and his co-screenwriter Andrei Konchalovsky worked for more than 2 years on the script, studying medieval writings and chronicles, and books on medieval history and art. In April 1964, the script was approved, and he began working on the film. At the same time, the script was published in the influential film magazine Iskustva Kino, and was widely discussed among historians, film critics, and ordinary readers. The discussion on Andrei Rublev centered on the socio-political and historical, and not the artistic aspects of the film. According to Tarkovsky, the original idea for a film about the life of Andrei Rublev was due to the film actor Vasily Livanov. Livanov proposed to write a screenplay together with Tarkovsky and Konchalovsky while they were scrolling through a forest on the outskirts of Moscow. He also mentioned that he would love to play Andrei Rublev. Tarkovsky did not intend the film to be a historical or biographical film about Rublev. Instead, he was motivated by the idea of showing the connection between a creative character's personality and the times through which he lives. He wanted to show an artist maturing in the development of his talent. He chose Andrei Rublev for his importance in the history of Russian culture. Tarkovsky cast Anatoly Solzhenitsyn for the role of Andrei Rublev. At this time, Solzhenitsyn was an unknown actor at a theater in Sverdlovsk. According to Tarkovsky, everybody had a different image of the historical figure of Rublev, thus casting an unknown actor who would not remind viewers of other roles was his favorite approach. Solzhenitsyn, who had read the film script in the film magazine Искусство Kino, was very enthusiastic about the role, traveled to Moscow at his own expense to meet Tarkovsky, and even declared that no one could play this role better than him. Tarkovsky felt the same, saying that, with Solzhenitsyn, I simply got lucky. For the role of Andrei Rublev, he required a face with great expressive power in which one could see a demoniacal single-mindedness. To Tarkovsky, Solzhenitsyn provided the right physical appearance and the talent of showing complex psychological processes. Solzhenitsyn would continue to work with the director, appearing in Solaris, Mirror, and Stalker, and in the title role of Tarkovsky's 1976 stage production of Hamlet in Moscow's Lencom Theater. Before his death from cancer in 1982, Solzhenitsyn was also intended to play protagonist Andrei Gorbachev in Tarkovsky's 1983 Italian-Russian co-production Nostalgia, and to star in a project titled The Witch, which Tarkovsky would significantly alter into his final production, The Sacrifice. According to Johnson, filming did not begin until April 1965, 1 year after approval of the script. With J. Oberman reporting an earlier date of September 1964 for the start of filming, and his film essay for the Criterion Collection release of the film. The initial budget was 1.6 million rubles, but it was cut several times to 1 million rubles. In comparison, Sergei Bondarchuk's War and Peace had a budget of 8.5 million. As a result of the budget restrictions, several scenes from the script were cut, including an opening scene showing the Battle of Kulikovo. Other scenes that were cut from the script are a hunting scene, where the younger brother of the Grand Duke hunts swans, and a scene showing peasants helping Durochka give birth to a Russian Tatar child. In the end, the film cost 1.3 million rubles, with a cost overrun due to heavy snowfall, which disrupted shooting from November 1965 until April 1966. The film was shot on location of the Nural River in the historical places of Vladimir Suzdal, Pskov, Izborsk, and Pitkory. Tarkovsky chose to shoot the main film in black and white, in the epilogue, showing some of Rublev's icons in color. In an interview, he motivated his choice with the claim that in everyday life, one does not consciously notice colors. Consequently, Rublev's life is in black and white, whereas his art is in color. The film was thus able to express the codependence of an artist's art in his personal life. In a 1969 interview, Tarkovsky stated that the flying man in the prologue is the symbol of daring, in the sense that creation requires from man the complete offering of his being. Whether one wishes to fly before it has become possible, or cast a bell without having learned how to do it, or paint an icon, all these acts demand that for the price of his creation, man should die, dissolve himself in his work, give himself entirely. The color sequence of Rublev's icons begins with showing only selected details, climaxing in Rublev's most famous icon, the Trinity. One reason for including this color finale was, according to Tarkovsky, to give the viewer some rest and to allow him to detach himself from Rublev's life and to reflect. The film finally ends with the image of horses at river in the rain. To Tarkovsky, horses symbolized life, and including horses in the final scene and in many other scenes in the film meant that life was the source of all of Rublev's art. The first cut of the film was known as Andrei Passion. The Passion according to Andrei, though this title was not used for the released version of the film. The first cut was over 195 minutes in length prior to being edited down to its released length. The first cut was completed in July 1966. Goskino demanded cuts to the film, citing its length, negativity, violence, and nudity. After Tarkovsky completed this first version, it would be 5 years before the film was widely released in the Soviet Union. The ministry's demands for cuts first resulted in a 190-minute version. Despite Tarkovsky's objections, expressed in a letter to Alexei Romanov, the chairman of Goskino, the ministry demanded further cuts. And so, Tarkovsky trimmed the length to 186 minutes. Robert Bird, in his analysis of the comparison of the first cut of the film to the final Tarkovsky cut of the edited film, summarized the editing process, stating, "The most conspicuous cuts were the most graphic shots of the stonemason's gouged out eyes, the burning cow, and the horse being lanced, although its horrific fall remained. 4 embedded scenes of flashbacks or fantasies were also cut completely. Foma's fantasy of flight in episode 2, Andrei's reminiscence of the 3 monks under a rain-soaked oak tree in episode 4, the younger prince's fantasy of humiliating the Grand Duke in episode 5, and Boriska's recollection of the bell fountain in episode 7. All in all, I have counted 36 shots, which were completely deleted in the 185-minute version of Andrei Rublev, and about 85 which were considerably abbreviated, including 9 very long takes, which are split each into 2 or more parts. The total number of shots went to 403 to 390, with the average shot length dropping from 31 to 28. The only sequence which remained inviolable was the epilogue in color. Several scenes within the film depict violence, torture, and cruelty towards animals, which sparked controversy at the time of release. Most of these scenes took place during the raid of Vladimir, including one showing the blinding and the torture of a monk. The scenes involving cruelty towards animals were largely simulated. For example, during the Tartar raid of Vladimir, a cow was set on fire. In reality, the cow had an asbestos-covered coat and was not physically harmed. However, one scene depicts the real death of a horse. The horse falls from a flight of stairs and is then stabbed by a spear. In a 1967 interview for Literaturna Obrozhene, interviewer Alexander Lipkov suggested to Tarkovsky that the cruelty in the film is shown precisely to shock and stun the viewers, and this may even repel them. In an attempt to downplay the cruelty, Tarkovsky responded, "No, I don't agree. This does not hinder viewer perception." Moreover, we did all this quite sensitively. I can name films that show much more cruel things, compared to which ours looks quite modest. The film premiered with a single screening at the Dom Kino in Moscow in 1966. Audience reaction was enthusiastic despite some criticism of the film's naturalistic depiction of violence. But the film failed to win approval for release from Soviet censors. The Central Committee of the Communist Party wrote in its review that the film's ideological erroneousness is not open to doubt. Andrei Rublev was accused of being anti-historical in its failure to portray the context of its hero's life, the rapid development of large cities, and the struggle against the Mongols. In February 1967, Tarkovsky and Alexei Romanov complained that the film was not yet approved for a wide release, but refused to cut further scenes from the film. Rublev was invited to the Cannes Film Festival in 1967 as part of a planned retrospective of Soviet film on occasion of the 50th anniversary of the October Revolution. The official answer was that the film was not yet completed and could not be shown at the film festival. A second invitation was made by the organizers of the Cannes Film Festival in 1969. Soviet officials accepted this invitation, but they only allowed the film to screen at the festival out of competition, and it was screened just once at 4 a.m. on the final day of the festival. Audience response nevertheless was enthusiastic, and the film won the Ferpresky Prize. Soviet officials tried to prevent the official release of the film in France and other countries, but were not successful as the French distributor had legally acquired the rights in 1969. In the Soviet Union, influential admirers of Tarkovsky's work, including the film director Grigory Kazintsev, the composer Dmitry Shostakovich, and Yevgeny Surkov, the editor of Iskustvo Kino, began pressuring for the release of Andrei Rublev. Tarkovsky and his second wife Larissa Tarkovskaya wrote letters to other influential personalities in support of the film's release, and Larissa even went with the film to Alexei Kazygin, then the premier of the Soviet Union. Despite Tarkovsky's refusal to make further cuts,
Rublev was finally released on December 24th, 1971, in the 186-minute 1966 version. The film was released in 277 prints and sold 2.98 million tickets. When the film was released, he remarked in his diary that in the entire city not a single poster for the film could be seen, but that all theaters were sold out. Despite the cuts having originated with Goskino's demands, Tarkovsky ultimately endorsed the cut of the film over the original 205-minute version, saying, "Nobody has ever cut anything from Andrei Rublev. Nobody except me. I made some cuts myself. In the first version, the film was 3 hours and 20 minutes long. In the second, 3 hours 15 minutes. I shortened the final version to 3 hours and 6 minutes. I am convinced the latest version of this is the best, the most successful. And I only cut certain overly long scenes. The viewer doesn't even notice their absence. The cuts have in no way changed the subject matter nor what was important in the film for us. In other words, we removed overly long scenes which had no significance. We shortened certain scenes of brutality in order to induce psychological shock in viewers, as opposed to a mere unpleasant impression that would only destroy our intent. All my friends and colleagues who, during long discussions, were advising me to make those cuts, turned out to be right in the end. It took me some time to understand it. At first, I got the impression that they were attempting to pressure my creative individuality. Later, I understood that this final version of the film more than fulfills my requirements for it, and I do not regret at all that the film has been shortened to its present length. The original 1966 version of the film, titled as The Passion According to Andrei, was published by the Criterion Collection in 2018 and released in both DVD and Blu-ray format. In 1973, the film was shown on Soviet television in a 101-minute version that Tarkovsky did not authorize. Notable scenes that were cut from this version were the Raid of the Tatars and the scene showing naked pagans. The epilogue showing details of Andrei Rublev's icons was in black and white, as the Soviet Union had not fully transitioned to color TV. In 1987, when Andrei Rublev was once again shown on Soviet TV, the epilogue was once again in black and white, despite the Soviet Union having completely transitioned to color TV. Another difference from the original version of the film was the inclusion of a short explanatory note at the beginning of the film, detailing the life of Andrei Rublev and the historical background. When the film was released in the US and other countries in 1973, Columbia Pictures cut it by an additional 20 minutes, making the film an incoherent mess in the eyes of many critics and leading to unfavorable reviews. In the mid-1990s, Criterion Collection released the first cut, 205-minute version of Andrei Rublev on Laserdisc, which Criterion reissued on DVD in 1999. Criterion advertises this version as the director's cut, despite Tarkovsky's stated preference for the 186-minute version. According to Tarkovsky's sister Marina, one of the editors of the film, Ludmila Faganova, secretly kept a print of the 205-minute cut under her bed. Criterion's producer of the project stated that the video transfer was sourced from a film print that filmmaker Martin Scorsese had acquired while visiting Russia. In 2016, a Blu-ray version of the film was released in the United Kingdom, using the 186-minute version preferred by Tarkovsky. Criterion released both the first and final cut of the film on DVD and Blu-ray in September 2018. Andrei Rublev has an approval rating of 95% on review aggregator website Rotten Tomatoes based on 43 reviews and an average rating of 8.9 out of 10. The website's critical consensus states, Andrei Rublev is a cerebral epic that filters challenging ideas through a grand scope, forming a moving thesis on art, faith, and the sweep of history. Jay Hoberman, a film critic for The Village Voice, summarized the early reception of the film in the film notes included in the Criterion DVD release of the film, stating, 2 years later, in 1973, Rublev surfaced at the New York Film Festival. Cut another 20 minutes by its American distributor, Columbia Pictures. Time magazine compared the movie unfavorably to Dr. Zhivago. Those other New York reviewers who took note begged off explication, citing Rublev's apparent truncation. Andrei Rublev won several awards. In 1969, it was screened at the Cannes Film Festival. Due to pressure by Soviet officials, the film could only be shown out of competition and thus was not eligible for the Palme d'Or or the Grand Prix. Nevertheless, it won the prize of the International Film Critics. Presky. In 1971, Andrei Rublev won the Critics' Award of the French Syndicate of Cinema Critics, and in 1973, the Juicy Award for Best Foreign Film. The film is referenced in Tarkovsky's two films that followed this one. It is first referenced in Solaris, made in 1972, by having an icon by Andrei Rublev being placed in the main character's room. It is next referenced by having a poster of the film being hung on a wall in Mirror, made in 1975. In 2011, director Joanna Hogg listed it as a film that changed her life. In the 2012 Sight and Sound polls, it was ranked the 26th greatest film ever made in the critics' poll, and 13th in the director's poll. In the earlier 2002 version of the film ranked 35th among critics and 24th among directors. In critics' poll by the same magazine, it ranked 11th and 24th in 1982 and 1992, respectively. In 2018, the film ranked at number 40 on the BBC's list of the 100 greatest foreign language films, as voted on by 209 film critics from 43 countries. In the Soviet Union, the film was harshly criticized and censored for its gloominess, excessive naturalism, anti-historicalness, and anti-patriotism, as well as for cruelty to animals. Subsequently, it was recognized as one of the director's main works. It is included in many lists and ratings of the best films in the history of world cinema. The Russian wiki goes into more detail. Tarkovsky submitted an application for the film in 1961, that is, before Ivan's childhood. The contract was concluded in 1962. On December 18, 1963, the literary script was accepted, and on April 24, 1964, it was launched into directorial development. Stanislav Lubshin was tentatively approved for the main role, but then Tarkovsky chose Anatoly Solzhenitsyn. Filming began in September 1964 and ended in November 1965. The film's editor, Lazar Lazarev, recalled Tarkovsky during the film's production. "I was amazed by his inexhaustible supply of physical and mental strength. On the set, he was always collected, energetic, and never missed anything. He had such a powerful charge of inner energy, such a selfless obsession with creativity, that it could not help but infect and captivate the people who worked with him and under his leadership." A significant part of the film was shot in the Pskov region, in Pskov, Izborsk, and Pekori. Film also took place in Suzdal, near the Spaso Efimiev Monastery. The scene of the hot air balloon flight was filmed near the Church of the Intercession on the Neural. During the filming of the fire in the Assumption Cathedral in Vladimir, a real fire started. To simulate the fire, smoke bombs were prepared, which were supposed to be placed on metal trays with sand. However, there was no sand poured on them, and the hot smoke bombs heated the trays, which caused the wooden rafters to catch fire, and a real fire started, which was soon extinguished. Tarkovsky planned to include a short story about the Battle of Kulikovo with large-scale battle scenes in the film, but due to budget problems, he was forced to abandon this idea. Roland Bykov refused the help of a dance master in preparing the buffoon's dance, and prepared it himself. The buffoon's ditties performed by Bykov and the music for them were also written by him. When the actor was preparing for the role, he studied the issue, and it turned out that the authentic ditties of that time completely contained obscene language. In the finale of the film, Shamorik tries to hack Andrei Rublev to death with an axe, whom he unfairly considers an informer. Bykov thought such a bloody ending was false, and he resorted to trickery. He grabbed an axe, prepared for an attack, and immediately whispered in Tarkovsky's ear, "Listen, Andrei." Shamorik swung, but he couldn't hit. Tarkovsky immediately appreciated Roland's find, and filmed the scene in his interpretation. Anatoly Solzhenitsyn remained silent for 4 months, so that his voice would sound hoarse during the filming of the episode of Lifting the Vow of Silence. In 1967, a limited premiere took place. The film caused mixed feelings among the film authorities. The authors were accused of promoting violence and cruelty. The film was re-edited and shortened. In fact, the picture was shelved. It was released in limited release in 1971. The truly wide premiere of the restored film took place in 1987. The film became an event in the cinematic world. For the first time in Soviet cinema, an epic view of the spiritual, religious side of medieval Russia was presented. The three main characters, as if opposed to the Christian Trinity, demonstrate the clash of people with different characters, and all the events are shown through the eyes of the protagonist, the director's namesake. As Maya Turovskaya wrote about the film, This is a huge cinematic cycle about the life and deeds of an artist who, unlike social utopias, is capable of transforming the world into harmony. The religious and philosophical issues of the film alarmed not only Soviet cultural officials. For example, Alexander Solzhenitsyn condemned Tarkovsky for simplifying and distorting the spiritual atmosphere of Rublev's time, presenting an arbitrary interpretation of medieval history, about which little is known. According to the writer, Tarkovsky's naturalism turns into heartlessness. Instead of genuine Christian spirituality, a chain of ugly cruelties is stretched throughout the film. Ilya Glazunov wrote, Andrei Rublev is presented in the film as a modern tossing and turning neurasthenic, unable to see the way, confused in his searches, whereas he created the most harmonious works. Permeated with spiritual light, one gets the impression that the authors of the film hate not only Russian history, but also the Russian land itself, where it rains, where there is always mud and slush. In a word, this film is deeply anti-historical and anti-patriotic. The film's characters speak modern Russian, and their speech frequently includes such anachronistic words for the 15th century as artel, interesting, material, and secret. In parrying accusations of distorting historical reality, Tarkovsky justified his deviations from the archaeological and ethnographic truth by striving to recreate a picture of the Russian Middle Ages for the modern viewer in such a way that it would not turn into a conventional, picturesque stylization with a taste of monumental museum exotica. Film critic Jim Oberman noted the high density of the film's soundtrack. Somewhere in the background of the dialogues one can discern the crackling of a fire, the ringing of bells, the chirping of birds, living creatures, wild geese, a cat, a grass snake, ants, constantly appear in the camera. According to the film critic, the world created on the screen is so full of life that it threatens to spill out of the screen into the auditorium. Today, some authors declare the film Andrei Rublev to be an example of orthodox creativity. Tarkovsky himself avoided a direct answer to the question about his religious views, and expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that the Western press linked his thoughts on spiritual freedom with the theme of religion, or, in his words, churchiness. He said that he was close to the pantheism of Dishchenko's early work. Publications over the years have reported cases of animal cruelty during filming. For example, Elisa Aksenova, director of the Vladimir Suzdal Museum Reserve, where the film crew worked, claimed that the cow was burned alive during the filming of one of the cutscenes. And in another scene, a Tatar warrior in a cameo role played by a worker from the Vladimir meat packing plant cut open a horse's neck while galloping. The final version of the film included a scene in which a horse breaks off a wall and falls, breaking its legs in the process. The newspaper Vechernaya Moskva published an article on December 24, 1966, discussing the cow incident and criticizing the cruelty of the filmmakers, although neither Tarkovsky's name nor the title of the film were mentioned in it. In response, Tarkovsky called the article in Vechernaya Moskva an insinuation, monstrous in its unfair bias, and regarded it as harassment, and noted that the horse was taken from a slaughterhouse and would have been killed soon anyway, while the cow was covered with asbestos and was not harmed. The statement by the director was confirmed by the film's director, Tamara Argorodnikova. I was present during the filming, and I had all of this with me. According to her, the cow was covered with asbestos and did not burn. However, Aksenova, who often clashed with Tarkovsky, said that there was no need to be disingenuous. The cow was indeed burned alive. Much later, in a 2012 interview, Tarkovsky and Argorodnikova's words were confirmed by Vadim Yusov, the film's cameraman. Yes, the cow was burning, but it was decorated with a special asbestos blanket. It probably got some burns, but it left the set on its own 2 feet. Stanislav Kunyaev, in his publication about Tarkovsky, referred to a conversation with Brezhnev's former aide Yevgeny Samotaykin, who, when asked whether the cow had been burned, replied that, of course it had been. Kunyaev claimed that Samotaykin had been involved in the story with the cow, received complaints, quelled discontent, made efforts to keep the story from getting into the newspapers, and said that Tarkovsky had shots of horses being thrown from a bell tower, and the horses, falling, broke their legs. The information about the burning of a live cow caused a negative reaction. For example, Kira Muratova stated that she once liked Tarkovsky's films, but after she saw the cutscene with the burning cow on television, Tarkovsky ceased to exist for her. Yuri Maman, called the burning of the cow extreme cruelty, and compared Tarkovsky to Raskolnikov, who believed that some people are allowed to cross the law. Stanislav Kunyaev dedicated the film Vladimirskaya Shose to the killing of the cow. However, according to Nikolai Boroyayev, Tarkovsky's cruelty towards animals was justified and dictated by artistic goals, since it is necessary to show cruelty in order to lead the viewer to the realization of its senselessness. In 2017, in Suzdal, near the Spaso Efimiev Monastery on the bank of the Kamenka River on the territory of the main tourist complex Suzdal, a monument to director Andrei Tarkovsky and the film Andrei Rublev was erected. It was there in 1965 that Tarkovsky filmed the short story, The Bell. In 2022, Mosfilm restored the director's cut of the film, The Passion of Andrei, and included scenes and takes that were previously cut during editing. The total running time of the new version was 206 minutes. The film was published in 4K 2160p format on Mosfilm's official YouTube channel. The television premiere of the restored copy of the director's cut of the film, timed to coincide with Andrei Konchalovsky's 85th birthday, took place on the night of August 19th to 20th, 2022, on the Russia 1 TV channel. In October 2022, The Passion of Andrei was released in cinemas. Now, what do people say? Can anyone please explain Andrei Rublev to me? A post says, "This will be my 5th Tarkovsky film. First was Stalker, even though I didn't like it. Still, it left a huge impact on me. I absolutely loved Mirror, Nostalgia, Solaris. I was excited to see Andrei Rublev after reading its controversies, themes, and reviews about it. But I am finding myself very difficult to even finish the film. Currently, I have watched 1.20 hours of the film, and I am finding it very boring. There were many parts where I was finding very nonsensical, how instantly Danil came in the 4th part, or why Rublev does not want to paint the Last Judgment. Like in the previous part, he was saying to those naked people that Last Judgment is coming, and you will be burned. So what happened in between the parts, which made him realize that? There is one scene in the 5th part, where a boy is reading a book, maybe the Bible, I don't know, and I am just not able to understand, why does this scene exist? Even though visually it's very beautiful like other Tarkovsky films, but I am not able to understand. What is the meaning, or what is happening? Maybe the reason is I don't know anything about Christianity, because I'm not Christian, and I don't know about medieval history of Russia. Please help me understand the film and its themes and elements." Replies say, "It is a homage, a criticism, and a reminder of Russian history. Russian art is kind of filled with this idea that the Russian struggle and Russian virtues, due to that struggle, are special and destined to improve the world, save Europe from decadence and cynicism. That's the first measure point of Andrei Rublev. There is a lot of ode in reference to the struggles of 14th century Russian Christians, as it is about the development and realization of how Russian virtues came to be, why they're so special, etc. It's also about the artist trying to perfect their art personally, the development of the uniquely personal, but not very special art. It must be perfect, made beautiful just like Russia through struggle, trial, sincerity, and understanding of the world. The turning point and climax of the film is when both of these things are shown in their quintessential form, the sacrifice of Christ, the creation of the bell, and the immortality of Andrei's art. In short, it's about Russia, Christian virtue, metaphysical satisfaction, the art, the artist, and legacy. Ultimately, I feel Andrei Rublev is a film about human beings, and their attempts at contemplating both the beauty and ugliness that surrounds them, both the creation of art and the destruction of it, the thrill of invention as well as the thrill of war, and how man deals with that duality. It culminates only in what we are left with, in what we see at the end, the actual paintings in color of Andrei Rublev himself, all that he went through shown in his art. I don't think it means any more than that." MonarchMiskra.com says, "Andrei Tarkovsky's epic, poetic, and deeply religious film Andrei Rublev is a great character study of Russia's greatest icon painter Andrei Rublev. However, Tarkovsky did not intend this to be a historical biographical film. He wanted to unravel the life experiences of a great artist that inspired and shaped his art and artistic manifestations. Tarkovsky wanted to analyze the poetry of the timeless icons that he painted. The film shows medieval Russia from 1400 to 1424 and is divided into 8 episodes with a prologue and an epilogue. Andrei Rublev features multiple incidents of the early 15th century like Tatar invasions, pagan rituals, rivalries among princes, etc. The film deals with atrocities like rape, raids, murders, betrayals, revenge, and punishment. But it also portrays love, peace, compassion, brotherhood, and deeply rooted Orthodox Christian faith. Andrei Rublev starts with a prologue where a man named Yefim takes a flight on a gas balloon that crashes on the ground, shortly killing him. This prologue shows the daring nature of humans, who can even risk their lives for their passion. The rolling horse at the end of the prologue represents the hope that inspires us to keep moving forward in life. In the first episode, the three leave for Moscow. During a heavy downpour, they take shelter in a village barn, where a jester is entertaining villagers by mocking the state and the church. After some time, the state soldiers arrive there, knock him unconscious, smash his instrument, and take him away. In the second episode, Kirill arrives at the workshop of the great painter Theophanes. Where Kirill's knowledge impresses him, he invites Kirill to decorate the Cathedral of the Annunciation in Moscow. Kirill refuses initially, but accepts the offer only if Theophanes personally visits Andronikov Monastery and invites him in front of the other monks, including Andrei Rublev. Shortly afterward, a messenger arrives at the monastery and offers the job to Andrei instead of Kirill. This offer to Andrei agitates both Daniil and Kirill to a great extent. Daniil refuses to accompany Andrei to Moscow, but wishes him good luck. However, Kirill can't control his anger and leaves the Andronikov Monastery for a secular world. While walking off the snowy yard of the monastery, his dog starts following him, but he kills the dog, beating it with his walking stick. In the third episode, Andrei leaves for Moscow with his disciple Foma, who lies sometimes and is not interested in seeking the deeper meaning of his work. They meet Theophanes the Greek in the forest, where he only talks about negativities and pessimism in front of Andrei. He says that the Russian people are benighted because of their stupidity, and people will again crucify Jesus if he takes birth again. Andrei despises him for his negative mentality and talks about love, peace, sympathy, and brotherhood. He even says the people who crucified Jesus were also following God's orders. In the fourth episode, Andrei witnesses pagan rituals while collecting firewood in the forest and gets caught spying. He is tied with a wooden beam in a hut with his hands raised upward. A pagan woman named Martha puts off her fur coat, kisses him being naked, and unties him. In reply to Andrei's harsh criticism of her religion, Martha argues it is nothing but love. The next morning, a group of soldiers chases a few pagans on the riverbank. Martha's lover is caught, but she escapes swimming naked across the river, passing just by the boat, carrying a few monks including Andrei, who look away in shame. In the fifth episode, Andrei and Daniil are decorating a church in Vladimir, but Andrei loses inspiration to paint a terrifying and pessimistic subject like the Last Judgment. Foma leaves Andrei to paint smaller churches. The Grand Duke is dissatisfied with the works of the artisans and orders them to paint the walls of his house as per his wish. However, the artisans already have the contract to paint the house of his brother. They proclaim that his brother's house will look more beautiful than his house. This irritates the Grand Duke, and his soldiers gouge out the eyes of the artisans, making them blind. This terrifying act of revenge disappoints Andrei heavily, and he throws paint on the walls of the church in anger. An innocent girl, Durochka, is dissatisfied to see the haphazard paint on the walls. Her innocence inspires Andrei to paint a feast. In the sixth episode, the younger brother of the Grand Duke forms an alliance with a group of Tatars and raids Vladimir. The town, as beautiful as a flower, is completely devastated by the atrocities of the invaders. Innocent civilians are killed, women are raped, buildings are set on fire, and Andrei's paintings on the walls of the church are completely destroyed. Andrei kills a man to save Durochka from getting raped by a Tatar. That magnificent town turns into a devastated land. The only two persons who remain alive are Andrei and Durochka. Andrei repents his crime and takes a vow of silence. The sudden massacre and atrocities make her completely insane. She is seen tying the hair of a dead woman while snowflakes are falling down over the destroyed church. In the seventh episode, Andrei lives in Andronikov Monastery, but he neither paints nor speaks. Durochka also lives there. The Tatars stop in the monastery while crossing through that area. They are impressed by Durochka's innocence and play with her. Andrei tries to drag her away, but fails as she is attracted to the horned helmet gifted to her by a Tatar, who marries her as his eighth wife and takes her away. Kirill returns to the monastery and begs forgiveness from the father. The father pardons him. Kirill tries to make a conversation with Andrei, but he does not reciprocate and remains silent. In the eighth episode, a young boy named Briska takes the onus to make a bronze church bell. He supervises the project in making the church bell, including the selection, pit location, building of the mold, firing of the furnaces, and the hoisting of the bell. He clarifies that his father secretly revealed the bell-making process to him. However, during the time of hoisting the bell for ringing, he has his self-doubts and can't believe that the bell can be ringed. Helplessly, he starts crying and praying to God, which Andrei silently observes. When the bell finally rings, he breaks his vow and consoles Boriska that he has done a pretty good job. Andrei also says that from now onwards, they will work together. Boriska will cast bells, and he will paint icons. During the bell hoisting ceremony, Boriska appears with her Tartar son and goes away when the bell finally rings. Andrei Rublev has an epilogue section, which is the only part of the film in color, that shows the timeless iconic images painted by the great Russian painter. Tarkovsky differentiated Rublev's life in his paintings through color. Great arts are always born out of utmost difficulties and sacrifices. The film ends with 4 horses standing in thunder and rain. Rain and horses in Tarkovsky's films are recurring themes that signify hopes. In spite of all the atrocities, Andrei Rublev is a film about hopes, love, compassion, forgiveness, and brotherhood. Andrei Rublev is a deeply religious film. Tarkovsky himself was a strong believer in Orthodox Christianity, and the film is deeply inspired by that. Throughout the film, Anatoly Solzhenitsyn looks like Jesus Christ. Much like Christ, Rublev preaches love, compassion, forgiveness, and brotherhood. Tarkovsky presented Rublev like a replica of none other than Christ. Even though the title of the film is the namesake of the great Russian painter, he does nothing heroic in the film. Viewers never see him painting. He takes a vow of silence and does not speak in the latter part of the film. In multiple scenes, he is not present at all. Tarkovsky wanted to dig his life deeper and analyze the poetry behind his classic icons. He did not intend this film to be a biographical or historical film. The basic purpose behind making this film was historical representation over historical accuracies. More than Rublev's actions, the director was interested to portray his surroundings and associations. Tarkovsky wanted to highlight the life and culture of early 15th century Russia so that Rublev's creations could be comprehended better. This is a rare poetic film wherein a great artist digs as much as possible into the life of another great artist. Andrei Rublev features multiple iconic shots by cinematographer Vadim Yusov. The prologue section has some highly skilled overhead shots when the gas balloon takes a flight. Yusov's camera efficiently captures the crude facets of violence on the screen, almost throughout the film. It also captures the actions and emotions of Christ-like figure Andrei Rublev. Vyacheslav Ochivnikov's music resonates with the hardships of ordinary Russian citizens in the early 15th century. The remarkable background scores have been used in the seeds of pagan rituals, Christ's crucifixion, and the Tatar raid. Soviet authorities barred Andrei Rublev to be screened in the competition at the Cannes Film Festival. However, it was screened out of competition, where it won the Frepesky Prize. It is constantly ranked amongst the most important films ever made. And so ends the article. You could argue that there were both deeper meanings and not so deep meanings to every one of his films. It is, however, important to note that Tarkovsky himself said about his films, "If you look for a meaning, you'll miss everything that happens." As done before, I have covered Tarkovsky, Stalker, and Mirror. Now, it's time for Solaris. I will combine several accounts and perspectives in order to give you the best picture I can manage. This may result in repetition, but I would like to stress the minor differences that will result. Everybody gets the major parts, but the little things are left subjectively. This is Solaris. From the Solaris Wikipedia, Solaris won the Grand Prix at the 1972 Cannes Film Festival and was nominated for other awards. It received critical acclaim and is often cited as one of the greatest science fiction films in the history of cinema. The film was Tarkovsky's attempt to bring greater emotional depth to science fiction films. He viewed most Western works in the genre, including 2001: A Space Odyssey, as shallow due to their focus on technological invention. Some of the ideas Tarkovsky expresses in this film are further developed in his film Stalker. As the plot goes, psychologist Chris Kelvin is sent on an interstellar journey to evaluate whether a decades-old space station positioned over the oceanic planet Solaris should continue to study it. He spends his last day on Earth with his elderly father and a retired pilot named Burton. Years earlier, Burton had been part of an exploratory team at Solaris, but was recalled when he described strange happenings, including seeing a 4-meter-tall child on the surface of the water on the planet. A panel of scientists and military personnel dismissed these visions as hallucinations, but now that the remaining crew members are making similarly strange reports, Kelvin's skills are needed. After leaving the house, Burton tells Kelvin that he recognized the child's face as that of one who was orphaned due to the disappearance of one of the Solaris explorers. Upon his arrival at the Solaris research station, he finds it in disarray. He soon learns that his friend among the scientists, Dr. Gabarian, has killed himself. The two surviving crewmen, Snout and Sartorius, are erratic. Kelvin also catches fleeting glimpses of others aboard the station who were not part of the original crew. He finds that Gabarian left him a rambling, cryptic farewell video message, warning him about the strange things happening at the station. The video shows two appearances of a little girl who should not be aboard the station, with Gabarian asking Kelvin if he has seen her, and insisting he is not insane, and should strange things happen to Kelvin, that he is not insane. After a fitful sleep, Kelvin is shocked to find Hari, his wife who died 10 years earlier, sitting in his sleeping quarters. She is unaware of how she got there. Terrified by her presence, Kelvin launches the replica of his wife into outer space. Snout explains that the visitors, or guests, began appearing after the scientists conducted radiation experiments, directing X-rays at the swirling surface of the planet in a desperate attempt to understand its nature. That evening, Hari reappears in Kelvin's quarters. This time, he calmly accepts her, and they fall asleep together in an embrace. Hari panics when Kelvin briefly leaves her alone in the room and injures herself attempting to escape, but before Kelvin can give first aid, her injuries spontaneously heal before his eyes. Sartorius and Snout explain to Kelvin that Solaris created Hari from his memories of her. The Hari present among them, though non-human, thinks and feels as though she were. Sartorius theorizes that the visitors, also called guests, are composed of neutrino systems rather than atoms, but that it might still be possible to destroy them through use of a device known as the Annihilator. Later, Snout proposes beaming Kelvin's brainwave patterns at Solaris in hopes that it will understand them and stop the disturbing apparitions. In time, Hari becomes more human and independent and is able to exist away from Kelvin's presence without panic. She learns from Sartorius that the original Hari had committed suicide 10 years earlier. Sartorius, Snout, Kelvin, and Hari gather together for a birthday party, which evolves into a philosophical argument, during which Sartorius reminds Hari that she is not real. Distressed, she kills herself again by drinking liquid oxygen, only to painfully resurrect after a few minutes. On the surface of Solaris, the ocean begins to swirl faster into a funnel. Kelvin falls ill and goes to sleep. He dreams of his mother as a young woman, washing away dirt or scabs from his arm. When he awakens, Hari is gone. Snout reads her farewell note, in which she explains how she petitioned the two scientists to destroy her. Snout then tells Kelvin that since they have broadcast Kelvin's brainwaves into Solaris, the visitors have stopped appearing, and islands have started forming on the planet's surface. Kelvin debates whether to return to Earth or remain on the station. Kelvin appears to be at the family home seen at the beginning of the film. He sinks to his knees and embraces his father. The camera slowly cranes away to reveal that they are on an island in the Solaris Ocean. In 1968, Tarkovsky had several motives for cinematically adapting Stanislaw Lem's science fiction novel Solaris. First, he admired Lem's work. Second, he needed work and money because his previous film, Andrei Rublev, had gone unreleased, and his screenplay, A White, White Day, had been rejected, but was later realized in 1975 as Mir, a film of a novel by Lem, a popular and critically respected writer in the Soviet Union, was a logical commercial and artistic choice. Another inspiration was Tarkovsky's desire to bring emotional depth to the science fiction genre, which he regarded as shallow due to its attention to technological invention. In a 1970 interview, he singled out Stanley Kubrick's 1968 film 2001 as phony on many points and a lifeless schema with only pretensions to truth. Tarkovsky and Lem collaborated and remained in communication about the adaptation. With Friedrich Gorenstein, Tarkovsky co-wrote the first screenplay in the summer of 1969. Two-thirds of it occurred on Earth. The Mosfilm community disliked it, and Lem became furious over the drastic alteration of his novel. The final screenplay yielded a shooting script, which has less action on Earth, and deletes Kelvin's marriage to his second wife Maria from the story. In the novel, Lem describes science's inadequacy in allowing humans to communicate with an alien life form because certain forms, at least of sentient extraterrestrial life, may operate well outside of human experience and understanding. In the movie, Tarkovsky concentrates on Kelvin's feelings for his wife, Hari, and the impact of outer space exploration on the human condition. Dr. Gabarian's monologue from the novel's 6th chapter is the highlight of the final library scene, wherein Snout says, "We don't need other worlds, we need mirrors." Unlike the novel, which begins with Kelvin's spaceflight and takes place entirely on Solaris, the film shows Kelvin's visit to his parents' house in the country before leaving Earth. The contrast establishes the worlds in which he lives, a vibrant Earth versus an austere, closed-in space station orbiting Solaris, demonstrating and questioning space exploration's impact on the human psyche. The set design of Solaris features paintings by the Old Masters. The interior of the space station is decorated with full reproductions of the 1565 painting cycle of The Months, The Hunters in the Snow, The Gloomy Day, The Hay Harvest, The Harvesters, and The Return of the Herd by Pieter Bruegel the Elder, and details of landscape with the fall of Icarus and the Hunters in the Snow. The scene of Kelvin kneeling before his father and the father embracing him alludes to the return of the prodigal son by Rembrandt. The references and allusions are Tarkovsky's efforts to give the young art of cinema historical perspective, to evoke the viewer's feeling that cinema is a mature art. The film references his film Andrei Rublev by having an icon of him being placed in Kelvin's room. It is the second of a series of 3 films referencing Rublev, the last being his next film, The Mirror, which was made in 1975, and which references it by hanging a poster of the film hung on a wall. Tarkovsky initially wanted his ex-wife, Irma Rausch, to play Hari, but after meeting actress Bibi Andersson in June 1970, he decided that she was better for the role. Wishing to work with Tarkovsky, Andersson agreed to be paid in rubles. Nevertheless, Natalia Bondarchuk was ultimately cast as Hari. Tarkovsky had met her when they were students at the State Institute of Cinematography. It was she who introduced the novel Solaris to him. Tarkovsky auditioned her in 1970, but decided she was too young for the part. He instead recommended her to director Larisa Shepitko, who cast her in You and I. Half a year later, Tarkovsky screened that film, and was so pleasantly surprised by her performance that he decided to cast her as Hari after all. Tarkovsky cast Lithuanian actor Donatas Benonius as Kelvin, the Estonian actor Yuri Yarvit as Snout, the Russian actor Anatoly Solenitsyn as Sartorius, the Ukrainian actor Nikolai Grinko as Kelvin's father, and Olga Barnett as Kelvin's mother. The director had already worked with Solenitsyn, who had played Andrei Rublev, and with Grinko, who appeared in Andrei Rublev in Ivan's childhood. Tarkovsky thought Solenitsyn and Grinko would need extra directorial assistance. After filming was almost completed, he rated actors and performances thus: Bondarchuk, Yarvit, Solenitsyn, Banionis, Dvorzhetsky, and Grinko. He also wrote in his diary that Natalia B. has outshone everybody. In the summer of 1970, the State Committee for Cinematography, Goskino SSSR, authorized the production of Solaris with a length of 4,000 meters, equivalent to a 2-hour, 20-minute running time. The exteriors were photographed at Zvenny Gorod near Moscow. The interiors were photographed at the Mosfilm Studios. The scenes of space pilot Burton driving through a city were photographed in September and October 1971 at Akasaka and Ikura in Tokyo. The original plan was to film futuristic structures at the World Expo 70, but the trip was delayed. The shooting began in March 1971 with cinematographer Vadim Yusov, who also photographed Tarkovsky's previous films. They quarreled so much on this film that they never worked together again. Eastman Kodak color film was used in the color scenes. Not widely available in the Soviet Union, it had to be specially procured for the production. The first version of Solaris was completed in December 1971. The Solaris Ocean was created with acetone, aluminum powder, and dyes. Mikhail Ramadin designed the space station as lived in, beat up, and decrepit, rather than shiny, neat, and futuristic. The designer and director consulted with scientist and aerospace engineer Lipichev, who lent them a 1960s-era mainframe computer for set decoration. For some of the sequences, Ramadin designed a mirror room that enabled Yusov to hide within a mirrored sphere so as to be invisible in the finished film. Akira Kurosawa, who was visiting the Mosfilm Studios just then, expressed admiration for the space station design. In January 1972, The State Committee for Cinematography requested editorial changes before releasing Solaris. These included a more realistic film with a clear image of the future and deletion of allusions to God and Christianity. Tarkovsky successfully resisted such major changes, and after a few minor edits, Solaris was approved for release in March 1972. Tarkovsky initially wanted the film to be devoid of music and asked Artemiev to orchestrate ambient sounds, such as a score. The latter proposed subtly introducing orchestral music. In counterpoint to classical music as Earth's theme is fluid electronic music as the theme for the planet Solaris. The character of Hori has her own sub-theme, a canis firmus. Based on Bach's music featuring Artemiev's music atop it, it is heard at her death and at the story's end. Solaris premiered at the 1972 Cannes Film Festival, where it won the Grand Prix and was nominated for the Palme d'Or. In the USSR, the film premiered in the Mir Film Theater in Moscow on February 5, 1973. Tarkovsky did not consider the Mir Cinema the best production venue. The film sold 10.5 million tickets. Unlike the vast majority of commercial and ideological films in the 1970s, Solaris was screened in the USSR in limited runs for 15 years. In the Eastern Bloc and in the West, Solaris premiered later. In the United States, a version of it that was truncated by 30 minutes premiered at the Ziegfeld Theater in New York City on October 6, 1976. Film critic Roger Ebert reviewed the 1976 release for the Chicago Sun-Times, giving the film 3 out of 4 stars and writing, Solaris isn't a fast-moving action picture. It's a thoughtful, deep, sensitive movie that uses the freedom of science fiction to examine human nature. It starts slow, but once you get involved, it grows on you. Ebert added Solaris to his great movies list in 2003, saying he had initially balked at its length and pacing, but later came to admire Tarkovsky's goals. No director makes greater demands on our patience, yet his admirers are passionate and they have reason for their feelings. Tarkovsky consciously tried to create art that was great and deep. He held to a romantic view of the individual able to transform reality through his own spiritual and philosophical strength. He later compared the 2011 film Another Earth to Solaris, writing that Another Earth is as thought-provoking in a less profound way as his Solaris, another film about a sort of parallel Earth. Ebert and Jonathan Rosenbaum also noted Solaris' influence on the 1997 film Event Horizon. The film has since garnered further acclaim. It has a rating of 92% on Rotten Tomatoes, based on 65 reviews, with an average rating of 8.5 out of 10, with a consensus rating. Solaris is a haunting, meditative film that uses sci-fi to raise complex questions about humanity and existence. It has a score of 93 out of 100 on Metacritic, based on 9 critics. In 2018, the film ranked 57th on the BBC's list of the 100 greatest foreign language films, as voted on by 209 critics from 43 countries. A list of the 100 best films of world cinema Empire magazine compiled in 2010 ranked it at number 68. In 2002, Steven Soderbergh wrote and directed an American adaptation of Solaris starring George Clooney. The 1972 film was selected for screening as part of the Cannes Classics section at the 2016 Cannes Film Festival. Salman Rushdie has called Solaris a sci-fi masterpiece, adding, "This exploration of the unreliability of reality and the power of the human unconscious, this great examination of the limits of rationalism, and the perverse power of even the most ill-fated love, needs to be seen as widely as possible before it's transformed by Steven Soderbergh and James Cameron into what they ludicrously threaten will be 2001 meets Last Tango in Paris. What? Sex in space with floating butter?" Tarkovsky must be turning over in his grave. In her 1997 article identifying fears, M. Galina called Solaris one of the biggest events in Soviet science fiction cinema, and one of the few that do not now seem anachronistic. Japanese filmmaker Akira Kurosawa cited Solaris as one of his favorite films. Adam Curtis's 2015 documentary film Bitter Lake includes scenes from it. The influence of Solaris on Christopher Nolan's Inception was noted. Although Lem worked with Tarkovsky and Friedrich Gorenstein in developing the screenplay, he maintained he never really liked his version of his novel. Tarkovsky wanted a film based on the novel, but artistically independent of it, while Lem opposed any divergence of the screenplay from the novel. Lem went as far as to say that Tarkovsky made Crime and Punishment rather than Solaris, omitting epistemological and cognitive aspects of his book. But Lem also said in an interview that he had only seen part of the finale much later after Tarkovsky's death. Tarkovsky claimed that Lem did not fully appreciate cinema and expected the film to merely illustrate the novel without creating an original cinematic piece. Tarkovsky's film is about the inner lives of its scientists. Lem's novel is about the conflicts of man's condition in nature and the nature of man in the universe. For Tarkovsky, Lem's exposition of that existential conflict was the starting point for depicting the characters' inner lives. In the autobiographical documentary Voyage in Time made in 1983, Tarkovsky says he viewed Solaris as an artistic failure because it did not transcend genre as he believed his film Stalker did, due to the required technological dialogue and special effects. In an example of life imitating art, Bondarchuk revealed in a 2010 interview that she fell in love with Tarkovsky while filming Solaris, and after their relationship ended, became suicidal. She said her decision was partly influenced by her role. Solaris was released on Laserdisc in Japan in 1986. On May 24, 2011, the Criterion Collection released it on Blu-ray disc. The most notable difference from the previous 2002 Criterion DVD release was that the blue and white tinted monochrome scenes from the film were restored. And now, the Russian Wiki. Winner of the Special Grand Prix at the Cannes Film Festival, according to some polls, it is considered one of the greatest science fiction films in the history of world cinema. The action takes place in an uncertain future. Humanity has already mastered interstellar flights, but life on Earth still retains the features of the 20th century. Solaristics, the science that studies the distant planet Solaris, has reached a dead end. A debate is raging on Earth. Should we continue to spend resources on exploring the planet, or finally shut down the program? The debate is fueled by the testimony of Pilot Burton, who worked on Solaris and observed very strange phenomena there. Some scientists conclude that the ocean that covers almost the entire planet may have intelligence. The state of the group of researchers who constantly work in orbit around Solaris is alarming. Psychologist Chris Kelvin flies to Solaris to make a decision on the spot. Only 3 scientists, Snout, Sartorius, and Gabarian, have been living on the huge, half-abandoned orbital scientific station Solaris for several years. Once on the station, the skeptical Chris discovers that its crew is tormented by inexplicable phenomena. Guests come to people, the material embodiment of their most painful and shameful memories. It is impossible to get rid of the guests in any way. They return again and again. Snout is completely demoralized. Sartorius hides behind the mask of a cold and cynical researcher, and Gabarian committed suicide shortly before his arrival. And in his dying video message, Gabarian says, "This is not madness. There was something wrong with the conscience." It seems that Earthlings themselves have become the object of research by the intelligent ocean of the planet. While Kelvin sleeps, the guest comes to him. The ocean materializes the image of his wife Hari. 10 years ago, she committed suicide after a family quarrel. At first, Kelvin, like other Solarists, tries to get rid of Hari's double, but in vain. He cannot even be alone. Hari is ready to knock down doors just to be near him. Over time, Kelvin begins to treat the guest as a living person. The copy of Hari also gradually realizes its essence. Instead of the programmed need to constantly be near Kelvin, it develops a human ability to make independent decisions. Realizing that her existence causes Kelvin suffering, she first tries to kill herself, and after failure, she asks Snout and Sartorius to destroy her, which they do through annihilation. Before this, Sartorius and Snout conduct their experiment. Using modulated X-rays, they send a Kelvin encephalogram to the ocean. The attempt brings results. The guests stop arriving. But the ocean begins to show another incomprehensible activity. Strange islands begin to appear on its surface. Chris Kelvin returns to Earth through his father, and both freeze on the threshold of the house in the pose of the characters in the painting, The Return of the Prodigal Son by Rembrandt. And soon it becomes clear that this is not Earth, but one of the islands in the ocean of Solaris. The working version of the script was ready in January to March 1970. Tarkovsky also tried Alla Demidova for the role of Hari, but her performance came out too aggressive. Among the contenders were Anastasia Verdunskaya, Margareta Terikova, Irma Rausch, and the Swedish actress Bibi Andersson. As a result, the director chose Natalia Bondarchuk. The scene in which Burton drives a car through the endless tunnels, interchanges, and overpasses of the city of the future was filmed in Japan. Shudo, a network of high-speed toll roads in Greater Tokyo, was built for the 1964 Olympics, and Due to the dense development, most of it ran both under and above the city. This attracted Tarkovsky's attention since multi-level highways were a traditional detail for artists illustrating science fiction literature in the 20th century. The outdoor scenes of the house by the river where Kelvin lived were filmed by the Savino-Storashevsky Monastery in Svenigorod. The location was not chosen by chance. As the director's contemporaries say, it was in Svenigorod that Tarkovsky's mother once rented a summer cottage for her children. The sets for the film were prepared for about a year. For greater mystery, they even covered the bridge next to the hero's house with tin. The film crew lived in the monastery, and the first frame was shot in a field. The final version did not include the scene in the mirror room. The director removed it from the film. Tarkovsky's fans associate this mysterious step with the machinations of the censors. In fact, the censors and editors did not care about this scene, and the director's motives were most likely internal. It is known that he often objected to what seemed too beautiful in films. The zero-gravity scene was filmed using two camera cranes, one of which carried the film camera, and the other carried the actors. The views of the thinking ocean were filmed using the Focage method, formed by contact of active liquids, developed by the combined filming cameraman Boris Travkin. Tarkovsky spoke about his film as follows: "I see the main meaning of the film and its moral issues. Penetration into the innermost secrets of nature must be inseparably linked with moral progress. Having taken a step onto a new level of knowledge, it is necessary to put the other foot onto a new moral level. I wanted to prove with my film that the problem of moral fortitude, moral purity, permeates our entire existence, manifesting itself even in areas that at first glance are not connected with morality, such as, for example, penetration into space, study of the objective world, and so on." On the day that Mosfilm signed a contract with Stanislav Lem to film the novel Solaris, Miron Chernenko, a correspondent for the magazine Sovetskiy Ekran, interviewed him. In the interview published in January 1966, Lem said that he and Tarkovsky were convinced opponents of color in cinema, so the film would be black and white. Speaking about other directors, Lem said that he had not yet seen interesting and intelligent science fiction films. In the end, Lem was also dissatisfied with his film adaptation. Critics note the psychological depth and humanism of Tarkovsky's film and its magnificent visuals. The film has firmly taken its place among the masterpieces of world cinema. At the same time, many critics note that ideologically Tarkovsky's film is closer to Dostoevsky than to Lem. Stanislav Lem had a negative reaction to Tarkovsky's film. "Solaris," he says, "is a book that caused me to have a huge fight with Tarkovsky. I spent 6 weeks in Moscow while we argued about how to make the film. Then I called him a fool and went home. In the film, Tarkovsky wanted to show that space is very disgusting and unpleasant, but on Earth it is wonderful. I wrote and thought the exact opposite. I have very fundamental complaints about this film adaptation. Firstly, I would have liked to see the planet Solaris, but unfortunately the director deprived me of this opportunity, since he made a chamber film. And secondly, and I told Tarkovsky this during one of our arguments, he did not make Solaris at all, but Crime and Punishment. After all, the only thing that follows from the film is that this vile Kelvin drove poor Har to suicide, and then for this reason was tormented by pangs of conscience, which were intensified by her appearance in strange and incomprehensible circumstances. This phenomenon of Har's repeated appearances was used by me to implement a certain concept, which goes back almost to Kant. There is, after all, the unknowable, the thing in itself, the second side, which is impossible to get to, and this is embodied and arranged in a completely different way in my prose. And what was absolutely terrible was that Tarkovsky introduced Kelvin's parents into the film, and even some aunt of his, and above all his mother, and mother is Russia, homeland, Earth. This already made me quite angry. At that point, we were like two horses pulling one cart in two directions. In my book, the sphere of reasoning and questions of cognitive and epistemological nature, which is closely connected with Solaristic literature and the very essence of Solaristics, was extremely important, but unfortunately, the film was thoroughly cleared of this. The fates of the people at the station, which we learn about only in small episodes during the next camera zooms in, they are also not some kind of existential joke, but a big question concerning the place of man in the universe, and so on. In my case, Kelvin decides to stay on the planet without any hope, and Tarkovsky created a picture in which some island appears, and on it a house, And when I hear about the house on the island, I almost lose my temper with indignation. The emotional sauce in which Tarkovsky immersed my characters, not to mention the fact that he completely amputated the scientist landscape and introduced a lot of oddities, is completely unbearable for me. Critic V.I. Gankov also notes the complete opposition of the ideological positions of Lem and Tarkovsky. Tarkovsky is, of course, a genius of cinema, a great visionary artist, but he was absolutely alien to science fiction and intellectual literature in general. Why would a deeply religious artist, immersed in earthly, absolutely real and tangible matters, take on the daring construction of the mind of an unbeliever, an agnostic, an iconoclastic intellectual? This does not mean that Tarkovsky in any sense did not grow up to Lem, just as, incidentally, it does not mean some kind of moral superiority of the artist who soared in spirit over the cold, rational thinker. It is simply that both, for all their equal greatness, turned out to be incredibly alien to each other, just like humanity in the ocean. It has been suggested that Solaris is a response to 2001: A Space Odyssey, a film that Tarkovsky himself criticized. A parallel between the ephemeral creations of Solaris and the works of art of people, which in the film are represented by the paintings of Bruegel, a copy of the Venus de Milo, the icon of the Trinity, the music of Bach, the text of Don Quixote, brings to the surface the question of the relationship of man with his creations, in particular with cinema, as an art of reproducing reality. In philosophical discussions, Tarkovsky's characters refer to the names of Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Martin Luther, Goethe's Faust, the myth of Sisyphus, and argue with the ideas of Friedrich Nietzsche without naming him. Chris's monologue, "By showing pity, we empty ourselves." The director's proposed answers are radical. Unlike most science fiction films, which contrast the human and mechanical principles as obviously irreconcilable opposites, Tarkovsky discovers a secret kinship between them. This is hinted at in the very first frames of the film. The mysteriously swaying algae of the Earth's reservoir foreshadow the eternal whirlpool of the ocean of the planet Solaris. The synthesis of the earthly and the alien reaches its apotheosis in the last scene of the film. In the boundless ocean of Solaris, islands float, woven from people's memories of Earth, and on one of them, Chris embraces his father. A Freudian interpretation was offered by cultural scholar Slavoj Zizek in the documentary film The Pervert's Guide to Cinema. Our libido needs illusion to sustain itself. One of the most interesting motifs in science fiction is the motif of the unconscious machine. It, an object with a miraculous ability to directly materialize, to embody right before our eyes our most cherished desires and even feelings of guilt. Solaris is a film about the unconscious machine. It is the story of a psychologist who was sent to a station orbiting the newly discovered planet Solaris. This planet has the miraculous ability to directly embody dreams, fears, the deepest traumas, desires, the most intimate things in spiritual life. The hero of the film discovers one morning his wife had committed suicide many years ago. So he realizes not so much his desire as his sense of guilt. She does not have a full being and suffers from memory lapses because she only knows that he knows that she knows. She is simply his fantasy come true, and her true love for him is expressed in desperate attempts to destroy herself, poisoning herself and so on just to make space, because she guesses that this is what he wants. But a ghostly, unreal presence is much harder to get rid of than a living person. It haunts you, like your own shadow. This film is considered an influence on Event Horizon, Inception, and Interstellar. References to Solaris are present in Danny Boyle's Sunshine and Whispering Star by Sion Sono. Danny Boyle later admitted, Tarkovsky, for Western directors, he is the god of cinema. There are things you simply must know, and one of them, of course, is Tarkovsky. Lars von Trier's Melancholia includes Hunters in the Snow as a reference to Solaris. Now, what do people say? My interpretation of Tarkovsky's enigmatic sci-fi film Solaris, a post on Reddit says, "This movie is about one thing only, love's role in humanity's destiny. Human life is ultimately based on the need for love and acceptance. We look to other people to know ourselves. Love gives us shelter and warmth. It fulfills our true purpose. Without giving our love to those who request it, or giving any form of pity, we may be just empty husks. Love and consciousness are closely tied together." Prior to the movie, Chris thinks nothing of this philosophical idea. He's concerned with his scientific project, his thesis, and his mission. However, once he gets aboard the ship, The planet begins reading his conscience and sends him a replica of Hari. I believe the planet sends everyone a person who they let down in some way, making it a personal hell to confront them. The real Hari committed suicide while married to him. He was likely cold and distant to her, never realizing or caring for her needs. Why else would she commit suicide while married? A shipmate even commits suicide, and Chris later has an epiphany that it must have been because of shame, the feeling that will save humanity. On the shipmate's door there was a drawing of a noose around his stick figure, and the word, man, is below it. These people above the station are exposed to intense psychological damage, having to confront their hidden failures via their replicas. The most key moment in the film, in my opinion, is when Chris delivers a rambling philosophical monologue. Snout says he's having a delirious fever. However, this is Chris's key epiphany. He rambles about the nature of love and humanity, first setting Tolstoy's agonizing dilemma of how he couldn't ever love the whole of humanity, only a part of it. Then he transitions into further rambling, and then says to Snout, paraphrasing, "Don't you get it? Before this moment, love was unattainable for humanity." This is the key line to the movie. Solaris will totally fill the secret void in Chris's conscience, and make him never need another human being again. Chris needs the understanding and love of his father. That's why the last scene is him going back to the planet and meeting just his father, who looks at him like usual, but then suddenly opens his arms wide to embrace him. Solaris was able to read into Chris and see his deepest truth. Just like the room in Stalker, he wanted his father all along. His father throughout the movie is cold and distant, even scolding Chris at one time. He even gives his wife a light berating. He shows zero emotion in the beginning of the movie. That Chris will head off on a dangerous mission that could potentially cost him his life. He even says to Chris there's practically no emotion. "I will burn your papers if something happens to you on the mission." So what Chris wanted all along was just his cold father's acceptance and understanding, just as Hari may have wanted his before her suicide. Any reactions, comments, or disagreements on this? I absolutely love Solaris with a passion, and I do agree with you quite a bit, a comment says. Though with a few caveats. Firstly, no Tarkovsky film can be boiled down to one theme. Yes, love is one of the major themes, but there is also so much more going on that to focus on only that one means you're missing out on a lot of Solaris' genius. I also don't think the depiction of love in relationships is as pure or optimistic as you portray it, and more so represents a means to an end of putting Chris on a spiritual and religious journey of self-acceptance and improvement. Hari committed suicide just after Chris left her. She considered she had nothing left. He says, I think in both book and film, he was aware what she would do if he left, but did it anyway. I think the whole point of the Hari plot is for Chris to question how much guilt or responsibility he felt for her death, and whether he did or still does love her, while also using all of this emotional energy to be channeled into Chris's spiritual awakening on board the space station. It's clear that throughout the film, Chris has a much more conflicted and reserved idea of both life and love, whereas Hari wears her love for Chris on her sleeve. The film doesn't really make any judgments of Chris, it never really accuses him of being at fault for what happened with Hari. And doesn't really judge his cold persona either. This is stretching the complexity and importance of one's own emotional journey and the authenticity of being true to oneself. Tarkovsky was incredibly spiritual and also religious. He believed to live in a spiritually and emotionally connected state was above all else most desirable. A lot of his filmography, especially Solaris, basically purport this thesis, that life is best lived in the emotionally complex gray areas, and that the greater mystery of the universe, what he sees as God, but we may choose not to call it that, he allows us space enough to not be preached to, which is another notch in his genius label, and the intrinsic beauty which can be sourced from it even without really understanding it. Also, it's never clear what the replicas for the other crew represent, because it doesn't really matter as they are simply there to buttress Chris's journey. The film never leaves Chris, through the beautiful cinematography, set design, and of course that masterful soundtrack where you're basically watching a wordless psychoanalysis of this character playing out in movie real time. Again, the nuanced emotions this brings out has only ever really been rivaled by certain literary classics and maybe a select few media examples. This might be a bit bold of me, but I don't think I've watched a film that has ever come close to being as powerful a psychological analysis of a character. This is TV, but maybe The Sopranos could potentially rival Solaris. To be so deeply immersed in such realistic and deep characters causes one to forget that people don't actually exist or that you're even watching a film or TV show. It is the end goal that so many present, past, and future artists will definitely attempt to replicate or achieve on a related note. And in Solaris, we have almost an entire film that holds up this unparalleled achievement, that elongated driving scene in Tokyo accepted, that is slightly painful to rewatch. It is interesting to read the book because just like in Kubrick's The Shining, one of the few examples of a similarly psychologically potent and deconstructing film, yet I don't think emotionally compares. The original author did not like the end film product, yet in both cases, the film version is vastly superior. In the case of Solaris, the book is much more so hard sci-fi than psychological surrealistic romance. It is somewhat, if not completely, emotionless and sterile. The few comments the author made about the film makes it clear to me that he barely if all understood the film or Tarkovsky, which is similar with Kubrick and King. The author is quoted as saying the film was people's erotic problems in space, which is such a major misreading of the film, I wouldn't even know where to begin unpacking such criticism and what it says about his original work. Anyway, I digress because I could talk about Solaris all day. Going back to your points I'm interested in, your interpretation on the ending in regards to Chris's psyche. It's so abstract that you barely hear people making much effort to dissect it, beyond the more obvious points. I have always wondered if Chris was expecting to find Hari and not his father. I think Chris was already aware of the fact that he was on Solaris, as it becomes clear this is an active decision on his part in the end. Even though he makes the remark he wants to return to Earth, he really means Solaris' version of Dream Earth, which is specially catered for him. Spoilers for the novel, but another version of Hari ends up appearing, which doesn't really make any sense unless you suppose that Chris too in the book also went to Solaris as well. However, there's never a reveal or any actual hint that this is the case, so I'm not actually sure. Again, the book doesn't have the emotional complexity of the film, so I somewhat think the ending was meant to be earnest by the end of the book. Chris has worked through his demons and now gets a chance to start again with Hari version 3.0. Or is it 4 at that point? I can't remember. I think Tarkovsky is kind of criticizing the ending in his film, among other things. Like most trauma, there is no perfect way to deal with and move on with one's life in such a clean sense. You can't resurrect the dead, and the wounds and grief you experience from losing a loved one are permanent. They will never fully heal. Chris may have had some catharsis from hallucination Hari, but in the end, she is the past, and the fact that even on the dream world of Solaris, it is basically being communicated to Chris through his experiences, that he needs to move on with his life. This is where the religion angle plays in quite heavily. It is quite easy to compare Solaris to God, and to consider the visitors representing how God's wisdom and guidance can help one through life. Initially, Chris reacts in horror to Hari, who in theory is basically the starting revelation that God exists, and reacts with revolt and violence. That distorted scream as she's flying on into space is very harrowing, but God forgives and persists, and has lessons and trials for Chris to deal with. He gets his beloved, though just how beloved really, ex-wife back, only then to have her coldly and suddenly taken away, multiple times. I don't think this is intended to be torture from the ocean, rather, it is a way for this being to communicate to Chris the need to accept that she has been lost, and is not returning. An interesting thing to consider is the rather odd subplot with the technobabble gun that atomizes Hari. Why that would stop the ocean simply materializing another Hari isn't really explained. Yet in the film, though pointedly not in the novel, we never see her again. This is basically the beginning of Chris being tested as to whether he can move on, and accept that she is gone forever. Enough with Reddit. The following comes from Criterion. Andrei Tarkovsky belongs to that handful of filmmakers, Dreyer, Bresson, Figo, Tati, who, with a small concentrated body of work, created a universe. Though he made only 7 features, thwarted by Soviet censors and then by cancer, each honored his ambition to crash through the surface of ordinary life, and find a larger spiritual meaning, to heal modern art's secular fragmentation by infusing it with metaphysical dimension. To that end, he rejected Eisensteinian montage and developed a demanding long-take aesthetic, which he thought better able to reveal the deeper truths underlying the ephemeral, performing moment. Since Tarkovsky is often portrayed as a lonely, martyr genius, we do well to place him in a wider context, as the most renowned of an astonishing generation. Larissa Shepiko, Alexei German, Andrei Konchalovsky, Sergei Peryanov, Odor Yolesiani, that affected a dazzling, short-lived renaissance of Soviet cinema, all had censorship problems. In the early 1970s, Tarkovsky, unable to get approval for a script that was considered too personal obscurantist, proposed a film adaptation of Stanislaw Lem's novel Solaris, thinking it stood a better chance of being greenlit by the commissars, as science fiction seemed more objective and accessible to the masses. His hunch paid off, and Solaris went on to take the Grand Jury Prize at Cannes. Tarkovsky had arrived on the world stage with his most straightforward, accessible work. While hardly a conventional film, Solaris is less long-take driven and stands as a fulcrum in his career. Behind him were his impressive debut, Ivan's Childhood, and his first epic masterpiece, Andrei Rublev. Ahead of him lay The Mirror, brilliantly experimental and, yes, personal obscurantist. Stalker, a great, somber, difficult work. And finally, two intransigent, lyrical, meditative pictures he made in exile, Nostalgia and The Sacrifice. He died shortly after completing this last film at age 54. We know that Tarkovsky had seen Kubrick's 2001 and disliked it as cold and sterile. The media played up the Cold War angle of the Soviet director's determination to make an anti-2001, and certainly Tarkovsky used more intensely individual characters and a more passionate human drama at the center than Kubrick. Still, hindsight allows us to observe that the two masterworks are more cousins than opposites. Both set up their narratives in a leisurely, languid manner, spending considerable time tracking around the space sets. Both employ a widescreen, mise-en-scène approach that draws on superior art direction, and both generate an air of mystery that invites countless explanations. Unlike 2001, however, Solaris is saturated with grief, which grips the film even before it leaves Earth. In the moody prelude, we see the protagonist, a space psychologist named Chris Kelvin, staring at underwater reeds as though they were a drowned woman's tresses. Played by the stolid Donatas Banionis, a Russian Glenn Ford with a 5 o'clock shadow and a shock of prematurely white hair, Chris looks firm or traumatized, slowed by some unspeakable sorrow. His father and aunt worry about his torpor, chide him for his plodding bookkeeper-like manner. He is taking off the next day for a mission to the space station Solaris, a once thriving project that has gone amiss. It will be his job to determine whether or not to close down the research station. In preparation, he watches a video from a scientific conference about the troubles on Solaris, allowing Tarkovsky to satirize bureaucratic stodginess. Humans seem enthralled in machinery and TV images, cut off from the nature surrounding them. Underwater reeds, a thoroughbred horse, a farm dog. In his haunting shots of freeways, Tarkovsky disdains showing any but contemporary cars, just as Godard did with the buildings in Alphaville. Why bother clothing the present world in sci-fi garb when the estranging future has already arrived? At Solaris, Chris finds a shabby space station deserted except for two preoccupied, if not deranged, scientists, Snout and Sartorius. A colleague Chris expected to meet has already committed suicide, leaving him a taped message warning of hallucinated guests who have something to do with conscience. Sure enough, Chris's dead wife Hari materializes at his side, offering the devoted tenderness for which he is starved. Chris, panicking, shoves her into a space capsule and fires it off. But Hari, too, is not slow in arriving. As played by the lovely Natalia Bondarchuk, this eternal feminine is the opposite of a femme fatale. All clinging fidelity and frightened vulnerability. We learn that the real Hari committed suicide with a poison Chris had unthinkingly left behind when he left her. The hallucinated Hari, too, fearing Chris does not love her, takes oxygen and kills herself as well. By the time Hari 3 appears, Chris will do anything to redeem himself. Solaris helped initiate a genre that has become an art house staple, the drama of grief and partial recovery. Watching this 166-minute work is like catching a fever, with night sweats and eventual cold brow. Tarkovsky's experiments with pacing to find time within time, as he puts it, have his camera track up to the sleeping Chris, dilating the moment so that we enter his dream. As in Siegel's invasion of the body snatchers, to fall asleep is to risk a succubus's visit. This time, however, the danger comes not from any harm she may do the hero. True horror is in having to watch someone you love destroy yourself. The film that Solaris most resembles thematically is not 2001, but Hitchcock's vertigo, the inability of the male to protect the female, the multiple disguises or resurrections of the loved one, the inevitability of repeating past mistakes. The real power of the film comes from the anguish of Chris's reawakened love for Hari, his willingness to do anything to hold on to her, even knowing she isn't real. Like Mizoguchi's 1953 Ugetsu, this is a story about falling in love with ghosts. The alteration between color and monochromatic shots conveys something of this ontological instability, while the jittery camera explorations over shelves and walls suggest a seizure. Hari wonders aloud if she has epilepsy, and later we see her body horrifically jerking at the threshold between being and non-being. A gorgeous, serene floating sequence, when Chris and Hari lose gravity, offers a stylized representation of this transcendence borderline. Meanwhile, Tarkovsky peppers the dialogue with heady arguments about reality, identity, humanity, and sympathy, buttressed by references to civilization's linchpins: Bach, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Goethe, Bruegel, Luther, and Cervantes. The Soviet censors who demanded that the filmmaker remove the concept of God may have been mollified by the absence of the G-word, but Tarkovsky took the standard science fiction theme of spacemen establishing contact with other forms of intelligence and elevated it implicitly to contact with divinity. The planet's ocean granted sentient powers. Both the Eastern European Lem and Tarkovsky were critical of what they saw as Western science fiction's shallowness and wanted to invest the form with intellectual and emotional depth. Tarkovsky took a good deal directly from Lem's book, but he also expanded, reordered, and beclouded it. If there is a dubious side to Tarkovsky's achievement, it is that his spiritual agenda can seem pompous and simplistic, and his messages do not always ascend to the level of his visionary visuals. As it happened, Lem did not much care for Tarkovsky's elliptical reworking of his material, and was looking forward, before he died, to the remake by Steven Soderbergh. The Soderbergh version, starring George Clooney in the leading role, proved to be an intelligently restrained, uncluttered, if becalmed version of the Lem novel. Soderbergh had promised a cross between 2001 and Last Tango in Paris. But the resulting film was measured, not nearly as sensationalistic as threatened. Just as Tarkovsky has sought to reverse Kubrick and ended up extending him, so Soderbergh's version could not help but honor his majestic predecessor. It was a fittingly filial Freudian coda to Tarkovsky's Solaris, which concludes with the space station's claustrophobic concavities yielding to the rain-sodden beauty of this island Earth, and the returning Chris embracing his father's knees. Little White Lies has an article as well. We don't want to conquer space at all. We want to expand Earth endlessly. We don't want other worlds. We want a mirror. These words, uttered by the disillusioned and paranoid Dr. Snout, paint in one simple stroke the existential horror and frightening truth of Tarkovsky's 1972 magnum opus, From Solaris. A film set aboard a lonely, half-abandoned space station orbiting the equally enigmatic titular planet Solaris provides a more probing look into the narcissism of man than any film set on terra firma. One of the most celebrated filmmakers of the 20th century, Tarkovsky here melds gorgeous, stark visuals with a meditative commentary on our place in the universe, without missing a beat. The director's earlier Andrei Rublev and later Stalker both interrogate the philosophies of humanity and the higher orders that govern our lives, with the former relying on bleak dystopia and the latter a 15th century Christian Russia to navigate the intricacies of faith. But it's this science fiction epic that managed to package all of Tarkovsky's existential anxieties into a one-man vessel and sends it hurtling into the unknown. Chris Kelvin spends his remaining time on Earth, wandering the quaint countryside near his childhood home, situated by an algae-covered pond, far from any cities. Kelvin, a psychologist, has been tasked with traveling to the Solaris space station to determine why its Spartan crew of 3 have begun communicating in gibberish, hallucinatory messages. Kelvin's father knows that he will not live to see his son return from the distant planet, and watches as Kelvin burns his possessions in a final cleansing of his life on Earth. From its poignant opening 20 minutes, Kelvin's shedding his family to his ties to his family, and his past in the quiet grove where he grew up. Solaris instantly establishes itself as a film about what it means to be human, and our relationships with the world and those who inhabit it. Aboard the space station, Kelvin is haunted by a mirage of his late wife, and memories of his home, and the suicide of a previous scientist casts its long shadow through the empty chrome corridors. All the life in this film is hanging in the balance, on the event horizon of a cataclysm of identity. It matters not to Kelvin whether his wife's doppelganger, who committed suicide 10 years earlier, is real or not, whether she is a simulacrum, a manifestation of a decade's worth of grief-stricken memories, or celestial hallucination. To Kelvin, she is real. He can hold her, speak to her, and so he alone gives license to her existence. Tarkovsky extends this idea to all our relationships, past and present, and asks us whether they really exist at all. Do we love the people around us, or simply how we perceive them? Is it the idea of them that sustains them, gives them life? How much do we really know about someone, save for our own mental coloring of their character? Tarkovsky regularly takes us to task on such fundamentally upsetting ideas, challenging the fact that we may not be the center of everything after all. We may not even be the edges, but rather some subatomic notion of everything. Solaris is a film that doesn't just stagger and confound with its visual beauty and striking set design. But the ideas behind every frame add up to far more than the constituent parts. It is not simply the magnum opus of an acclaimed director, but the benchmark against which all sci-fi should be held accountable. No film before or since has been placed such devastatingly human ideas into a place so devoid of life. In the film's breathtaking final shot, when Kelvin seemingly returns home and finds his father tending the same sleepy cabin that he left behind, Tarkovsky opens the airlock on his philosophical space station and lets the world in. Is all life one solipsistic fever dream? Do we wake up and stare at some grand reconstruction of a life? Do we think with a conscience beamed from across the cosmos? What is simulated and what is real are, in Tarkovsky's eyes, identical. Everything else is lost in the ether. We know that Chris is sick with fever near the end of the film, a Redditor says. Did he survive, or is he just an apparition in someone else's memory? This is certainly a unique take. He appears to be on the surface of the planet when he sees his father at the old house. We are also told that the surface of Solaris seems to contain islands of memory. Whose memory is being accessed in this scene? We know Chris is no longer on the space station from the final shot. If you notice the pond in the final scene, it appears to be frozen, a frost that unexpectedly appeared during filming. Since water is a visual metaphor throughout the film, is this significant? Then there is the fact that it's raining inside the house at the end. Does this mean that the father is still alive? Tarkovsky never makes things explicit in this film, and others. What do we make of the scene in the latter part of the film when Chris is talking to his mother? We know she is dead, but Chris seems to be talking about his recent experiences. Is this a fever-induced hallucination? Or is the planet playing tricks on him? Solaris itself remains a riddle to the end. Is it trying to give the scientists what they want? Does the planet know what the humans want? Or is the planet trying to defend itself? Whatever the inscrutable planet recreates is an imperfect version of the original. Is this merely a form of torture? Is it a gift? No one can find out what Solaris is about. Throughout the works of Stanislaw Lem, the inability to communicate with alien worlds is a recurring theme. Solaris is no different. Perhaps we don't know all the facts because it is impossible to obtain all of the facts. We get glimpses of what the planet does, but little else. You will note that there are various drawings and copies of artworks throughout the space station. Humans can try to recreate from memory as well as the planet. Why should Solaris be any different? The ending of the film may leave us guessing, but this might be the whole point. For me, the film contains some striking imagery. What's the story of the little person who ran out of the lab? Then there's the well-known levitation scene. Furthermore, the film maintains a very eerie atmosphere throughout. I had to watch it several times before I was able to come to grips with it all. Solaris may not be for everyone, as it requires close attention, but I get something new out of it every time I see it. There was a remake 30 years later, but it is different, and while it may look better, is emotionally lacking. At least, that's a consensus I've gotten thus far. Tarkovsky regarded Solaris as an artistic failure. I don't like fiction as I don't like to escape life, Tarkovsky declared in the documentary Voyage in Time, which provides deeper insights into the mind of the artist. According to Tarkovsky, Cinema should be an all-encompassing experience that captures the entire range of the human condition, but sci-fi films often tend to move away from these subjects. Far Out magazine writes this: in the documentary, the revered auteur explained that he associated genre filmmaking with commercial cinema, and he had an intense dislike for anything commercial. Talking about Solaris, Tarkovsky said, "For instance, I find the movie Solaris not so good, because I cannot escape from the genre, from the fictional details." While the original novel by Stanislaw Lem is a sci-fi gem, Tarkovsky was more interested in the human aspect of the story. He revealed, "Inner, hidden, human problems, moral problems, always engage me far more than any questions of technology." Tarkovsky was frustrated with the artistic shortcomings of Solaris, but he was very proud of what he achieved with Stalker. He said, "In Stalker, however, the movie that was made was based on a sci-fi story. I think I've managed to overcome this genre, and to get rid of all the sci-fi science completely. This gives me big pleasure." Perhaps he had a huge standard, but I feel that Solaris wasn't irredeemable. It stands on its own quite well, if with any shortcomings. It talks to me about emotion and what it means to be human, and our past catching up with us, if literally then otherwise. Tarkovsky has always managed to delve deep into the soul, into our hearts, and even his artistic failure Solaris accomplishes this. While not as acclaimed as his other works, Solaris is nothing to be put down. If you're an avid cinema fanatic, I would say it's worth a watch. And for history buffs, seeing that early color is always amazing. Solaris speaks to us, whether we like it or not, and is representative of Tarkovsky in a bigger sense, wholly unrepentant. Reflections, water, memories, levitation, poetry, long pans, and the use of color sound familiar. In what's regarded to be Tarkovsky's magnum opus made in 1975, we follow along as a story is told, whether it be linearly or non. It's once again time for us to embark upon a journey of Eastern cinema, to throw away the Iron Curtain and immerse ourselves in other cultures. As done before with Stalker and Tarkovsky himself, I try to come up with as much information as possible on both of them. This includes individual accounts, quotes, figures, the reactions of the general audiences, and the meanings of these films, or meanings, as sometimes it isn't just so simple. With popular opinions, you may have a lot of repetition. I will do my best to filter through, but I would also like to highlight the minor differences between them. This is done in the interest of being as comprehensive as possible. While not having as much information as Stalker, Mirror still doesn't pull punches. Let's begin. I've gathered a variety of resources. The following comes from Scenes of Cinema. Zerkalo, otherwise known as The Mirror, released in 1975 and comes at the midway point in Tarkovsky's career. It is preceded by Ivanova Destva, or Ivan's Childhood, Andrei Rublev, and Solaris. After it will come Stalker, Nostalgia, and The Sacrifice. The last two, shot in Italy and Sweden respectively, were made in exile from the Soviet Union. In recent years, Mirror has eclipsed Tarkovsky's other works, at least in terms of its critical reception. This acclaim is related, no doubt, to the viewer's sense that with this film, one has been given privileged insight not only into Tarkovsky the man, but Tarkovsky the artist. For Mirror is not only the most autobiographical of all of his works, it is also the film that most succinctly recapitulates the filmmaker's aesthetic, his belief that cinema is, first and foremost, a medium of time, a medium that allows both artist and viewer to come to terms with the force of time and its role in the constitution of subjectivity. As Tarkovsky recounts in Sculpting His Time, his book, he had originally planned to write a novella detailing his childhood memories of the Second World War. At some point, he abandoned this project and began thinking of recreating these memories on film. A first draft focused exclusively on this recreation. It was full of elegiac sadness and nostalgia for my childhood. The title at this point was A White, White Day. Unsatisfied with it, Tarkovsky decided, in his second draft, to include filmed interviews with his mother discussing her own memory of the same period as a point of tension or contrast. This idea would evolve into Mirror. Although he decided against the use of interviews, he does include some fleeting images of his mother, Maria Vishnyakova, as well as his second wife, Larissa Tarkovskaya, and the voice of his father, Arseny Tarkovsky, reading some of his poems. But rather than remain focused on one time frame, he decided to create a narrative that moves backwards and forwards in time, so as to chronicle one man's life through the 20th century, a life lived not solely in the present, but in some complex temporal zone between past and present, one where the past remains present to us, where the past is not past. This man, named Alexei in the film, is a surrogate for Tarkovsky himself, who makes a brief appearance near the end of the film, laying in bed, cupping a bird in his hand until he releases it into the air. "It's nothing," he says. "Everything will be alright." One thing that Tarkovsky has retained from the second draft is the idea of juxtaposing his memories with someone else's memories, except now this idea is expressed through the use of archival footage, which is to say, objective memories rather than subjective ones, memories that have been left behind as traces or deposits on strips of celluloid. As Robert Bird notes, documentary footage is culled from 3 time periods, those being 1935 to 36, 1943 to 45, and 1969, each of which is meant to coincide with the chronological foci of the autobiographical narration. This point is essential in comprehending the structure of Tarkovsky's film, which takes place in these 3 time periods. In 1935 to 6, when Tarkovsky would have been between 3 and 4 years old. In 1943 to 5, when he would have been between 11 and 13 years old. In 1969, when he would have been 37 years old. This will not be clear to the first-time viewer of Mirror. Tarkovsky freely moves between time frames, between fictional recreations and archival footage, between color and black and white film stocks, and this might produce, on initial encounter, a degree of confusion on the viewer's part. This confusion is enhanced by Tarkovsky's decision to cast the same actress, Margarita Terekova, to play both his mother in the childhood sequences and his wife in the scenes set in the present day. She is magnificent, by the way, especially in the scenes where she is required to interact with the camera. As the representative of Tarkovsky's agency or grace, and the same actor, Ignat Delnitsev, to play Tarkovsky in the 40s and Tarkovsky's son in the 60s, as well as the inclusion of a number of scenes, such as the one involving a woman who mysteriously appears in Alexei's apartment and has his son recite a letter written in 1836, My Pushkin to Chayadev, that defy rational explanation, but what might appear confused, difficult, or opaque on first viewing, becomes something else with repeated screenings. Having seen Mirror a half-dozen times over a decade or so in a number of different countries, it now appears to me as simplicity itself. What at first seems to be an aberration in regards to cinematic narration now seems the most organic means of telling a story through the medium of film, through the use of images suffused with movement, time, and light. Tarkovsky has described the dramaturgy of Mirror as following the associative laws of music and poetry, laws that are, at the same time, transformed through their contact with the medium of film. Here we might turn to the main thesis that Tarkovsky develops in Sculpting in Time. The primary material with which the filmmaker works is time. Hence, the title of his manifesto. Instead of working with clay or other types of material, the filmmaker works with blocks of time imprinted on the strips of celluloid. The filmmaker captures these blocks of time in the act of recording, shapes them in the process of editing, and releases them in the act of projection. This is what distinguishes cinema from other artistic forms. Its ability to record a moment of time and repeat it, to make the past present in, or as, an image. As Tarkovsky says, no other art can compare with cinema in the force, precision, and starkness with which it conveys awareness of facts and aesthetic structures existing and changing within time. Cinema testifies, in other words, not only to the persistence of time, but its permanent status as a medium of change or transformation. A crucial point to stress here, The time that Tarkovsky is speaking about is not personal or subjective. The filmmaker doesn't create time but works with the time they are given, a time internal to the image itself. This is a key point for Tarkovsky because it ensures that the inward turn necessary for the creation of an original work of art is met by a complementary outward turn that reconnects the artist to the world. If much of cinema fails in this regard, it is because it sacrifices this objective dimension either to the whims of the filmmaker or the whims of an industry, each of which impose an artificial time on the image through their adherence to montage or adherence to narrative. Neither is sufficient because neither allow the viewer to experience the heterogeneous force of time. A time that isn't simply internal to the work, but is also felt by the viewer as part of their experience of seeing the film. It is in this vein that Tarkovsky is led to proclaim that the main reason we are drawn to the cinema is for the experience of time. I think that what a person normally goes to the cinema for is time. He goes there for living experience. For cinema, like no other art, widens, enhances, and concentrates a person's experience, and not only enhances it, but makes it longer, significantly longer. That is the power of cinema. This claim runs counter to the one that we usually tell ourselves about the fascination or allure of motion pictures, but are we so sure that he is wrong on the score? And if so, how to explain the fact that the appeal of Tarkovsky's work not only remains undiminished nearly 30 years after his death, but has continued to grow in stature over the last decade, as is evident from the ever-expanding number of publications dedicated to his work, as well as the top 10 appearance of Mirror in the Sight and Sound poll 37 years after it was released. Remember too that when Tarkovsky speaks of time, he is not attempting to delimit the meaning or significance one can attribute to his film, or anyone else's film. How could he, when the impermanence or flux of time means, among other things, that each screening of a Tarkovsky film such as Mirror is itself a unique event, an event that would not exist but for Tarkovsky, but which also exists as an entity in its own right, or comes to exist in its own right over the course of the film's 108-minute duration, where an image slowly materializes, makes its presence felt, and then vanishes from the screen, but not from the mind's eye, where it leaves a permanent impression, an impression that is renewed, modified, transformed with each successive viewing of the film. And so this article ends. Let's continue to other sources. They started writing the script for A White, White Day in early 1968 at the Rapino cinematographer's House of Creativity near Leningrad. The plot was born from Tarkovsky's memories, from stories told by someone, from discussions of literary works, and so on. At first, there were no notes. Only after a large number of ideas and images had accumulated did the authors try to systematize what they had discussed. 36 episodes were identified. Subsequently, given the length of the film, their number was reduced to 28. After that, they began to transfer the script to paper. They wrote down 2 episodes daily, discussed them, and made edits. The script was ready in 2 weeks. 14 episodes were written by A. Misharin, 14 by Tarkovsky. Each episode was accepted by the co-authors with a minimum of corrections. Disagreements arose over only one episode, which A. Misharin had to rewrite. The script had an unusual form. It was built on a supposed dialogue with Tarkovsky's mother in the form of a questionnaire. She answered questions about her life. Each of her answers was accompanied by a kind of cinematic commentary. With the finished script, Tarkovsky flew to Moscow. The script was supported at the studio of Grigory Chukrai's Experimental Creative Association, but the chairman of the USSR State Cinema Committee, A.V. Romanov, was categorically against it. The implementation of the script, A White, White Day, turned out to be impossible. And Tarkovsky had to turn to another topic. He began to film Solaris. In 1972, F.T. Yermash was appointed chairman of Goskino, and Tarkovsky received permission to film the movie A White, White Day. Before starting work, the director revised his approach to the script, in which the dialogue with the mother was supposed to be filmed with a hidden camera. According to Misharin, assuming that the mother would understand her son's plan and refuse to film, Tarkovsky decided to rewrite the script, removing the dialogue in the form of a questionnaire with the mother before each episode. Moreover, when the film was launched into production, the script was constantly changing. The film crew never knew which scene would be filmed. The co-authors of the script reworked each scene the day before and came to the set with scraps of paper on which the new version of the episode was written. When rewriting the script, the director tried to achieve the most accurate image. In particular, for a long time, he could not find a connecting link for one of the episodes, rejecting all the proposed options. And only after Masharin accidentally mentioned in a conversation that a bird had landed on his head as a child, he immediately saw the episode in all its details. During filming, new episodes were added to replace the interview with the mother that was removed from the script. In particular, the role of the mother, played by M. Tarakova, was significantly expanded. According to Oleg Yankovsky, part of the film was shot in Tuchkova. Small episodes were filmed in Moscow at Kalinchevsky Tupik. During the filming of one of the last episodes, Tarkovsky proposed a new title, Mirror. A total of 32 episodes of the film were shot. During editing, the scriptwriter and director encountered difficulties with their sequence. Tarkovsky suggested making a letterbox with 32 pockets and placing a card with the name of the episode in each. Sale of earrings, printing house, hypnosis session, the Spaniards, and so on. According to Masharin's recollections, rearranging the cards took more than 20 days. In each of the sequence options, episodes were identified that did not fit into the figurative chain, were not connected, and did not follow from other episodes. The solution was found after one of the episodes was moved to the prologue. As a result, the sequence of all the other episodes came together harmoniously. According to the film's editor Elle Faganova, it was she who insisted that the episode I Can Speak, which according to the script was inside the film, be moved to the prologue. In addition, Tarkovsky accepted a proposal to read the poems against the background of the newsreel, thereby making them more credible and accessible, and the newsreel more poetic. The idea for the film Mirror arose in 1967 after the filming of Andrei Rublev. According to the memoirs of her playwright Alexander Masharin, during a walk with Tarkovsky along the Izmailovsky Ponds, the conversation turned to a modern story that would reflect the realities of Soviet life. At the same time, the story largely coincided with the real life of Tarkovsky himself, who had a difficult relationship with his parents. Mirror is structured in the form of a non-linear narrative, with its main concept dating back to 1964 and undergoing multiple scripted versions by Tarkovsky and Masharin. It unfolds around memories recalled by a dying poet of key memories in his life. And in Soviet culture, the film combines contemporary scenes with childhood memories, dreams, and newsreel footage. Its cinematography slips between color, black and white, and sepia, much like Stalker. The film's loose flow of oniric images has been compared with the stream of consciousness technique associated with modernist literature. Mirror initially polarized critics and audiences, with many finding its narrative incomprehensible. Since its release, it has been reappraised as one of the greatest films of all time, as well as Tarkovsky's magnum opus. It has especially found favor with many Russians, for whom it remains their most beloved of his works. Mirror depicts the thoughts, emotions, and memories of Alexei, or Alyosha, and the world around him as a child, adolescent, and 40-year-old. The adult Alexei is only briefly glimpsed, but is present as a voiceover in some scenes, including substantial dialogue. The film structure is discontinuous and non-chronological, without a conventional plot, and combines incidents, dreams, memories, and newsreel. Mirror draws heavily on Tarkovsky's own childhood, memories such as the evacuation from Moscow to the countryside during the war, a withdrawn father and his own mother, who work as a proofreader at a printing press, feature prominently. The film opens with Alexei's adolescent son, Ignat, switching on a television and watching the examination of a man with a stutter by a physician who finally manages to make her patient say, "Without disruption, I can talk." After the opening titles, a scene in which the countryside during pre-war times in which Alexei's mother, Maria, also called Masha and Marussia, speaks with a doctor who chances to be passing by. The exterior and exterior of Alexei's grandfather's country house are seen. The young Alexei, his mother and sister watch as the family barn burns down. In a dream sequence, Maria is washing her hair. In the post-war time frame, Alexei is heard talking with his mother on the phone, while rooms of an apartment are seen. Switching back to the pre-war time frame, Maria is seen rushing frantically to her workplace as a proofreader at a printing press. She is worried about a mistake she may have overlooked, but is comforted by her colleague Lisa, who then seemingly reduces her to tears with withering criticism. Back in the post-war period, Alexei quarrels with his ex-wife Natalia, who has divorced him and is living with their son Ignat. This is followed by newsreel scenes from the Spanish Civil War and of a balloon ascent in the USSR. In the next scene, in Alexei's apartment, Ignat meets with a strange woman sitting at a table. At her request, Ignat reads a passage from a letter by Pushkin and receives a telephone call from his father Alexei. Ignat answers a knock at the door, which turns out to be a woman who says she has the wrong apartment. When he returns to the woman at the table, she has vanished, though the condensation from her teacup momentarily remains. Switching to wartime, the adolescent Alexei is seen undergoing rifle training with a dour instructor, intercut with footage of World War II and the Sino-Soviet border conflict. Before the war, Maria visits her neighbor with Alexei to seek toiletries. The woman introduces Maria to her son and requests she slaughter a cockerel, which she does. Alexei and his sister reunite with their father at the war's end. The film then returns to the quarrel between Alexei and his wife in the post-war sequence. Switching again to pre-war time, vistas of the country house and surrounding countryside are followed by a dreamlike sequence showing a levitating Maria. The film then moves to the post-war time, showing Alexei apparently on his deathbed with a mysterious malady and holding a small bird. The final scene is in the pre-war time frame, showing a pregnant Maria intercut with scenes showing Maria young and old. Several of the characters are played by the same actors. While highly acclaimed, Mirror continues to be viewed as enigmatic. Natasha Senesius wrote that it is closer in structure to a musical piece than a narrative film, noting that Tarkovsky always maintained that he used the laws of music as the film's organizational principle, emphasis placed not on the logic, but the form of the flow of events. Critic Antti Alanin called the film a space odyssey into the interior of the psyche, and Tarkovsky's own personalized version of Marcel Proust's In Search of Lost Time. Howard Hampton argued that the work's central subject is the inescapable persistence of the past. The concept of mirror dates to 1964, when Tarkovsky wrote down his idea for a film about the dreams and memories of a man, without the man appearing on film. The first episodes of Mirror were written while he was working on Andrei Rublev. These episodes were published in 1970 as a short story titled A White Day. The title was taken from a 1942 poem by his father. In 1968, after finishing Andrei Rublev, Tarkovsky went to the cinematographer's resort in Rapino, intending to write the script for The Mirror with Misharin. The script was titled Confession and was proposed to the film committee at Gaskino. Although it contained popular themes such as a heroic mother, the war, and patriotism, the proposal was rejected. The main reason was most likely the complex and unconventional script. Moreover, Tarkovsky and Misharin clearly stated that they did not know what the film's final form would be. This was to be determined in the process of filming. With the script rejected by the film committee, Tarkovsky went on to make Solaris, but his diary entries say that he was still eager to make the film. Finally, Ermash, the new head of Gaskino, approved the script in the summer of 1973. Tarkovsky was given a budget of 622,000 rubles and 7,500 meters, or 24,000 feet of Kodak film, corresponding to 110 minutes or roughly 3 takes, assuming a film length of 3,000 meters. Several versions of the script for Mirror exists, as Tarkovsky constantly rewrote parts of it. With the latest variant written in 1974 while he was in Italy, one scene that was in the script but removed during shooting was an interview with his mother. This scene was one of the main reasons Vadim Yusov, the cameraman for all of Tarkovsky's previous films, refused to work with him on this film. At various times, the script and the film were titled Confession, Redemption, Martyrology, Why Are You Standing So Far Away, The Raging Stream, and A White, White Day, sometimes also translated as A Bright, Bright Day. While filming, Tarkovsky decided to title the film Mirror. The film features several mirrors, with some scenes shot in reflection. A poster of Andrei Rublev is seen on a wall. Mirror is the third film in a series in which Tarkovsky references Andrei Rublev, along with his eponymous 1969 film Solaris, in which a bust of the painter is seen in the main character's room. Initially, Tarkovsky considered Alla Demidova and Swedish actress Bibi Andersson for the role of the mother. In the end, he chose Margarita Terikova. Principal photography began in 1973 in July and ended in March 1974. Outdoor scenes were shot in Tuitskova near Moscow, and indoor scenes were shot at the Mosfilm studio. The film's naturalist style required Terikova to forego makeup. Tarkovsky said that a prodigious amount of work went into editing Mirror. There are about 200 shots in Mirror, very few for a film of its length. Tarkovsky rejected editing as a means of creating or determining rhythm, believing that editing means allowing the separate scenes and shots to come together spontaneously. It was only after one last desperate rearrangement that the film was born. He felt it was a miracle that Mirror held together. In July 1974, Ermash rejected the film as incomprehensible. Tarkovsky was infuriated by the rejection and toyed with the idea of making a film outside the Soviet Union. Goskino ultimately approved Mirror without any changes in fall 1974. Some controversy surrounded the film's poorly planned release at the Cannes Film Festival. Goskino did not allow it to be shown, but the festival's managing director, Maurice Bessy, was sympathetic to Tarkovsky, and upon hearing that Mirror was not allowed to be shown, he threatened not to show any other Soviet film. Mirror never had an official premiere, only a limited second category release, with just 73 copies. It was officially announced for September 1975, but was shown as early as March. Mirror has an approval rating of 100% on review aggregator website Rotten Tomatoes, based on 26 reviews, and an average rating of 9.2 out of 10. Metacritic assigned the film a weighted average score of 82 out of 100, based on 14 critics indicating universal acclaim. When most film critics were asked in November 1974 to evaluate Mirror, responses were divided. Some viewed it as a major work that would be better understood by future generations. Others dismissed it as an unfocused failure and believed that even more cultured viewers would find its story opaque. This resulted in very limited distribution. Many audience members walked out of theatrical screenings, but those who liked the film were ardent in their praise. In a 1975 New York Times article, James F. Clarity wrote, "In the first round of published reviews in which some of Mr. Tarkovsky's fellow filmmakers evaluated his new work, there is much praise, tempered with criticism of some parts of the film. Mirror is frequently listed among the greatest films of all time. In a 2012 Sight and Sound Directors poll, Mirror ranked as the 9th greatest film of all time. In a parallel poll by film critics, the film ranks 19th. In the same poll in 2022, Mirror is ranked 8th by directors and 31st by critics. Filmmaker Ashim Aliwalia included the film in his personal top 10 for the Sight and Sound Top 50 Greatest Films of All Time poll, writing, "Mirror offers epic hypnotherapy and some of the most beautiful celluloid ever shot." For the same poll, Will Self argued that it remains the most beautiful film ever made. Peter Bradshaw of The Guardian called it a startling piece of filmmaking, and many of its images transcendently brilliant. In the British Film Institute, the film is billed as a work of cumulative rhythmic effect, and its unconventional narrative is credited with having pioneered a poetic and richly elusive form. Director Michael Haneke voted for Mirror in the 2002 Sight and Sound Directors poll, where it ranked 16th, and later said that he had seen it at least 25 times. In the 2002 Critics poll, it ranked 35th. In 2018, it ranked 20th on the BBC's list of the 100 greatest foreign language films, as voted on by 209 film critics from 43 countries. Mirror was cited by director Christopher Nolan as an influence on his 2023 film Oppenheimer, particularly in regards to cinematography. It is often known in the United States as The Mirror, although Tarkovsky's official language translator, Kitty Hunter Blair, always referred to the film as Mirror, not The Mirror, which was a later iteration unauthorized by the filmmaker. Tarkovsky himself recounts on Sculpting in Time that Mirror provoked an overwhelming audience response that dwarfed his other movies. He received hundreds of letters expressing in the most movingly intimate terms how the film had made a profound impact on them. As in like Stalker, Tarkovsky uses poems, usually by his father. Now what does the Russian wiki say? I've often found this site can go into more extensive detail. The Mirror is an autobiographical drama film by Andrei Tarkovsky, filmed in 1974. The main character is the dying poet Alexei. All events are presented from his point of view. The narrative, devoid of a conventional plot, unfolds around his memories and dreams, which are intertwined with archival footage of historical events. The Spanish Civil War, the launch of the first Soviet stratospheric balloons, the Great Patriotic War, or World War II, and the border conflict on the Monsky Island. The nonlinear narrative is accompanied by off-screen readings by Arseny Tarkovsky. The associative nature of the narrative in the political context attracted criticism, resulting in the film receiving a limited release. It was subsequently recognized as Tarkovsky's pinnacle of creativity and one of the best films of all time. Prologue. A boy named Ignat turns on the TV and watches a program where a doctor helps a teenager who stutters a lot to say loudly and clearly, "I can speak." The film then moves into the past, around 1935. Alexei's mother Maria, living in the village, is having a hard time dealing with her divorce from her husband. Sitting on a fence near her house, she meets a passing doctor. The optimistic man tries unsuccessfully to start a conversation with her. After discussing life and nature, he leaves. Towards evening, young Alexei, along with his mother and neighbors, witness an accidental fire in a barn. The story moves to the 1970s. The grown-up Alexei, in addition to his tense relationship with his elderly mother, also experiences discord with his ex-wife Natalia and his son Ignat. Alexei learns from his mother in a phone call that her colleague has recently died. Next comes a recollection of an incident at Maria's work. One rainy day, she runs to the printing house to correct a typo in the text, which could cost her colleagues their jobs and even their lives. It turns out that there is no typo, but Maria's alarmed coworker Lisa starts a quarrel with her. She reproaches Maria for her selfishness, because of which her husband left her. The winter paintings of Pieter Bruegel the Elder and Hunters in the Snow in particular became the visual basis for one of the episodes of the film. While Ignat, at the request of a strange woman, is reading Pushkin's letter to Chadayev at the tea table, the doorbell rings. On the threshold stands the elderly Maria, who, not recognizing her grandson and thinking she has come to the wrong apartment, leaves. After this, Ignat discovers the mysterious disappearance of the strange woman. Soon, the boy receives a call from his father, and during a conversation with his son, Alexei recalls his adolescence, which fell during the war years. He was in love with a local village girl, and, along with other teenagers, learned to shoot from a stern military instructor. After the war, Alexei and his sister are reunited with their father for the first time in many years. For the sake of a better upbringing of his son, Alexei suggests that Natalia marry again or give Ignat into his care. Ignat himself refuses to live with his father. After some time, Alexei becomes seriously ill and becomes bedridden. The image of Nadezhda, performed by Larisa Tarkovskaya, is clearly inspired by the painting by Jan Vermeer, Girl with a Pearl Earring. This was very evident as soon as I saw her. It was the first thing I thought of. The ending takes us into Maria's happy memories of her husband. One of them is where they are lying on a grassy field having a leisurely conversation about the child they are expecting. That is, about Alexei. The last shots show an elderly Maria walking with local children who resemble little Alexei and his sister. The film was restored by the Mosfilm Film Concern in 2008. The materials for restoration were provided by the Russian State Film Fund. After watching the film, the chairman of the USSR State Cinema Committee, Yermash, according to Masharin, paused for a long time and said, "Of course, we have freedom of creativity, but not to such an extent. On the one hand, no corrections were made to the finished film. On the other hand, such a reaction from the chairman of the State Cinema Committee affected the distribution. Zerkalo was released on screen in a small print run. Yermash promised twice to send it to the Cannes Film Festival, but never gave permission to do so, and the film did not make it into the Moscow Film Festival competition. At the same time, it was sold to foreign distribution companies and was shown in France, Italy, and other countries. In Italy, Mir became the best foreign film of 1980. Now, interpretations. A person sees himself in the mirror. So in this film, the main character is not shown. All events happen as he perceives them, sees them in the reflection of his consciousness. That is why his mother and wife appear to him as one image. Some characters of the film are sometimes replaced by others. From the Critics' Choice program. For me, the greatest film of all time and peoples is Tarkovsky's Mirror. Cinema, in its highest achievements, has long become an art capable of expressing the deepest philosophical truths. Thus, it is comparable, say, to the prose of Dostoevsky or the dramaturgy of Shakespeare. But nowhere in none of these achievements is the world beyond Tai Chi, the great limit, that is, having lost the harmony of yin and yang, the male and female principles shown so impressively and penetratingly, and purely cinematically, without the mediation of abstractions. And now, Tarkovsky about his film. In the mirror, I wanted to tell not about myself, but about my feelings connected with loved ones, about my relationships with them, about my eternal pity for them, and an irreplaceable sense of duty. The success of Mirror has once again convinced me of the correctness of the guess that I had linked to the problem of the importance of personal emotional experience when telling a story on screen. Perhaps cinema is the most personal art, the most intimate. Only the intimate authorial truth in cinema will form a convincing argument for the viewer when perceiving. The Mirror is an anti-bourgeois film, and therefore it cannot help but have many enemies. The Mirror is religious, and of course, it is incomprehensible to the masses, accustomed to cinema and unable to read books, listen to music, look at paintings. The masses do not need any art, but need something completely different. Entertainment, a relaxing spectacle, against the background of a moralizing plot. What is the meaning by Mirror 1975 by Tarkovsky? A Reddit post asks. I've recently been covering Tarkovsky's filmography, but unlike Stalker and Yvonne's childhood, I didn't get much from it. All explanations I could find from Reddit from similar people who've set out to find the meaning have been answered very vaguely, much of which I couldn't make sense of. So to put it simply, what is it about? What is its meaning? What happens at the end? Or is it even meant to make sense? And if not, is there any direct evidence that Tarkovsky himself intended for it to be this way? Our reply goes, and this is quoting Tarkovsky, "Everybody asks me what things mean in my films. This is terrible. An artist doesn't have to answer for his meanings. I don't think so deeply about my work. I don't know what my samples may represent. What matters to me is that they arouse feelings, any feelings you like, based on whatever your inner response might be. If you look for a meaning, you'll miss everything that happens. Thinking during a film interferes with your experience of it. Take a watch into pieces, it doesn't work. Similarly with a work of art, there's no way it can be analyzed without destroying it." From the book, Andrei Tarkovsky, Interviews. A very important quote for understanding how Tarkovsky approached his own art. "I saw the film a long time ago," the message continues, "but I don't remember there was something special to understand. It's just the recall of the childhood memories, sensations, situations, feelings, of a man who is broadly Tarkovsky himself, even if the director is not dying on a bed like the main character. It's just an excuse to show these memories as a disturbing puzzle. And especially about the obsessive memory of his mother, the father being present by the poems, which are from his father. That's all. I think the main goal of the film is not to have any message, but to dive the viewer into the weird texture of childhood memories, their death, their traumatic side, their infinite nostalgia. It's an experience for the viewer, close to what you see in the opening, something like hypnosis session." Another says, "How would you describe Andrei Tarkovsky's Mirror to someone who doesn't know cinema without sounding too pretentious?" It is one man's dreamy account as he reaches middle age of the memories of his life, in particular his childhood, and how the woman he married was a lot like his mother, a sort of recollection of the life moments that were the most poignant to him and stood out the most. A semi-autobiographical story by director Andrei Tarkovsky. It's something everybody does in their private moments, reflect on their lives and replay past memories in their head, like laying awake at night in bed alone in the dark. A beautiful example of this put on film. What separates The Mirror from the rest of Tarkovsky's films, and from most other film in general, is that it's not really trying to use film as a narrative form of storytelling. The Mirror is more impressionistic, like a poem, and while there is story there, it's painted around the edges, more implicit than stated. For that reason, it's a film that appeals more to students and filmmakers. It's the same reason you won't have many people calling Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce their favorite novel of his over Ulysses or Portrait of the Artist. Personally, I find much more fulfillment from watching a film like Andrei Rublev, where there's lots of emotional complexity that follows along basic story structure. Remove the structure too much, and all you're left with is the impression of a feeling, which isn't a bad thing, and is clearly what Tarkovsky is going for with The Mirror. It just makes it wholly incomparable. One user points out, "One thing I've noticed in this film, which I've never seen pointed out, is that in each, or at least many of the episodes, something is wrong. For example, something goes wrong, or someone is wrong about something. I don't really know what to make of this. Maybe some of the wrong happenings would, in a sense, seem miraculous, like the defective grenade, or the newspaper actually not containing the misprint that the young mother was thinking it did. The burning house I can see is a catastrophe so total that one can only stare in awe at it, and not a miracle, to clarify. Things happen, and there's immensity to both small and big emotions in the film, not seldom in regards to the things that are wrong. Tarkovsky lingers on these emotions, and when reflecting on it, I realized that this aspect of the film is both refreshing and stimulating for the soul. My mind wants to say, but what is right and wrong, or better to ask, what story is there worth telling that doesn't include catastrophes? It's basic storytelling. Things are going well. Then an earthquake comes. The earthquake exists as a cyclops, a sunken ship, a bombing, a stubbed toe, being fired from a job, hair loss, a car dying, a person dying, etc. Without these one-eyed monsters, there's nothing worth telling. Without the burning building, the story is, I had coffee this morning. With the burning building, it's, I was having coffee this morning, then my house burnt down. Then it's worth telling and is interesting, because it showcases the reality of suffering we all have to deal with. I've always thought it was his best film, partially because it's his most personal. His unique gifts are restrained and filtered through a clear, concise narrative, and result in a poetry that his other works have in parts, but not always as a whole. It also contains one of his most beautiful endings, with the mother looking at different versions of her life at the end. It's hard to say if it's among the best of all of cinema, as I think in those terms, Andrei or Stalker are more important in terms of influence, but it certainly is his best film. It displayed some of the more significant events of his life, all of which weren't connected in a structure that resembled anything close to something a casual moviegoer would describe as a plot. There isn't any definite meaning to it all. That is for the viewer to conceive and interpret. At the end of the viewing, one would experience several emotions and feelings, perhaps even left in a state of ambiguity. The film connected with me on an emotional and subconscious level unlike anything I've ever experienced before. This post was a bit of a slog to get through because the user likes to describe basic narrative and storytelling, meaning conflict, where you go back to the root idea, if there is no conflict, there is no story. This is, after all, integral to the plot. This is something every story needs in order to be worth telling, because there is no action to follow. I left in the little bits of rambling and really everything because it is somebody's voice, and so it does deserve to be heard. But it does go off point for a little bit. WordPress, among others, wrote an article on The Mirror. Getting influenced by Andrei Tarkovsky is the luxury that not every audience can afford. The most acclaimed Russian filmmaker is a unique craftsman who conveys his thoughts in a surreal, philosophical, and poetic narrative. Mirror premiered in Russia in the year 1975. It's a meditative or zen-like screenplay that tears the very perception of cinema. I got severely affected by this masterpiece. It feels like I've been to an unknown pilgrimage. The Mirror is a very personal film. I have learned that it was a semi-autobiography of Tarkovsky himself. The film conveys the parallel lives of a father and son, who are both the victims of lost childhood. The film starred Margarita Terikova and was co-written and directed by Tarkovsky. The Mirror is a reflection of thoughts. It doesn't progress in the regular movie pattern. It is conveyed partly in a surreal tone, where the plot suddenly shifts to a dream sequence, and some characters suddenly appear from nowhere and disappear after their work is done. The film takes place in Soviet Russia after the revolution, where Alexei, the protagonist, is narrating his past while fighting an unknown deadly disease. His voice is frail and vulnerable. He was deeply affected by the divorce of his parents. His mother, Maria, with her 2 children, Alexei and his sister Marina, after the divorce, shifts from Moscow to a countryside village. They live in their grandfather's isolated mansion. Fire erupts in their barn, where the agriculture or cattle is stored. Maria runs to the fire and stops, helplessly. The ongoing chaos interrupts Alexei, who is sleeping. He wakes and walks towards his mother. The narrative suddenly shifts to Alexei's dream, where he sees his mother Maria washing her hair contrary to the fire at the barn. The dream sequences take a paradigm shift, indicating the distinct better quality of reality. The plot soon shifts to the present, or reality. The real face of Alexei's aged mother is revealed with a touch of cinematic genius. Alexei, who is reliving the past in his mind, imagines his mother with his wife's face, indicating their lives are more or less parallel. Alexei talks to his mother, who still resides in the countryside, on the phone and shares his dreams, which are resuscitating his past. In their conversation, it is revealed that the time frame until then was the year 1935. The film continues to progress in the mind of Alexei, his face not revealed all through the film. The phone conversation continues as his mother shares the news of her colleague's demise. Alexei's life is dysfunctional as he divorced his wife. His distress is emphasized in the conversation with his mother. He questions his mother, Maria, saying, "Ma, why do we fight all the time?" and "Sorry if I did something wrong." The plot again shifts to 1935. Maria runs to the printing house, where she works as a proofreader. Maria is called Marusha by her colleague in this episode, where she gets stressed for misplacing something important. She is verbally attacked or questioned by her colleague for her self-obsession and not feeling sorry about the divorce. Maria goes into the bathroom. Now the plot again shifts to the present. Alexei, while having a conversation with his ex-wife Natalia, confesses that she resembles his mother without revealing the dreams he is having and his fears about his kid Ignat. Alexei confesses to Natalia that he is often dreaming about his mother, but strangely, his mother is seen with Natalia's face. The director tries to justify the title over here. Their lives are mirror images of each other. Both women share similar ideologies. While Alexei is expressing his fear of Ignat speaking about Spain, Natalia and Ignat are invited by their Spanish neighbors who adore Matador Palomo Linares, a famous bullfighter from Spain, and they also watch the newsreel of the Spanish Civil War. The narrative becomes extremely absurd. It is a positive expression. Natalia leaves Ignat alone in the house and leaves her work. Two mysterious women appear suddenly and confront Ignat. The woman asks him to read the letter written by Pushkin, though it seems completely absurd. If watched closely, the letter consists of Russia's evolution of isolating themselves from highly church-dominated Europe. We knew how things dramatically progressed within a century after the message, throwing up Tsar's tyranny, and the Red Army choir. It is all the history. As the mysterious women disappear, Ignat receives a call from his father, Alexei, who remembers his rifle training. It is indicated that even Ignat underwent such training. The narrative shifts to the past, where he is undergoing training during the World War. The scene shifts to the extensive newsreel footage of the war, from Hitler's death to the Hiroshima bombing. A shot is shown indicating the return of Alexei after the war, and China-Russia border conflict kick-starts immediately. The influence of Mao Zedong, the core between two communist giants, is shown with the stock footage. After World War II ends, the Sino-Russian border conflict begins in the film. The excellent stock footage consists of Mao's unparalleled charisma in the hearts of the Chinese people. Once the war ends, Alexei and Marina say adieu to their father, as they are going to live with their mother. As an audience, I feel Alexei doesn't want to leave his father. Now the plot shifts again to the present. Tarkovsky changes the tone of the present, maybe to showcase the dark and flaccid life of Alexei. The present narrative becomes colorless until then. Only some moments in the flashback were black and white. Natalia sees a picture of Alexei's mother and says, "We look alike, don't we?" To my surprise, Alexei replies, "No, not at all." Natalia and Alexei get into an intense debate where Natalia says she's going to marry Dostoevsky, a famous writer who is in exile, but not the one we know. Alexei also admits the trauma he is going through because of the lovelessness in his life and the communist ordinances. Then the plot again shifts to the flashback, where he remembers his childhood when he was 3 or 4, days he spent in his grandfather's cottage. The timeline again suddenly changes to his adolescent days, where he and his mother Maria visit a doctor's house. Maria says to the doctor that her purpose of a visit was a lady's little secret. After getting the medical help, Maria has a discussion with the doctor, during which the daughter asks Maria to slaughter a hen. She does, with no hesitance. The narration becomes flamingly non-linear. It takes a minimum of 5 viewings to interpret what exactly the filmmaker wanted to communicate. Tarkovsky breaks the most complex and logical barrier called time. The next scene where 3-year-old Alexei walks up to his mother and says, "Mom, the kerosene stove is smoking." His mother Maria looks completely old, 60-something, doesn't react, and continues to smoke. The plot now shifts to the alter reality of Alexei, where the women appear again, who seem to Ignat sometime before, and have a discussion with the doctor about the critical condition of Alexei. It is inferred that Alexei is suffering from a grave but unknown disease, and does not have much time left. The finale is the most brilliant sequence in the film. Tarkovsky, the filmmaker, tries to bring 2 different time phases into a single scene. The complete course is the combination of Alexei's memories combined with his fantasies. He knows that she is dying, and all he can imagine is his relationship with his mother Maria. In the scene, young Maria is pleased with her husband. He asks Maria, who is expecting, "Would you like to have a boy child or a girl?" And her reaction to that is unexplainable. She imagines the future where her 2 kids are following her. Since the sequence is taking place in the mind of Alexei, he still imagines his wife's face, while thinking about his mother in her young days. He believes her older look accurately, though. Actually, the scene is quite complex. I will try to explain it more straightforwardly. Pardon me if my observation seems simplistic. Alexei, who is in his deathbed, thinks of his beginning when he was in his mother's womb, wholly protected. While he imagines that phase, his mother feels about his children. She fantasizes that she would have 2 kids, and they would remain as kids eternally. It is the most emotional moment I've ever witnessed in cinema. It is a combination of brilliant craft and human emotions. I bow down to Sir Tarkovsky for this scene. The Mirror is an extremely personal film about memories, thoughts, and surrealism. It does not have a prefix beginning, conflict, and structure. It flows like thoughts, if we observe the mechanism of our thoughts. They seem irrational, unstable, and surreal at times. The mirror is a personal trivia of an individual's opinion about his mother, his own self, and his kid. The film is narrated in a very original format. A dream suddenly intercuts the reality and vanishes without any indication. In the narrative, Tarkovsky had used some poems written by his father. I personally love the poem, which appears as the metaphor during their war showreels. I don't believe forebodings, nor do omens frighten me. I do not run from slander, nor from poison. On earth, there is no death. All are immortal. All is immortal. No need to be afraid of death at 17, nor yet at 70. Towards the end, I would like to add that the photography and the music of the film are profound and pensive. I love the performance of Margarita Tereshkova. She plays two characters in the movie. One is the mirror image of the other in different time frames. I would recommend this film to all the cinephiles who are yet to watch a life-defining cinema. To others, it will be a profound experience. It's the purest form of art. Embrace it and progress. And so WordPress's article ends. Criterion says, never has there been a people whose creative minds are so obsessed with the question of who they are and what their destiny is as the Russians. The Latvian-born thinker Isaiah Berlin traces this tendency back to Pyotr Chadayev, a 19th century Moscow salon fixture and dissident who was declared insane and put under house arrest after he upset the Tsar by declaring Imperial Russia a cultural wasteland that had never given the world anything of value. Was Russia, with its Orthodox churches, a forlorn outcast from the rest of Christian Europe, sentenced to barbarism, or was it a unique civilization with its own higher spiritual purpose? Debate raged between Westernizers and Slavophiles. The poet Alexander Pushkin wrote to his friend Chadayev, I'm far from thrilled with everything I see around me. As a writer, I'm annoyed. As a man of discernment, I'm insulted. Yet I wouldn't trade my fatherland for anything in the world. Fast forward to the 1970s in the Soviet Union, and filmmaker Tarkovsky had come no closer to a resolution of the tortured ambivalence toward his nation that seemed a lot of the Russian artist. A portion of Pushkin's letter to Chadayev is read aloud in The Mirror, Tarkovsky's most personal film, which more than anything else is a meditation on what it means to be at home in, or fatally a child of, Russia. Tarkovsky's most personal film, which more than anything else is a meditation on what it means to be at home in. Pushkin argues in the passage that Russia saved Western civilization by absorbing the Tatar conquests of the Middle Ages. Tarkovsky depicted the brutal raids of the 15th century in 1966's Andrei Rublev on the life of the titular icon painter. Tarkovsky's own Slavophile leanings were finally not enough to keep him in the USSR. As the climate of renewed censorship that began to ramp up in the mid-60s, following the thaw that took place under the leadership of Nikita Khrushchev, increased the filmmaker's problems with the state bureaucracy and made life there intolerable for him. Nor could he happily live anywhere else. He would defect after traveling to Italy to shoot his sixth feature, Nostalgia. That film's final image, the homesick writer in front of a Russian dacha, inside Italian cathedral walls, suggests unsoothable cultural dislocation and exile. Mirror was the fourth of Tarkovsky's 7 features, and it is his most oniric and resistant to interpretation. In its prelude, a child on a television screen receives hypnotherapy for his stutter, and his speech becomes fluid. It is as if an oppressive spell has been broken. It's the kind of mysterious event devoid of explanatory scene-setting context that happens a lot in Tarkovsky's films. He believed the world was animated by miraculous energies we have no business trying to explain, least of all to the state lackeys of limited sensitivity and imagination who demanded changes to his scripts. Instances of the uncanny abound in Mirror, acts of physics in motion, independent of humans. A heat mark of vapor evaporates from a tabletop, as nebulous as disembodied breath. A bottle rolls into the floor unnoticed, while the eyes of a family are riveted on a burning barn. Deja vu and a shock of electricity startle a boy picking up fallen coins. These disruptions and shifts in atmosphere are not as unambiguously beyond natural laws as those of Tarkovsky's movies that tend more towards science fiction. The girl's telekinetic glass-moving stare in Stalker, for instance, but they alert us to the fact that this is a world that is not inert. It teems with elemental forces. Rain falls, fires blaze, and winds rise in Mirror as a restless camera glides with what seems a life of its own, unmoored from the perspective of any human gaze, and animating material reality with its attention. Tarkovsky's own memories form the basis for the nonlinear intuitive flow of sensory impressions that make up Mirror, the associative logic of which belongs more to the realm of dream than to that of conventional biography or autobiography. The overarching consciousness that inhabits the film belongs to the director's alter ego, Alexei, a dying middle-aged poet. His mind gravitates backward and forward seamlessly among several time periods. Childhood in 1935 and 36, when his mother was working in a printing house. His father had just left the family, and they spent summers at his grandfather's country house. Wartime adolescence, when he underwent rifle training and evacuation from Moscow. Under the psychological shadow of being a citizen of a nation mobilized against attack. And adulthood, with its petty battles of ego, when he bickers with his ex-wife, Natalia, over the best environment for raising their son. Mir's poetic mode was too personal, oblique, and spiritual to square with the state's demands for clear-cut narrative, extolling socialist values, and it was restricted to a very limited initial release. Despite a lack of promotion, ripples from its first Moscow screenings in April 1975 quickly reached the New York Times, including word that the unusual film was the talk of movie-going intellectuals in Russia, and had produced a shock of self-recognition among them. Tarkovsky was adamant that there was nothing deliberately symbolic about the poetic imagery in his films. Rather, he contended, it contains the universe reflected in essence, as in a drop of water. He was influenced in his almost animistic preoccupation with the idea that the material universe constitutes a harmonious whole with an innate spiritual identity, not only by his Orthodox faith, with its sacred icons of devotion, but also by writers from East Asia, in particular Japanese haiku master Matsuo Basho. Art reminds us who we are, and promises nothing less than a transcendence of mortality, at least for lost voyagers. The planes of art and reality, memory and dream, are not clearly defined in Mir, which holds all as equally vivid within the mind and cosmos. To this end, it freely blends black and white newsreel footage with luminous slow-motion dream sequences, emotionally charged reminiscences, and even the reproduction or restaging of early modern European paintings. Alexei's anecdotal recollection of a snowy day during the war prompts a visual echo of the composition of Pieter Bruegel's The Hunters in the Snow. The same painting hangs in the space station library in Solaris, amid that film's strangely sentient environment and apparitions of the dead. The artwork's harmonious landscape of winter activity, reifying a yearning for home on Earth. In the cycle of nature, as the camera takes in its details, art reminds us who we are, and promises nothing less than a transcendence of mortality, at least for lost voyagers. While the male poet is afforded a god-creator perspective off-screen and mirror, female life force is present as something more mysterious, silent, and embodied. A woman's impassive, enigmatic face looks out from the likeness of another Renaissance painting in mirror. A portrait of Ginevra de Benci by Leonardo da Vinci happened upon in the pages of a book of art. Alexei's mother, Maria, is as embroiled as anyone in the stifling banality and infighting of Stalinist times. After a text error she suspects that she made, sends her, panicked, running through the rain back to the printing house. A female colleague viciously condemns her as being too self-involved to keep a husband. But in dreams, she induces awe, washing her hair as a drenched ceiling collapses, and levitating above a bed as a dove flutters upward. Beautiful and almost frightening images of latent sexual power, an eerie capability that align the feminine with the arcane. Memory, embedded in sites of compulsive return, always has some of the attributes of a haunting or a revived ruin. Tarkovsky had the wooden house in Yurevets where he had spent much of his early life rebuilt, or resurrected as he called it, on its old foundation for the shoot, and the field beside it resown with buckwheat, as it had been in the past and as it had stayed, flowering white, in his mind. He and the production team studied the house in different weather conditions and at varied times of day so that they could immerse themselves in its changes of atmosphere. Tarkovsky said that after making Mir, he stopped dreaming of his childhood home. He was convinced that such visions of sleep and such recollections, if channeled truthfully, would resonate widely. Everything that torments me, everything I don't have, and that I long for, that makes me indignant or sick or suffocates me, everything that gives me a feeling of light or warmth, and by which I live, and everything that destroys me, it's all there in your film, a female worker from Novosibirsk wrote to him after seeing Mir, in one of numerous letters he quotes from his 1986 book, Sculpting in Time. The fact that he was compelled, towards the end of his life, to write a volume essentially explaining his concept of cinema to the public says much about the extent to which he felt misrepresented by a state that insisted his vision was elitist, even harmful to citizens. No special language was needed to connect with his work, he insisted, and letters from a diverse audience that proved that to be so, particularly ones that read like a kind of confession about their lives. are what kept him going through a circumscribed professional existence. The rest of the article sums up the story. There is no clear plot in The Mirror, which makes it disorienting and hard to understand. Instead, the film rhythmically combines contemporary scenes with childhood memories, dreams, and newsreel. The audience, if they do not understand the artistic reasons behind this film, would fail to understand The Mirror. It is not the story that is important in The Mirror, but rather the emotions gained from how Tarkovsky's style decides to tell the story. The flow of the dreamlike images has been compared to the stream of consciousness technique in literature. The film's complex and layered structure makes this one of his most challenging films. It is not an easy film to sit through. This comes from Film Journal. As the movie itself is rather disorienting and helps with the delivery of the message of the film, Mirror is a film about war, and because of the editing style, it causes the entire movie to be disorienting, which is what war is like. That is the message Tarkovsky is probably hoping to put across by editing the movie in this way. Tarkovsky is known for metaphysical themes in his films, and he also uses dream sequences in Water in the Mirror to symbolize the themes of purity and innocence from a materialistic world of war and wants. The Mirror has many dream sequences, such as the water flowing down from the house. Although the mirror feels more like a dream than reality, it is still very grounded. One key scene is when the wind blows through all the plants. Tarkovsky uses nature as an unpredictable element, where it makes the scene seem supernatural, but still real and believable. Tarkovsky also uses many extremely long takes, sometimes from a distance, and switching from scene to scene. One such scene is when the doctor meets Maria. During his long takes, Tarkovsky directs the camera in many strange ways, mostly pans, and then a tracking shot. The shot of going through the hallway had no people, yet it seemed like he was following something or someone. Ingmar Bergman states that Tarkovsky is always tracking around in every scene, the camera flying in all directions. I actually think it an objectionable technique, but it solved my problem, time passes, on his film, Nostalgia. The color scheme is quite jumbled up. It ranges from black and white to sepia to color. The color scheme in the movie may depend on the time zone it is supposed to be in, with black and white and sepia clips meant for the other periods in the film, and colored ones to reflect the latter, more modern films. However, the black and white and color scenes never seem to have a fixed timeline. It keeps moving back and forth. Therefore, it can be said that the changing color schemes makes the movie seem structured with the logic of a dream. This comes from Clark Fountain. Tarkovsky believes that color should be only used to emphasize important events or places in film. He states, on the screen, color imposes itself on you, whereas in real life that only happens at odd moments, so it's not right for the audience to be constantly aware of color. Tarkovsky also talks about black and white films, saying that in a black and white film, there is no feeling of something extraneous going on. The audience can watch the film without being distracted from the action by color. Tarkovsky also feels that color is all too beautiful, and unlike life, he uses color to represent a world full of the unknown. Some of the scenes can go without sound for a while, with nothing but music in the background. In such scenes, they use music to tell the story and the emotions, and to build up to the climactic moments, which is very interesting and a nice change from dialogue during the build-up. In the scene where the cup stain on the table slowly disappears, the music was intense and scary, giving a feel that the lady sitting there before wasn't even real. Music speaks to a lot of people in a way that sometimes words cannot convey, and it does not matter what language you speak. Music is a sort of universal language. This film was made after the war, and is Andrei's take on his own experiences in the war. The film itself is written by him, is semi-autobiographical, and very personal to him, with poetry written by his father being featured. New York Times critics stated that The Mirror is delighting, puzzling, dissaping serious Muscovite movie enthusiasts. The Mirror has a poetic feel to it. It gives out more emotion rather than understanding. The film, like Tarkovsky's other films, is meant to be interpreted rather than understood, containing more questions than answers. This was from Sarah, from Film Journal. Thank you, Sarah. This was enlightening. And now, trivia. To create the effect of the wind making waves through the crops in the field outside the cabin in the woods, Tarkovsky had 2 helicopters land behind the camera and switch on the rotors when he wanted the wind to start. Tarkovsky's own comments about the film reflect how special the film was for him. As I began work on Mirror, I found myself reflecting more and more that if you are serious about your work, then a film is not the next item in your career. It is an action which will affect the whole of your life. For I had made up my mind that in this film, for the first time, I would use the means of cinema to talk of all that was most precious to me, and do so directly without playing any kinds of tricks. The Mirror got 6th place as Best Foreign Film. This comes from the IMDb page. Many of the characters are based on people Tarkovsky knew, especially Maria, who was based on his mother, Maria Vishnikova, who had to raise young Andrei and her sister Marina on her own after her husband left the family in 1937. To reinforce the connection, the elderly Maria is played by her real-life counterpart. The Mirror is a film we may not ever fully understand. It is a film not made with logic, but with emotion, with feeling. Many times I read comments from people saying, "What did I just watch? I don't understand. What is this film about?" This was all throughout the entire comment section of the film on YouTube. And almost every time, the answer would be, it's not made to be understood. It's made for you to experience, for you to feel, for you to come up with things on your own. It doesn't have a linear chronological narrative. It's made in a way that expresses life to the fullest. In my opinion, you're watching someone's life unfold throughout the movie. And thus, life doesn't always make sense. That's why it's so puzzling. We are watching life. Sometimes there's no answer. We might think or feel things that don't make sense, things that we can't make heads or tails of. And that's okay. And if we think about it multiple times, maybe we will arrive at a conclusion. Maybe we won't. That is the beauty of it all. That's why I believe Mirror is regarded as his best film ever, because of this.
I've covered Tarkovsky before, doing a deep dive into everything I could find about him. Now, it's time to go further and enshroud ourselves in Eastern cinema and art. As I've done before, I will be combining resources of what I find online, various accounts, reactions, general audience reception. I will gather information about the film, the crew, Tarkovsky, as well as common interpretations and present it to you. This is done in order for us to form our own opinions, learn more, because you can never learn too much, and maybe, for those that fell asleep during viewings, attempt to regain favor. Along the way, I will sprinkle in my own collections, that is, my own thoughts, conclusions, speculations, musings, that sort of thing, but we will have a main idea to go for. This is about Tarkovsky's Stalker, and there are some notable things I'd like to mention before I begin. Tarkovsky plays with color in his films, and Stalker is no different. Before they get to the zone, everything is in black and white, sepia. Once they arrive, it is officially in color. He does everything for a reason, no matter what it may be. The Strugatsky brothers worked on the screenplay for Stalker, and as such, it actually features a meat grinder later on. Stalker and Roadside Picnic were a lot more involved together than I originally thought. Stalker was the final film Tarkovsky made in the Soviet Union. I transcended languages and began to search about this film in Russian. The Russian Wikipedia has a good deal more information than the English one, but the majority for us in the beginning will be the English one, and then we'll tackle everything else later on. Stalker is a 1979 Soviet science fiction film directed by Andrei Tarkovsky with a screenplay written by Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, loosely based on their 1972 novel, Roadside Picnic. In 1973, while still working on The Mirror, Andrei Tarkovsky wrote in his diary that he was interested in the Strugatsky brothers' new story, Roadside Picnic. In 1974, he contacted the writers and said that he would like to film it. At that time, Tarkovsky was also hatching plans to film Dostoevsky, The Idiot, and Tolstoy, The Death of Ivan Ilyich, and had taken on writing a screenplay based on the novel Ariel. However, by the end of 1975, he had finally decided that he would work with the Strugatskys on a screenplay based on their story. In February 1976, Tarkovsky officially received the go-ahead for filming from the chairman of the USSR State Cinema Committee, Philip Yermash. At the same time, the writers completed the second version of the script with the working title, The Desire Machine, which did not satisfy the director. Tarkovsky called those first drafts too motley and in need of boring. Please note, this Wikipedia is automatically translated to English from Google Translate, so you might have to fill in some blanks yourself. The writers were patient with the endless reworking of the future script. "We are fortunate to work with a genius," we said to each other then. "This means we must apply all of our strength and abilities to create a script that would satisfy our genius as completely as possible," said by Boris Strugatsky. Although Tarkovsky was not credited as a screenwriter, he was considered one of 3 co-authors, and his role was mainly to discard material. Boris Strugatsky recalled that, compared to the script for The Desire Machine, no other work had taken up so much of their energy, and called the work endlessly exhausting. Because of Stalker, the story Beetle in the Anthill was postponed. Philip Yermash warned Tarkovsky before the final approval that the brothers had a reputation for being unfilmable, especially after the failure of a previous attempt at a film adaptation based on The Guy from the Underworld. However, Tarkovsky stood firm. The film's launch could have been delayed even longer, and Tarkovsky had to write a letter to the 25th Congress of the CPSU, a fairly common practice at the time. In October 1976, the actors for the main roles were selected and the location was found. The film crew included those who had more than one film with Tarkovsky under their belt: Georgy Rublev, Edward Artemiev, Ludmila Faganova, Nikolai Grinko, and Anatoly Solzhenitsyn. Now, I switched gears. The Russian Wikipedia mentions an earthquake, which is the entire reason for them having to change locations to Estonia. The production of the film was accompanied by many problems. In particular, due to the earthquake of January 11, 1977 in the Asfara region, it was necessary to search for a new location, which took about 3 months. After a long search, Georgy Rublev found a new location in Estonia in April 1977, near the main post office in Tallinn, as well as 25 kilometers from the city, in the area of the old destroyed power plant on the Yagala River. Filming was completed on December 19, 1978. The film's budget was overspent by 300,000 rubles and exceeded 1 million. On February 15, 1977, the first studio scene of the film was shot, Stalker's house, in the opening episodes. Location shooting resumed in May in Estonia. The first developed materials turned out to be defective, and the director, having suspended production, went to Moscow for 40 days in order to sort things out. By July, filming resumed, and in August, a rough version of the film was ready where, according to the Strugatskys, Katinovsky played the tough guy and Swindler Allen, close in spirit to the hero of Roadside Picnic, Red Shoehart. Due to constant reworking, the film began to go over budget. The script was rewritten right during the filming, which was slow and difficult. Tarkovsky was not at all satisfied with the results. He complained to Boris that everything was wrong and not right. The director's pickiness exhausted the crew. The film's artists worked on a scene that lasted several seconds on the screen for several days. Tarkovsky made sure that the lawn that would appear in the frame was only green. All the grass of the wrong shade was meticulously removed, one blade at a time. The film was shot on Kodak film, which was in short supply during the Soviet era, and was only available to select directors. Georgy Rublev had worked with Kodak film before, and he had a reputation as one of the most professional Soviet cameramen. On August 9, 1977, several thousand meters of footage were irreparably damaged during film development in the Mosfilm studio laboratories. There were a variety of versions of this, from the film being replaced by ill wishers to a tactical move by Tarkovsky, who wanted to completely remake a film that did not suit him. The story received widespread publicity, and journalists even conducted investigations into it. However, according to writer Antos Skelandis, the cause was the usual negligence of the staff. The matter ended in a serious disagreement between Tarkovsky and Rublev. According to the memoirs of Pavel Fedotchinov, the intermediary between them was Masha Chuganova, Tarkovsky's beloved and devoted assistant. Andrei Arsenyevich said, "Masha, tell the cameraman that this and that needs to be done." Masha was silent, and Rublev, as if addressing her, said, "Masha, tell the director that I will not do this." As a result, the cameraman was removed from work on the film, although a small amount of material shot by him still made it into the film. After the film's difficulties, the crew assumed that it would be over, but in July 1977, Tarkovsky was able to obtain permission from the USSR State Committee for Cinematography, henceforth known as Goskino, to increase the budget to a 2-part film. According to Alla Latina, Philip Yermash was sympathetic to Tarkovsky, and this is the only way to explain the unexpected permission to increase the film's budget. In September to October 1977, filming continued with a new cameraman, Leonid Kalashnikov, and production designer Shavkat Abdussamov, who replaced Alexander Boym. However, Tarkovsky rejected all this material. Winter had begun, and such nature did not fit into the film's script. In October 1977, the script, which still did not satisfy Tarkovsky, was rewritten for the 8th or 9th time. The trial and error method, when the director could not explain to the scriptwriters what he wanted, eventually yielded results. As Boris Strugatsky recalled, he and his brother reached despair and finally came up with the Stalker Holy Fool. Tarkovsky liked this version, but Winter suspended filming. In April 1978, he suffered a heart attack and began work again with the third team. The concept changed. The science fiction element completely disappeared, and Kadanovsky brought a new image to life on the screen. In the third version, the cameraman was Alexander Knyazinski. In the end, on the third attempt, the film was completely reshot from June to December 1978. The film tells the story of an expedition led by a figure known as the Stalker, played by Kadanovsky, who guides his 2 clients, a melancholic writer, Anatoly Solenitsyn, and a professor, Nikolai Grinko, through a hazardous wasteland to a mysterious restricted site known solely as the Zone, where there supposedly exists a room which grants a person's innermost wish. The film combines elements of science fiction and fantasy with dramatic philosophical and psychological themes. The film was initially filmed over a year on film stock that was later discovered to be unusable and had to be almost entirely reshot with new cinematographer Knyazinski. Stalker was released by Goskino in May 1979. Upon release, the film garnered mixed reviews, but in subsequent years it has been recognized as one of the greatest films of all time, with the British Film Institute ranking it number 29 on its 2012 list of the 100 greatest films of all time. The film sold over 4 million tickets, mostly in the Soviet Union, against a budget of 1 million rubles. A man works in an unknown location as a stalker, leading people through the Zone, an area in which the normal laws of physics do not apply, and remnants of seemingly extraterrestrial activity lie undisturbed among its ruins. The area containing the Zone is shrouded in secrecy, sealed off by the government, and surrounded by ominous supernatural hazards. At home with his wife and daughter, the stalker's wife begs him not to go into the Zone, lest he risk another long prison sentence, but he dismissively rejects her pleas. In a rundown bar cafe, the stalker meets his next clients for a trip into the Zone, a writer and a professor. They evade the military blockade that guards the Zone by following a train inside the gate and ride into the heart of the Zone on a railway work car. The stalker tells his clients they must do exactly as he says to survive the dangers which lie ahead, and explains that the Zone must be respected, and the straightest path is not always the shortest path. The stalker tests for various traps by throwing metal nuts tied to strips of cloth ahead of them. He refers to a previous stalker named Porcupine, who entered the room and left, became very rich, and then hanged himself. The writer is skeptical of any real danger, but the professor generally follows the stalker's advice. As they travel, the 3 men discuss their reasons for wanting to visit the room. The writer expresses his fear of losing his inspiration. The professor seems less anxious, although he insists on carrying along a small backpack. The professor admits he hopes to win a Nobel Prize for scientific analysis of the Zone. The stalker insists he has no motive beyond the altruistic aim of aiding the desperate to their desires. After traveling through the tunnels, the three finally reach their destination, a decayed and decrepit industrial building. The men hesitate as the room is guarded by a meat grinder anomaly, which requires a death for someone to enter the room proper, causing an argument. In a small antechamber, a phone rings. The surprised professor decides to use the phone to telephone his former boss, to taunt him over finding the room. As the trio prepare to enter the room, the professor reveals his true intentions in undertaking the journey. He's brought a 20 kiloton bomb to destroy the room and prevent evil men from abusing it for their own gain. Blaming the room, Stalker, and Stalker's clients for the rise of crime, social strife, military coups, and destructive science. The three men enter a physical and verbal standoff just outside the room that leaves them exhausted. The writer realizes Porcupine sent his brother to his death in the meat grinder and entered the room to wish for his brother back. But the room instead fulfilled Porcupine's secret desire for wealth, rather than bring back his brother from death. This prompted the guilt-ridden Porcupine to commit suicide. The writer tells them that no one in the whole world is able to know their true desires. And as such, it is impossible to use the room for selfish reasons. The professor gives up on his plan of destroying the room. Instead, he disassembles his bomb and scatters its pieces. No one attempts to enter the room. The Stalker, writer, and professor are met back at the bar cafe by the Stalker's wife and daughter. After returning home, Matrishka, or Monkey, the couple's deformed daughter, sits alone in the kitchen, reading as a love poem by Fyodor Tuchev is recited. She appears to use psychokinesis to push 3 drinking glasses across the table, one falling off, although this is made ambiguous as simultaneously a train passes by where the Stalker's family lives and the entire apartment shakes. This scene is regarded as the three's journey throughout the zone. The one that falls is most likely Stalker, as this is what he does. He understands the zone, what it stands for, what it is. Keep in mind, this is my personal interpretation. The other two are professor and writer. Their deep philosophical arguments and conversations during their voyage into the zone reflect this. The meaning of the word stalker was derived by its use with the Strugatsky brothers and their novel Roadside Picnic, upon which the movie is based. In Roadside Picnic, stalker was a common nickname for men engaged in the illegal enterprise of prospecting for and smuggling alien artifacts out of the zone. According to Boris, prospectors and trappers were potential word choices before stalker was decided on, which was at least partially inspired by Rudyard Kipling's character Stocky in his Stocky & Co. stories, of which both authors were fans. Their adaptation of the English word into Russian is pronounced slightly differently as Stalker, and it came into common usage after being coined by the authors. Tarkovsky also wrote stalkers from the word to stalk, to creep, in a 1976 diary entry. In the film, a stalker is a professional guide to the zone, someone having the ability and desire to cross the border into a dangerous and forbidden place with a specific goal. In a review in Slant magazine, critic Nick Shager described the film as a dense, complex, often contradictory, and endlessly pliable allegory about human consciousness, the necessity for faith in an increasingly secular, rational world, and the ugly, unpleasant dreams and desires that reside in the hearts of men, while conceding that the obliqueness of the imagery renders definitive interpretation both pointless and somewhat futile. Several critics have identified the nature of human desire as a central theme of the film. James Berardinelli interprets the film as suggesting that one's innermost desire may not be what one thinks it is, and that one may be better off not achieving it. While Shager describes the film as capturing the essence of what man is made of, a yearning for something that's simultaneously beyond our reach, and yet intrinsic to every one of us. Geoff Dyer argues that Stalker is seeking asylum from the world, and says that while the film may not be about the Gulag, it is haunted by memories of the camps. From the overlap of vocabulary, Zona, the meat grinder, to the Stalker's Zek-style haircut.
Writer Ilya Kaganovsky says the film's mysterious zone draws comparisons with the Chernobyl exclusion zone that was established in 1986, 7 years after the release, in the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster. And some of the people employed to take care of the Chernobyl power plant refer to themselves as stalkers. Though the film does not specify the origin of the zone, near the end, in a shot of the stalker with his family outside the zone, what appears to be a power plant is visible in the background. The themes of nuclear radiation and environmental degradation would be revisited by Tarkovsky in his final film, The Sacrifice. Midway in the film, the stalker has an interior monologue in which he quotes the entire section 76 of Lao Tse's Tao Te Ching, the text of which characterizes softness and pliancy as qualities of a newborn, hence, new life. Hardness and strength, on the contrary, are qualities nearing death. Man, when he enters life, is soft and weak. When he dies, he is hard and strong. Slavistic Nils Ake Nilsson says that, in the context of the late Soviet stagnation, Tarkovsky makes a contrast between the oppressive dystopia of the outside world, marked by industrial decay, pollution, alienation, and political repression, and the zone, a realm of beauty and mystery. In conjunction with the room, they act as a representation of new possibilities, a utopia amidst the anti-utopian world of modern society, offering an escape from the constraints of the decaying society. The film reflects the disillusionment of late socialism, which fell short of the communist utopia, resulting in a stagnant and sterile reality. In this film, Tarkovsky wishes to emphasize two essentially human aspects: faith and love. He believes that faith cannot be dissolved or broken down. It forms like a crystal in the soul of each of us and constitutes its great worth. And that, when humans feel there is no more hope in the world, love is what proves them otherwise. The writer feels as though the world has become mundane and ordinary, and has become cynical of it. He desires to be shaken by the unknown, that is, the zone. What ends up surprising him is not the zone, but instead, the stalker's wife and her faithfulness to the stalker even after all he's put her through. Her love and her devotion are that final miracle which can be set against the unbelief, cynicism, moral vacuum poisoning the modern world, of which both the writer and the scientist are victims. In Tarkovsky's films, he believes that it is his responsibility to make his viewers aware and reflect on their need to love and to give their love. Like Tarkovsky's other films, Stalker relies on long takes with slow, subtle camera movement, rejecting the use of rapid montage. The film contains 142 shots in 163 minutes, with an average shot length of more than 1 minute, and many shots lasting for more than 4. Almost all of the scenes not shot in the zone are in sepia or a similar high-contrast brown monochrome, with the exceptions of scenes featuring his daughter, shot in color. After reading the novel Roadside Picnic by Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, Tarkovsky initially recommended it to a friend, the film director Mikhail Kalatozov, thinking Kalatozov might be interested in adapting it into a film. Kalatozov abandoned the project when he could not obtain the rights to the novel. Tarkovsky then became very interested in adapting the novel and expanding its concepts. He hoped it would allow him to make a film which conformed to the classical Aristotelian unity, a single action on a single location within 24 hours, or a single point in time. Tarkovsky viewed the idea of the zone as a dramatic tool to draw out the personalities of the three protagonists, particularly the psychological damage from everything that happens to the idealistic views of the stalker, as he finds himself unable to make others happy. This, too, is what Stalker is about. The hero goes through moments of despair when his faith is shaken, but every time he comes to a renewed sense of his vocation to serve people who have lost their hopes and illusions. The film departs considerably from the novel. According to an interview with Tarkovsky in 1979, the film has basically nothing in common with the novel except for the two words stalker and zone. Yet, several similarities remain between the novel and the film. In both works, the zone is guarded by a police or military guard, apparently authorized to use deadly force. The stalker in both works tests the safety of his path by tossing nuts and bolts tied with scraps of cloth, verifying that gravity is working as usual. A character named Porcupine is a mentor to Stalker. In the novel, frequent visits to the zone increase the likelihood of abnormalities in the visitor's offspring. In the book, the stalker's daughter has light hair all over her body, while in the film she is crippled and has psychokinetic abilities. The meat grinder, a particularly perilous location, is mentioned in both film and the book. Neither in the novel nor in the film do the women enter the zone. Indeed, the film features a female character who is introduced as wishing to enter the zone, but who is dismissed by the stalker prior to departure. Finally, the target of the expedition in both works is a wish-granting device. In Roadside Picnic, the site was specifically described as the site of alien visitation. The name of the novel derives from a metaphor proposed by a character who compares the visit to a roadside picnic. The closing monologue by the stalker's wife at the end of the film has no equivalent in the novel. An early draft of the screenplay was published as a novel titled Stalker, or The Wish Machine, that differs substantially from the finished film. In an interview on the MK2 DVD, the production designer Rashid Safiullin recalled that Tarkovsky spent a year shooting all the outdoor scenes. However, when the crew returned to Moscow, they found that the film had been improperly developed and the footage was unusable. The film had been shot on new Kodak 5247 stock, with which Soviet laboratories were not very familiar, even before the film stock problem was discovered. Relations between Tarkovsky and Stalker's first cinematographer, Georgy Rublev, had deteriorated. After seeing the poorly developed material, Tarkovsky fired him. Safiullin contends that Tarkovsky was so despondent at having to discard all the outdoor work that he wanted to abandon further work on the film. After the loss of the film stock, the Soviet film boards wanted to shut the film down, but Tarkovsky came up with a solution. He asked to be allowed to make a two-part film, which meant additional deadlines and more funds. Tarkovsky ended up reshooting almost all of the film with the new cinematographer, Knyazinski. According to Safiullin, the finished version of Stalker is completely different from the one Tarkovsky originally shot. The film was not released for quite a long time. However, unlike most of Tarkovsky's other films, Stalker was particularly not subject to censorship edits, and had a more or less successful distribution fate in the USSR. The documentary film Rublev and Tarkovsky, The Reverse Side of Stalker, by Igor Mayboroda, offers a different interpretation of the relationship between Rublev and Tarkovsky. Rublev felt that Tarkovsky was not ready for the script. He told Tarkovsky to rewrite the script in order to achieve a good result. Tarkovsky ignored him and continued shooting. After several arguments, he sent him home. Ultimately, Tarkovsky shot Stalker 3 times, consuming over 5,000 meters, or 16,000 feet, of film. People who have seen both the first version shot by Rublev as director of photography and the final theatrical release said that they are almost identical. Tarkovsky sent home other crew members in addition to Rublev, excluding them from the credits as well. Several people involved in the film production, and possibly Tarkovsky himself, died from causes that some crew members attributed to the film's long shooting schedule and toxic locations. Sound designer Vladimir Sharun recalled, "We were shooting near Tallinn in the area around the small river Yagala with a half-functioning hydroelectric station. Up the river was a chemical plant and it poured out poisonous liquids downstream. There was even the shot in Stalker. Snow falling in the summer and white foam floating down the river. In fact, it was some horrible poison. Many women in our crew got allergic reactions on their faces. Tarkovsky died of cancer of the right bronchial tube, and Toya Solonitsyn too. That it was all connected to the location shooting for Stalker became clear to me when Larissa Tarkovskaya died from the same illness in Paris." In their first reviews, Western critics in the early 1980s viewed the film through the prism of the political and historical context of life in the USSR at that time. Another view was an attempt to attribute the film to the so-called ecological theme, which anticipated the history of Chernobyl. Later analysis revealed the multidimensional and deep philosophical context of the film. In Stalker, Tarkovsky deviates from the symbolism that permeates his previous films, the motif of flight, images of childhood, figures of mother and father, animals, especially horses, the beloved rain. At the final stage of his creative path, Tarkovsky comes to minimalism. The film is more compressed and holistic, turning the viewer to the traditions of pure cinema. The aesthetic sequence of the plot, the direct perspective of the key frames, the color scheme using monochrome, everything is subordinated to one goal. The continuity of the action, unhurried, paradoxically endless, is emphasized by Stalker's words that in the zone, the direct path is not the shortest. The music of Eduard Artemyev, emphasizing the detached and otherworldly motive of the plot, became an important component of the essential action on the screen. The music of Eduard Artemiev, emphasizing the detached and otherworldly motive of the plot, became an important component of the existential action on the screen. The world of Stalker in its ordinariness, poverty, and achievement is brought to such a degree of unity and intensity that it almost ceases to be an external world and appears as a landscape of the soul after confession. It even seems that the complex of constant themes and pictorial motives that overwhelmed the director for many years, realized by him to the end, exhausted and given to the screen, has been subtracted from Stalker. Due to this, Stalker looks much more complete, more compressed and unified than The Mirror did. This was said by Maya Turovskaya. The first versions of the script had a nuclear explosion, a time loop, and a golden ball instead of a room. After working on the script for a long time, Tarkovsky consistently eliminated any science fiction elements from Roadside Picnic. The hero's journey through the zone changes from an adventure into a philosophical debate that turns into apocalyptic despair. The entire meaning of the film lies in the movement from the ordinary world to the metaphorical world of the zone, from the real to the ideal, and ultimately to the goal of the journey, the room, and the fulfillment of desires. The identification of the path that the heroes take in the search for oneself is one of the main philosophical messages of the film. The very beginning of the film, the journey on a handcar, is filmed as a journey into another, surreal world. In the zone, all familiar landmarks collapse. What is dangerous in ordinary life is here, a meaningless pile of scrap metal. The menacing traps of the zone in the film are not so much physical traps as spiritual and psychological ones. Researchers of Tarkovsky's work distinguish a unique trilogy: Solaris, The Mirror, and Stalker. It is all about the search for oneself in the inner path. In one way or another, the heroes in them come into contact with the possibility of fulfilling secret desires. All these films explore the conflict between rationalism and science on the one hand and faith on the other. The image of Sartorius from Solaris is very close to the professor from Stalker, who seeks a rational explanation for the phenomena that he is forced to observe. Christian symbolism and spiritual motives, which Tarkovsky repeatedly resorted to, are also clearly evident in the plot of Stalker. In the scene that takes place after the heroes overcome the waterfall, film scholars Johnson and Petrie saw a clear reference to the Gospel of Luke, the events in Emmaus, where two apostles did not recognize Jesus when they met him. The heroes or the voiceover repeatedly quote biblical texts. In the scene of a long flight of the camera over stagnant water, the viewer can see a fragment of Van Eyck's Ghent altarpiece. However, Tarkovsky himself did not believe that the Christian theme and Christian origins were so important in the film. From his point of view, much more significant was the clash of the rational and the irrational, the material and the spiritual, which is clearly manifested in the conflict between Stalker and his two companions. The plot of the film mainly concentrates on three heroes, their arguments and actions. Each of their image carries its own philosophical origin: the professor, scientific materialism; the writer, the artist's worldview, degenerated into cynicism; the Stalker himself is faith. The faith of the three main heroes is subjected to a severe test, and they, stopping at this threshold of the room, do not withstand it. The Stalker returns from the zone to his wife and sick daughter, disappointed in people. The acting in the film is not so noticeable and fades into the background. The viewer is much more attracted by the visual component. In the film, Tarkovsky cast his favorite actors Grinko and Solzhenitsyn, but critics separately noted a new face, Alexander Kadinovsky, who looks so convincing in the role of the holy fool, Stalker. Assistant director Yevgeny Simbal recalled that almost all the actors had to find a completely unnatural approach to the embodiment of the role, force themselves to become different. This was especially true for Kadinovsky, who in life saw himself as a complete opposite of the image of Stalker, a consistent, integral, and tough person. As for the idea of Stalker, it cannot be formulated verbally. I am telling you personally, this is the tragedy of a man who wants to believe, who wants to make himself and others believe in something. For this, he goes to the zone. Do you understand? In a completely pragmatic world, he wants to make someone believe in something, but he does not succeed. No one needs him. In this place, the zone, is also not needed by anyone. That is, the film is about the victory of materialism, Tarkovsky says. And in another interview, he described the main idea of the film as follows. It is important for me to establish in this film that specifically human, insoluble, indecomposable thing that crystallizes in the soul of each person and constitutes their value. After all, despite the fact that outwardly the heroes seem to suffer a fiasco, in fact, each of them gains something invaluably more important. Faith, a sense of the most important thing in themselves. This is the most important thing that lives in each person. Candidate of psychological sciences Natalia Fedorova saw in the story and film the development of the traditional theme of wandering in Russian culture. In the image of Kadinovsky's hero, she saw a new stage in the development of this phenomenon as an attempt at physical survival in overcoming the extreme conditions of a hypothetical future, as well as the resolution of an internal crisis associated with an individual worldview. Stalker became an important milestone in Tarkovsky's creative path and significantly influenced the people with whom he worked together, the cinematic language, and laid down unique traditions. On the set of Stalker, future directors Yevgeny Simbol and Konstantin Lopushansky studied alongside Tarkovsky. The role of Stalker radically changed the life and creative destiny of Kadinovsky. After filming with Tarkovsky, he enrolled in courses for directors, but they are unable to work again in the future. The film, The Bodyguard, was shot as an obvious imitation of the theme of Stalker, and in many ways by the same team, but the idea was not fully realized. In 1981 to 1982, Arkady Strugatsky and Tarkovsky met several times and together wrote the script for the film Beware, Snakes, and hatched plans for a film adaptation of The Beetle in the Anthill. According to the biographer of the Strugatsky brothers, Ant Skalandis, the script for Tarkovsky's last film, The Sacrifice, is largely a joint work of Tarkovsky and Arkady Strugatsky. The Stalker film score is composed by Eduard Artemiev, who had also composed the scores for Tarkovsky's previous films, Solaris and The Mirror. For Stalker, Artemiev composed and recorded two different versions of the score. The first score was done with an orchestra alone, but was rejected by Tarkovsky. The second score that was used in the final film was created on the synthesizer along with traditional instruments that were manipulated using sound effects. In the final film score, the boundaries between music and sound were blurred, as natural sounds and music interact to the point where they are indistinguishable. In fact, many of the natural sounds were not production sounds, but were created by Artemiev on his synthesizer. For Tarkovsky, music was more than just a parallel illustration of the visual image. He believed that music distorts and changes the emotional tone of a visual image, while not changing the meaning. He also believed that in a film with complete theoretical consistency, music will have no place, and that instead, music is replaced by sounds. According to Tarkovsky, he aimed at this consistency and moved into this direction in Stalker and Nostalgia. In addition to the original monophonic soundtrack, the Russian Cinema Council, Rossiko, created an alternative 5.1 surround soundtrack for the 2001 DVD release. In addition to remixing the mono soundtrack, music and sound effects were removed and added in several scenes. Music was added to the scene where the three are traveling to the zone on the rail. In the opening and the final scene, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony was removed, and in the opening scene in Stalker's house, ambient sounds were added, changing the original soundtrack, in which this scene was completely silent except for the sounds of a train. Initially, Tarkovsky had no clear understanding of the musical atmosphere of the final film, and only an approximate idea where, in the film, the music was to be. Even after he had shot all the material, he continued his search for the ideal film score, wanting a combination of Oriental and Western music. In a conversation with Artemiev, he explained that he needed music that reflects the idea that although the East and the West can coexist, they are not able to understand each other. One of Tarkovsky's ideas was to perform Western music on Oriental instruments, or vice versa. Artemiev proposed to try this idea with the motet Polterima Rosa by an anonymous 14th century Italian composer dedicated to the Virgin Mary. In its original form, Tarkovsky did not perceive the motet as suitable for the film and asked Artemiev to give it an Oriental sound. Later, Tarkovsky proposed to invite musicians from Armenia and Azerbaijan and to let them improvise on the melody of the motet. A musician was invited from Azerbaijan who played the main melody on a tar based on Mugam, accompanied by orchestral background music written by Artemiev. Tarkovsky, who, unusually for him, attended the full recording session, rejected the final result, as this was not what he was looking for. Rethinking their approach, they finally found the solution in a theme that would create a state of inner calmness and inner satisfaction, or as Tarkovsky said, space frozen in a dynamic equilibrium. Artemiev knew about a musical piece from Indian classical music, where a prolonged and unchanged background tone is performed on a tampura. As this gave Artemiev the impression of frozen space, he used this inspiration and created a background tone on a synthesizer, similar to the background tone performed on the tampura. The Tsar then improvised on the background sound, together with the flute as a European, Western instrument. To mask the obvious combination of European and Oriental instruments, he passed the foreground music through the effect channels of his Synthi 100 synthesizer. These effects included modulating the sound of the flute and lowering the speed of the tar, so that what Artemiev called the life of one string could be heard. Tarkovsky was amazed by the result, especially liking the sound of the tar, and used the theme without any alterations in the film. The title sequence is accompanied by Artemiev's main theme. The opening sequence of the film showing Stalker's room is mostly silent. Periodically one hears what could be a train. The sound becomes louder and clearer over the time, until the sound and vibrations of objects in the room give a sense of a train's passing by, without the train being visible. This oral impression is quickly subverted by the muffled sound of Beethoven's Symphony No. 9. The source of this music is unclear, thus setting the tone for the blurring of reality in the film. For this part of the film, Tarkovsky was also considering music by Richard Wagner, or the Marseillaise. In an interview with Tonino Guerrera in 1979, Tarkovsky said that he wanted music that is more or less popular, that expresses the movement of the masses, the theme of humanity's social destiny, but this music must be barely heard beneath the noise, in a way that the spectator is not aware of it. I would like most of the noise and sound to be composed by a composer. In the film, for example, the three people undertake a long journey in a railway car. I'd like that the noise of the wheels on the rails not be the natural sound, but elaborated upon by the composer with electronic music. At the same time, one mustn't be aware of music nor natural sounds. The journey into the zone on a motorized rail car features a disconnection between the visual image and the sound. The presence of the rail car is registered only through the clanking sound of the wheels on the tracks. Neither the rail car nor the scenery passing by is shown, since the camera is focused on the faces of the characters. This disconnection draws the audience into the inner world of the characters and transforms the physical journey into an inner journey. This effect on the audience is reinforced by Artemiev's synthesizer effects, which make the clanking wheel sound less and less natural as the journey progresses. When the three arrive in the zone initially, it appears to be silent. Only after some time, and only slightly audibly, can one hear the sound of a distant river, the sound of the blowing wind, or the occasional cry of an animal. These sounds grow richer and more audible, while the stalker makes his first venture into the zone, as if the sound draws him toward the zone. The sparseness of sounds in the zone draws attention to specific sounds, which, as in other scenes, are largely disconnected from the visual image. Animals can be heard in the distance, but are never shown. A breeze can be heard, but no visual reference is shown. This effect is reinforced by occasional synthesizer effects, which meld with the natural sounds and blur the boundaries between artificial and alien sounds, and the sounds of nature. During the journey in the zone, the sound of water becomes more and more prominent, which, combined with a visual image, presents the zone as a drenched world. In an interview, Tarkovsky dismissed the idea that water has a symbolic meaning in his films, saying, "There is so much rain in his films because it is always raining in Russia." In another interview on the film Nostalgia, however, he said, "Water is a mysterious element, a single molecule of which is very photogenic. It can convey movement and a sense of change and flux." Emerging from the tunnel called the Mikander by the Stalker, the three arrive at the entrance of their destination, the room. Here, as in the rest of the film, sound is constantly changing and not necessarily connected to the visual image. The journey in the zone ends with the three sitting in the room, silent, with no audible sound. When the sound resumes, it is again the sound of water, but with a different timbre, softer and gentler, as if to give a sense of catharsis and hope. The transition back to the world outside the zone is supported by sound. While the camera still shows a pool of water inside the zone, the audience begins to hear the sound of a train and Ravel's bolero, reminiscent of the opening scene. The soundscape of the world outside the zone is the same as before, characterized by train wheels, foghorns of a ship, and train whistles. The film ends as it began, with the sound of a train passing by, accompanied by the muffled sound of Beethoven's Symphony No. 9. This time, the ode to joy from the final moments of the symphony. As in the rest of the film, the disconnect between the visual image and the sound leaves the audience unclear whether the sound is real or an illusion. Stalker sold 4.3 million tickets in the Soviet Union. Upon its release, the film's reception was less than favorable. Officials at Ghost Kino were critical of the film. On being told that Stalker should be faster and more dynamic, Tarkovsky replied, "The film needs to be slower and duller at the start, so that the viewers who walked into the wrong theater have time to leave before the main action starts." The Ghost Kino representative then stated that he was trying to give the point of view of the audience. Tarkovsky supposedly retorted, "I am only interested in the views of two people. One is called Bresson, and one Bergman." More recently, reviews of the film have been highly positive. On review aggregator Rotten Tomatoes, Stalker is rated at 100% based on 43 reviews, with an average rating of 8.6 out of 10. Its critical consensus states, Stalker is a complex, oblique parable that draws unforgettable images and philosophical musings from its sci-fi thriller setting. Metacritic assigned the film a weighted average score of 85 out of 100, based on 17 critics indicating universal acclaim. It earned a place in the British Film Institute's 100 Greatest Films of All Time poll conducted for Sight and Sound in September 2012. The group's critics listed Stalker at joint number 29. Directors ranked it at 30. In The Guardian, Geoff Dyer described the film as synonymous both with cinema's claims to high art and a test of the viewer's ability to appreciate it as such. Critic Derek Adams of the Time Out Film Guide has compared Stalker to Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now, also released in 1979, and argued that as a journey to the heart of darkness, Stalker looks a good deal more persuasive than Coppola's. Slant magazine reviewer Nick Shager has praised the film as an endlessly pliable allegory about human consciousness. In 2018, the film was voted the 49th greatest non-English language film of all time in a poll by BBC Culture involving 209 critics in 43 countries. The film heavily influenced the Cacophony Society, which began in 1986 in the San Francisco Bay Area and which organized zone trips for participants. The first burning of a wooden symbolic man at Black Rock Desert, Nevada occurred on Zone Trip number 4 in 1990. This occasion evolved into an enormous annual festival of arts, music, and culture called Burning Man. In a roundabout way, Soviet cinema is responsible for Burning Man. How about that? Stalker was the inspiration for the 1995 album of the same title by Robert Rich and B. Lustmord, which has been noted for its eerie soundscapes and dark ambience. A novel written by Jessica Schneider puts it well, in watching Andrei Tarkovsky's 1979 film Stalker, I found myself missing a man I'd ever met, who died when I was only 10. He is one of those directors who, amid the visual, transcends film as a medium and moves it into something other, something ethereal, and something understandable. Yet, as for what that understanding is, it will vary upon audience. I also recently reviewed Antonini's Red Desert, wherein I refer to the human intrusion that has desecrated nature. By contrast, Stalker is almost a rebellion to all of that, nature's uprise perhaps. After all, where do humans fit amid all this? Where exactly are we supposed to fall? The story, shot in long, dreamlike sequences, is meant to immerse one into a sort of dream. I often thought that watching a Tarkovsky film is the closest to observing dream. The film, set in an unknown country in an unknown time, begins with a journey involving unnamed citizens. Stalker, writer, and professor are the titles distinguishing these three figures who, in their search through the zone, a site supposedly loaded with traps, contains a room where one can wish for their secret desires to come true. The anonymity of these characters serves a purpose, that this could be any of us. And what of the zone? How do we interpret this place that is ever so difficult to navigate? Here, weeds are overgrown, according to human standards anyway, and the flowers hold no scent. When the writer is asked what he writes about, "My readers," he replies. Within the zone, these humans are helpless, forced below the brunt of nature. In one particular scene, the stalker lowers himself into the overgrown green. Seemingly, he drops into the earth and rolls within the vegetation, only to then look up and engage in conversation with the professor. A small insect delicately traverses his finger. "You've brought many people here," the professor says. "Not as many as I would like," the stalker replies. When asked if he would ever use the room for himself, the stalker insists that he is fine as is. Then, in a moment of memory or imagined flashback, we see him, in sepia coloring, in a fetal position within a canal. A black dog approaches, whom we witness a number of times. In one of the most haunting scenes, the dog sits alone on a slab of concrete. amid the untamed vegetation. The dog then stands without any hint of command. It clearly is tamer than the weeds that surround. The stalker warns that the zone is filled with traps. He and his two companions attempt to detonate any potential dangers by tossing small cloths tied to metal rings. For much of the zone, the land is damp and murky, whilst chemical-filled waters grow impassable, too difficult to navigate. Much like the artist who is forced to navigate a world of social climbers, attention seekers, and corporate parasites, he will inevitably feel that he does not belong. A man writes because he is tormented, because he doubts, the stalker says. He needs to constantly prove himself that he is worth something. Tarkovsky once said that he believed the Book of Revelation to be the most beautiful piece of writing ever written. Then, in a slow child's whisper, we hear the biblical words accompanying a long flow of imagery. We could either be above or below the waterline, or those trees reflected from above, or are we witnessing them from below? Mechanical debris lingers from a bygone time. Within the zone, nature is indifferent, and it contains its own form of beautiful. Much like looking at images following the 1986 Chernobyl disaster, amid the chemical disease, apples still grow from trees. This is the world without human intrusion. I sometimes wonder if humans are only as worthy as memory. As noted in Tarkovsky's 1975 film, The Mirror, it is not what one remembers, but how one remembers that matters. The men discuss a previous stalker named Porcupine, who led his brother to the zone, which resulted in his brother's death. Then, upon arriving at the room, he was bestowed with a large sum of money, his secret wish. Rather than bringing his brother back, guilt-ridden, this resulted in his suicide. An argument among the three men ensues, wherein the notion that the room can be used for evil is addressed, and does anyone know his secret desires? Weakness is a great thing, and strength is nothing, the stalker mentions. When a man is just born, he is weak and flexible. When he dies, he is hard and insensitive.
Пусть они поверят. Пусть не смеют своими страстями. Ведь то, что они называют страстью, на самом деле не душевная энергия, а лишь трение между душой и внешним миром. А главное, пусть поверят в себя. Но беспомощными, как дети. Потому что слабость велика, а сила ничтожна. Когда человек родится, он слаб и гибок. Когда умирает, он крепок и черств. Когда дерево растет, оно нежно и гибко. А когда оно сухо и жестко, оно умирает. Черствость и сила – спутники смерти. Гибкость и слабость выражают свежесть бытия. Поэтому, что отвердело, то не победит.
When a tree is growing, it's tender and pliant, but when it's dry and hard, it dies. Hardness and strength are death's companions. Or in other words, to think one knows all the answers, that he is indestructible, is to become ossified both in body and mind. The three men come to realize that there is no happiness to be found here, hence, they abandon the mission. Yet one must ask, were they really in search of it? It was Tarkovsky himself who said that the world wasn't created for man's happiness, but rather, we are here to fight so that good and evil can clash within us. I have often believed that my best work was created whilst I was most unhappy, and that it is this unhappiness that causes my conflict within. After all, without conflict there is no drama, and without drama, there is no narrative. Perhaps the success of creation is enough of a reward itself, but I, much like the characters within Stalker, will still long for this happiness nonetheless. Stalker is not sad, but it is melancholic. It is not idyllic. We witness these characters in their suffering, including the Stalker's wife who drops to the floor in a mess of tears upon his departure, as well as their longing. We witness the Stalker's telekinetic daughter. What results from their journey into the deeps of the zone? The unobservant would say nothing, but argue they come to realize that one's desire, one's happiness, cannot be obtained simply by wish. The result would be too nebulous. In one scene, the writer lifts himself from a puddle and sits on a large open metal rim. He drops in a stone that takes time before sound hits. It reverberates. There is no such thing as facts, he says. Facts, after all, make one's mind rigid, hard. They can obstruct creativity. Instead, for the artist, one's mind must bend and be fluid. There is no single answer. This is where the article ends. Writer, in my opinion, came the closest to understanding, as in the scene with Monkey and the table. He went the furthest, aside from Stalker. And yet still came too short. Popular opinions are as follow. The ending is a question about faith posed to the audience. There are two ways to interpret the scene. She literally moved the glass with her mind. A passing train in the background is shaking the building, and that is what is moving the glass. It is also possibly implying she's deaf. The question then becomes, which is it? To choose scenario 1, to choose faith, and to believe that there is magic in the world, that it can live on in us as a part of our true nature. To choose scenario 2 is to reject faith and to embrace the world as a miserable place, full of meaningless poverty and the industrial rape of the natural world. The question of faith posed to the audience even has a crafty setup in the preceding scene. The shot opens on the daughter moving forward, but without seeing the lower half of her body, the film practically dares the audience to jump to the conclusion that the stalker's true wish was for a miracle to heal his daughter's leg affliction, and the room is granted it. Then we see she was just riding on her dad's shoulders nonchalantly. At the end of the film, we see Monkey, whom is outside of the zone, presented in full color. This creates a visual connection between her and the zone. We are told that stalkers will always have deformed children. What if the stalker's biggest desire was to have a child without a deformation? A child that is strong enough to have the ability to move? What if he entered the room and Monkey's telekinetic power was the manifestation of his desire? A desire that manifested in Monkey not being able to move herself, but being mentally strong enough to move other objects with her mind. What is all this art trying to communicate? At times, one might wonder whether Stalker is reliable and whether the dangers of the zone are real, or whether the room is just a superstitious fallacy. Skeptics might want to view the film rationally and scientifically, and explain the way the zone is the site of a nuclear accident like Chernobyl. Taken as a whole, especially in light of Tarkovsky's own rejection of a purely materialistic view of life, this poster is convinced the film wants us to accept that the threats in the zone are real, along with the room and the reward it promises to all who are prepared to complete the religious quest needed to reach it. This interpretation is supported by the fact that we see a wind arise when the professor tries taking a shortcut, and also the impact that the zone has had on Stalker's daughter and her apparently telekinetic powers. It's also supported by what happened with Porcupine, a previous stalker who committed suicide after obtaining his inner desires. Additional evidence in favor of this interpretation is the main premise of Roadside Picnic, the novel that the movie is based on. Reading a synopsis of the book's plot can be helpful to discard wrong interpretation of the film that were clearly not intended. So, even if there are parts of the film hard to explain, it seems clear that the character of Stalker needs to be accepted as a trustworthy character, and that what he says about the zone is true, even if Stalker's own journey of faith has flaws and imperfections. But what makes Tarkovsky's contribution to cinema all the more important for him personally are the religious themes that he works with. He has the same Russian Orthodox Church background as literary greats like Dostoevsky, so it should come as no surprise that it employs similar themes. Like Dostoevsky, Tarkovsky rejected the idea of a materialistic, disbelieving world, so it seems plausible to interpret the film with Stalker representing the holy fool that is a common motif in Russian literature. His role typifies the importance of following a spiritual guide, rather than following our own path, and the importance of viewing life through the eyes of faith. Navigating the zone is like a religious quest or trial that requires believing and following a guide. For me as a Christian, this suggests something about the essence of faith, where we are led by God's word and follow what he says. The writer and the professor are never named, and are presented as two intellectuals, possibly representing arts and science respectively. The professor is a skeptic and unbeliever, while the writer is an agnostic, and both struggle to accept the apparent powers and dangers of the zone. In the end, both end up following Stalker, who is a man of faith, but this is only after their own personal failures. to accomplish what they came to do in the zone. This also explains the closing scenes, where Stalker laments humanity's loss of the faith needed for going through the zone, and for living the good life. In a world of increasing secularism, materialism, rationalism, and scientific thought, Tarkovsky wants us to hold on to the importance of faith and religious thinking. Another important theme is about human desire. While the room holds the promise of tremendous power, it is also very dangerous. An account of a previous stalker named Porcupine is offered as a cautionary tale in this regard. He took his brother into the zone, but sacrificed him at the meat grinder in order to enter the room himself. Porcupine later won the lottery and became very rich, but subsequently hanged himself. His stated desire might have been to restore his brother back to life, but what if his greatest secret desire was actually different from what he thought, and it was just a materialistic craving for money? Realizing this afterwards made Porcupine realize he wasn't a very good man, and brought him to suicide, perhaps in part to expiate himself for his guilt. What are we to make of the lengthy dream sequence, where we get a series of images of debris and flotsam and water, fish, a religious icon, money, a rusted gun, a lock, barbed wire, a spring, a human hand? And what is the significance of the dog that roams freely in the zone and follows the trio back out? At times the imagery is deeply religious, such as a moment when the writer has a crown of thorns on his head. But what does it all mean? Without an interpreter, I find myself baffled, but also intrigued and deeply curious. It's certainly a demanding film, and the fact that it is somewhat inaccessible, and that its meaning is somewhat hidden, is also somewhat frustrating. At the same time, we should be careful not to allegorize the film too quickly, and want to interpret all its details as symbols. Tarkovsky himself shied away from the concept of symbols and preferred to speak about metaphors. In interviews, he said that while a symbol contains within itself definite meaning, a metaphor is an image and is indefinite in meaning and cannot be fully deciphered. He wanted his films to be works of art, but not in the sense that everything can be explained, because he believed that there are aspects of his films that are abstractions, that transmit truth which can only be comprehended in one's own heart. If we're going to take his vision for his films seriously, we must be cautious to not analyze everything, but also allow the images to touch our soul. In other words, accept it for what it is. Don't overthink it. Allow it to wash over you, become part of you. That isn't to say you should disregard the image, the film, the message. One doesn't cancel out the other. As Tarkovsky says, the East and West may coexist. Here, they both may remain. Tarkovsky continues in the metaphorical symbol vein. He doesn't want his films to be interpreted as allegories. Another quote, "I never create allegories, I create my own world." The world does not signify anything unusual, it just exists. It has no other meaning. I think symbol and allegory rob the artist. Creator brings up images which express, reveal life the way it is. They are not Aesop's fables. This manner of working would be true primitive not only for the contemporary art, but for art of any era. Artistic image possesses an infinity of meanings just like life carries an infinity of meanings. An image changed into a symbol cannot be analyzed. When I create my images, I use no symbolism of any kind. I want to create an image, not a symbol. That's why I don't believe in interpretations of supposed meanings of my pictures. I'm not interested in narrow political or social issues. I want to create images that would touch the viewer's soul to some degree. That's why in my films, I tell precisely those stories, and not the others. Some say that The Mirror is his best, his most approachable film, and others say they struggle with Solaris. I didn't mind Solaris, and I certainly didn't expect the station to have visitors, one such being your dead wife. In the autobiographical documentary Voyage in Time from 1983, Tarkovsky says he viewed Solaris as an artistic failure, because his film did not transcend genre, as he believed his film Stalker did. Due to the required technological dialogue and special effects. On 4chan's TV board, the top 100 films of all time, Stalker was number 3, underneath 2001, and above Blade Runner. Some questions. What is up with the Revelations quote other than containing vivid imagery? Directly following the stalker's dream and wife's narration, he wakes up and says something about the same day again. Maybe this is hinting that the zone is making him repeat some past trauma we only get glimpses of. Is the dog just a dog? Why does it leave the zone with him? Its behavior seems unnatural. Should we believe that the metal door opening and closing confirms that the zone not only rearranges space, but also time? I'm not sure who other than the stalker would be opening and closing a door like that, and we do see him doing it earlier in the film. And this is the main thing that confuses me. The poster. Where does the blood come from that we see in the last shot of the zone? The professor seemingly throws the last piece of the disabled bomb into the water inside the room. And then slowly, the screen is filled with blood. What is this supposed to imply, considering that all three of them make it outside of the zone? A reply says, I see the dog as being within the rhythm of the zone, and I see it as drawn to the stalker who is most attuned to the zone. I think there is also a contrast between the way an animal behaves, in general, and then its goal is to survive, and through it, that it intuits how to navigate its environments. A dog does not have complex desires. Man does, and that is why man came to the zone. Perhaps this is why the dog is shown to just casually trot wherever it seems to please, in contrast to the stalker and pals, who navigate in a ritualistic, terrified manner. The zone does not challenge the animal in the same manner, because it can't by nature defile it to the extent man can through complex, volatile desires. Additionally, the way the dog behaves is similar to how the dogs behave in nostalgia. They seem extremely calm and well-trained, in contrast to their volatile owners, or humans. They are unreadable and seem to exist persistently between dreams, memories, and the present reality. This dynamic is more present in nostalgia, but the stalker dog does it too. Another reply answers his other questions, or tries. Revelations. I took this to be suggestive of a severe impending transformation of the world, severe enough for their characters, Stalker's wife especially, perceive it as its death. His points about the dog are very good. Dogs are also a classic symbol of death by way of Cerberus. I didn't take this as a rearrangement of time, meaning the door, although that's interesting, but as a limited form of agency, where the zone itself can take some physical actions. If I recall correctly, the blood was remnant of others who had previously died in the zone. The flooding is due to some kind of perturbations of physical law within the room, and again an omen of destructive change to come on the world. Some trivia. Yes, the fox was planned. According to the original plan, there should have been a fox in place of the dog, most likely under the influence of Chinese mythology, where she usually turns out to be an evil force. According to Tarkovsky, she had to walk around the frame where we need to. But foxes in Estonia, where the episode was filmed, are rare, so they are not amenable to training. The fox was replaced with a dog. Number 2. Anubis. Then the question arose about the breed of the dog. Not a Dachshund and not a black poodle as in Faust. The director went over it. As a result, he settled on the breed of the Egyptian Anubis statuette from the Pushkin Museum and showed the assistant the shape of his head with large ears on his fingers. The assistant in charge of the props found such a dog, but it belonged to a disabled woman. The smart dog knew how to go to the store by himself, press the doorbell button with his nose, etc. No one dared to ask this woman for such an assistant even for a while. The language barrier. The right animal was found by an Estonian girl who worked at the zoo. His name was Reni Raimo, and he understood commands only in Estonian, which none of the crew knew. They had to be written down on a piece of paper and read out whenever it was necessary. Listed in the credits. Randy Raimo seemed to Tarkovsky to be such an important performer that she was listed in the credits along with other artists of the episodes. I'm not going to reiterate what we all just heard multiple times for recollection. I agree with the majority of what was said. Tarkovsky is unmatched, a spiritual visionary in tune, like no other. He even kept his actors for years and years. Isn't that nice? The lead actress in Solaris wanted to stop on his deathbed in France, but wasn't able. To put it the best way, Tarkovsky takes a menial trip and transforms it into something much greater, more philosophical. If we miss the slightest detail, that's okay. But it's important to note that things are, can, and have been missed, so there was a trained eye for this. This film was made twice, killed the majority of the crew and cast, ironically a sacrifice, for art. I dug up some more, trying to find everything I possibly could. I found a website that you could book for it, maybe showings. I discovered that Edward Artemiev died recently, but did an interview shortly before his death. As Artemiev says, Tarkovsky surprised him. He said that he didn't need music in his film and needed someone to orchestrate sounds of nature, asking him on for Solaris. He needed a composer's ear and hand to organize the sounds surrounding us according to the laws of music. I watched the footage where he filmed nature, he said. I didn't yet know what to do, but I was gradually getting an idea. At some point, I told him, "You can't do it without any music at all. If you want to use only background noise, then it will be dead. You need to somehow liven it up." And then it occurred to me that we could use orchestral sounds, voices, tapping of the strings light as the rustle of grass, very subtle. He liked that very much. And that's how we slowly created a musical language. Only in the hands of a genius like Tarkovsky can the simple narrative structure of three men on a journey be transformed to a complicated moral and spiritual examination of humanity, anchored to references of classical poetry, literature, music, and art.
For those concerned about the book itself, Tarkovsky wrote Sculpting in Time, which he wrote shortly before his death. Well, we'll read a little bit of it too. And for those who care about interpretations, he actually covers it himself a little bit. Let's zoom in on this bit here. A woman civil engineer wrote from Leningrad, "I saw your film Mirror. I sat through to the end, despite the fact that after the first half hour I developed a severe headache as a result of my genuine efforts to analyze it, or just to have some idea of what was going on, of some connection between the characters and events and memories. We poor cinema goers see films that are good, bad, very bad, ordinary, or highly original. But any of these one can understand and be delighted or bored as the case may be, but this one." An equipment engineer from Kalinin was also terribly indignant. "Half an hour ago I came out of Mirror. Well, comrade director, have you seen it? I think there's something unhealthy about it. I wish you every success in your work, but we don't need films like that." And another engineer, this time from Sverdlovsk, was unable to contain his deep antipathy. "How vulgar, what trash, how revolting. Anyhow, I think your film's a blank shot. It certainly didn't reach the audience, which is all that matters. This man even feels that the cinema administration should be called to account. One can only be astonished that those responsible for the distribution of films here in the USSR should allow such blunders. In fairness to the cinema administration, I have to say that such blunders were permitted very seldom, on average once every 5 years. And when I received letters like that, I used to be thrown into despair. Yes, indeed. Who was I working for, and why?" We've already covered the fact that getting the films out in the first place, getting past censorship, it was such a huge, huge deal in the first place. Even getting to see the film in the first place is a miracle. Okay, let's continue. I would be given some glimmer of hope by another kind of cinema goer full of puzzlement, but also expressing the genuine wish to understand what the writer had seen. For instance, I'm sure I'm not the first or the last to turn to you in bewilderment and ask you to help them make sense of Mirror. The episodes in themselves are really good, but how can one find what holds them together? A woman wrote from Leningrad. The film is so unlike anything I've ever seen that I don't know how to go about it, how to appreciate either the form or the content. Can you explain? It's not that I lack understanding of cinema generally. I saw your earlier films, Ivan's Childhood and Andrei Rublev. They were clear enough, but this is not. Before the film is shown, the audience should be given some sort of introduction. After seeing it, one is left feeling cross with oneself for being so helpless and obtuse. With respect, Andrei, if you are not able to answer my letter in full, could you at least let me know where I could read something about the film? Unfortunately, I had nothing to advise such correspondence. No articles came out about Mirror unless one counts the public condemnation of my film as inadmissibly elitist, made by my colleagues at a meeting of the State Institute of Cinematography and the Union of Cinematographists, and published in the journal Art of Cinema. What kept me going through all this, however, were the comments which clearly showed that there were people who minded about my work and were actually waiting to see my films, only it was apparently in nobody's interests to further my contact with that section of the audience. A member of the Institute of Physics of the Academy of Sciences sent me a notice published in their wall newspaper. The appearance of Tarkovsky's film Mirror aroused wide interest in IPAS as it did all over Moscow. By no means all who wanted to meet the director were able to do so, nor, unfortunately, was the author of this notice. None of us can understand how Tarkovsky, by means of cinema, has succeeded in producing a work of such philosophical depths. Accustomed to films as storyline, action, characters, and the usual happy ending, the audience looks for these things in Tarkovsky's films, and often enough leaves disappointed. What is this film about? It is about a man. No, not the particular man whose voice we hear from behind the screen, played by Inokenti Smoktanovsky, it's a film about you, your father, your grandfather, about someone who will live after you and who is still you, about a man who lives on the earth, is a part of the earth and the earth is a part of him, about the fact that a man is answerable for his life both to the past and to the future. You have to watch this film simply and listen to the music of Bach and the poems of Arseny Tarkovsky, his father. Watch it as one watches the stars, or the sea, as one admires a landscape. There is no mathematical logic here, for it cannot explain what man is, or what is the meaning of his life. And if we go to the very beginning of the introduction, he says, "Some 15 years ago, as I was jotting down notes for the first draft of this book, I found myself wondering whether there was really any point in writing it at all. Why not just go on making one film after another, finding practical solutions to these theoretical problems which arise whenever one is working on a film? My professional biography had been none too happy. The intervals between films were long and painful enough to leave me free to consider, for want of anything better to do, exactly what my own aims were. What are the factors that distinguish cinema from the other arts? What I saw as its unique potential, and how my own experience compared with the experience and achievements of my colleagues. Reading and rereading books on the history of cinema, I came to the conclusion that these did not satisfy me, but made me want to argue and put forward my own view of the problems and the objectives of filmmaking. I realized that I generally came to recognize my own working principles through questioning established theory, through the urge to express my own understanding of the fundamental laws of this art form." Here's another interesting passage. A woman wrote from Gorky, "Thank you for Mir. My childhood was like that, only how did you know about it?" "There was that wind and the thunderstorm. Galka put the cat out," cried my grandmother. "It was dark in the room, and the paraffin lamp went out too, and the feeling of waiting for my mother to come back filled my entire soul. And how beautifully your film shows the awakening of a child's consciousness of this thought. And Lord, how true, we really don't know our mother's faces. And how simple, in that dark cinema, looking at a piece of canvas lit up by your talent, I felt for the first time in my life that I was not alone. I spent so many years being told that nobody wanted or understood my films, that a response like that warmed my very soul. It gave meaning to what I was doing and strengthened my conviction that I was right, and that there was nothing accidental about the path I had chosen." A worker in a Leningrad factory, an evening class student, wrote, "My reason for writing is Mir, a film I can't even talk about because I am living it. It's a great virtue to be able to listen and understand. That is, after all, a first principle of human relationships, the capacity to understand and forgive people their unintentional faults, their natural failures. If two people have been able to experience the same thing even once, they will be able to understand each other, even if one lived in the area of the mammoth and the other in the age of electricity. And God grant that people may understand and experience only common humane impulses, their own and those of others." Audiences defended and encouraged me. I'm writing on behalf, and with the approval of, a group of cinema goers of different professions, all acquaintances or friends of the writer of this letter. We want to let you know straight away that your well-wishers and the admirers of your talent, who await the appearance of every film you make, are far more numerous than might appear to be the case from the statistics in the journal Soviet Screen. I don't have any comprehensive data, but not one of the wide circle of my acquaintance or of their acquaintances has ever answered a questionnaire about particular films, but they go to the cinema. Admittedly not often, but they always want to go to Tarkovsky films. It's a pity yours don't come out very often. I must admit it's a pity for me too, because there's so much I still want to do, so much to be said, so much to finish, and apparently I'm not the only one to whom it matters." This just keeps going, and to be honest, it's really hard not to continue myself. And in this edition of the book, there's actually an addendum about the sacrifice. But let's read the conclusion for a little bit. "This book had been in the making for several years. Looking back today over the ground it covers, I feel the need to point towards some conclusions. I can see that the book lacks the unity it might have had if it had all been written in one go, but on the other hand, it has some importance for me as a record of the questions with which I first came into cinema. The long-suffering readers of this volume have now witnessed the development of these ideas up to the present time. Today it seems to me far more important to talk not so much about art in general, or the function of cinema in particular, as about life itself, for the artist who is not conscious of its meaning is unlikely to be capable of making any coherent statement in the language of his own art. I have therefore decided to complete this book with some brief reflections on the problems of our time as they confront me now. on those aspects of them that seem to be fundamental with a bearing beyond the present moment to the meaning of our existence. In order to find my own tasks, not only as an artist but above all as a person, I found myself having to look at the general state of our civilization and the personal responsibility of every individual as a participant in the historical process. It seems to me that our age is the final climax of an entire historical cycle in which supreme power has been wielded by the Grand Inquisitors, leaders, outstanding personalities who are motivated by the idea of transforming society into a more just and rational organization. They sought to possess the consciousness of the masses, instilling them with new ideological and social ideas, bidding them reform the organizational structure of life for the sake of the happiness of the majority. Dostoevsky had warned people of the Grand Inquisitors who presumed to take upon themselves the responsibility for others' happiness. We ourselves have seen how the assertion of class or group interests, accompanied by the invocation of the good of humanity and the general welfare, result in flagrant violations of the rights of the individual, who is fatally estranged from society, and how, on the strength of its objective, scientific basis and historical necessity, this process comes to be mistaken for the basic subjective reality of people's lives. Throughout the history of civilization, the historical process has essentially consisted of the right way, the correct way, a better one every time, conceived in the minds of the ideologues and politicians, being offered to people for the salvation of the world and the improvement of man's position within it. In order to be part of this process of reorganization, the few had each time to waive their own way of thinking and direct their efforts outside themselves to fit in with the proposed plan of action, thus involved in dynamic outward activity for the sake of progress that would save the future and mankind. The individual forgot all about that was specifically, personally, and essentially his own. Caught up in the general effort, he came to underestimate the significance of his own spiritual nature, and the result has been an ever more irreconcilable conflict between the individual and society. Concerned for the interest of the many, nobody thought of his own in the sense preached by Christ. Love your neighbor as yourself, that is, love yourself so much that you respect in yourself the superpersonal, divine principle, which forbids you to pursue your acquisitive, selfish interests and tells you to give yourself, without reasoning or talking about it, to love others. This requires a true sense of your own dignity, an acceptance of the objective value and significance of the T at the center of your life on earth, as it grows in spiritual stature, advancing towards the perfection in which there can be no egocentricity. In the fight for your own soul, fidelity to yourself demands unceasing, single-minded effort. It is so much easier to slip down that than it is to rise one iota above your own narrow, opportunist motives. A true spiritual birth is extraordinarily hard to achieve. It is all too easy to fall for the fissures of human souls, to abandon your unique vocation ostensibly in pursuit of loftier and more general goals, and in doing so to bypass the fact that you are betraying yourself and the life that was given to you for some purpose. Let's see how he ends it. Finally, I would enjoin the reader, confiding in him utterly, to believe that the one thing that mankind has ever created in a spirit of self-surrender is the artistic image. Perhaps the meaning of all human activity lies in artistic consciousness, in the pointless and selfless creative act. Perhaps our capacity to create is evidence that we ourselves were created in the image and likeness of God. I must admit there was a little bit of confusion between Sculpting in Time and Voyage in Time, but it appears that Voyage in Time was actually a documentary and Sculpting in Time was, of course, the book that he himself wrote. If we look a little bit closer on the works page, it appears there are actually 3 unfilmed scripts: Hoffmanniana, Stardor, and The Witch. Searching up Hoffmanniana brought me to a site by the same name. So let's read a little bit about what it says. Not my number one filmmaker, that place belongs to Mr. Kurosawa, but definitely one of the greatest directors in the history of world cinema. Another exceptional artist, Edgar Allan Poe, once said, "They who dream by day are cognizant of many things which escape those who dream only by night. In their great visions they obtain glimpses of eternity. Tarkovsky's daydreams brought us true masterpieces of cinema." It continues with the responsibility of the artist in Tarkovsky's words. Art is not merely self-expression, but in its purest form, is a selfless act of communion. Tarkovsky believed that self-expression is meaningless unless it meets with a response in the other. Rather than merely hearing one's own echo, the artist seeks to create, in Tarkovsky's words, a spiritual bond with others. True artistic communication is neither didactic nor a soliloquy, but occurs when we bring our longings, fears, and questions in a dialogue with the other. The artist must not only exhibit his strengths, but expose his weaknesses, for only humility can shatter the walls that separate the artist from the patron. In Tarkovsky's opinion, it is a sacrifice on the part of the artist to bring his doubts, bewilderment, and half-formed beliefs into the presence of another, knowing he may be misinterpreted and misunderstood. The greatest artists, however, have always been willing to take that chance. In Tarkovsky's words, the artist is always a servant and is perpetually trying to pay for the gift that has been given to him, as if by miracle. Modern man, however, does not want to make any sacrifice, even though true affirmation of self can only be expressed in sacrifice. The sacrifice to which Tarkovsky refers includes vulnerability and even humiliation before his audience. But it is more than that. In his thinking, the artist points to unseen realities, to larger questions of purpose and meaning. In doing so, she reminds us that, although the universe is astonishing in its richness, beauty, and complexity, we are but a vapor that lasts a short while. The allotted function of art is not, as it is often assumed, to put across ideas, to propagate thoughts, to serve as example, Tarkovsky explains. The aim of art is to prepare a person for death, to plow and harrow his soul, rendering it capable of turning to good. Any artist or prophet who is willing to devote his life to the illumination of this great and simple truth, you are going to die, so what manner of person ought you to be, will necessarily suffer persecution, and therein lies the sacrifice. Tarkovsky's is not a popular message, but any artist or prophet who believes in the core of his being that something exists beyond the reach of his five senses can afford to do no less. He is not but given an option. And, well, there's just another excerpt here. Most important, this symbol which wasn't given to understand but only to feel, to have faith despite everything, to have faith. We are crucified in one plane, but the world is multidimensional. We can feel it and we are tormented by the impossibility to know the truth. But there is no need to know, there is a need to love and to have faith. Faith, its knowledge with the help of love. Let's move on to Sardor. Actually, this brings up an IMDb page. This is interesting. Hoffmannana, based on the life and work of the German writer and poet E.T.A. Hoffmann, began as a commission from Tallinn Film, or Estonia. You might remember this from the Stalker. To write a screenplay on a German theme, and after considering Thomas Mann and Ibsen's Peer Gynt, he signed a contract for a script about Hoffmann. Planning to write it during summer 1974 at his dacha never materialized by the deadline due to writing difficulties. He finally finished it in October 1974. Although the script was well received by the officials at Tallinn Film, it was a consensus that no one but Tarkovsky would be able to direct it, and he was not interested. In February 1976, the script was sent to Goskino, and although approval was granted to proceed making the film, it was never realized. The screenplay was, however, published that year in case anyone was interested in directing it. In 1984, he revisited the screenplay and made a few changes. He had finally considered to direct it himself, but still ultimately dropped the idea to begin work on The Sacrifice instead. Could you imagine what would have happened if The Sacrifice wouldn't have been his last film, but rather Hoffmanniana? That would be interesting. Let's continue looking here. Of course, Sculpting in Time. Written with Alexander Masharin, who had collaborated with Tarkovsky on The Mirror, and also in Solaris. Never produced, though. The only thing I can really find about Sardor is that it is a Tajik Western, which that definitely would be an interesting genre to see from Tarkovsky, especially with the long pans and everything. Man, we really miss that. There's actually a short excerpt from the New York Times whenever Tarkovsky died. Let's take a look at that. Andrei Tarkovsky, the Russian director who won acclaim in the West for films that were criticized and banned in his homeland, died of lung cancer yesterday in Paris. He was 54. Mr. Tarkovsky and his wife Larissa had made their home in Western Europe since July 1984, when during the shooting in Italy of a film about a man's detachment from his own country,
he resolved not to return to the Soviet Union. He said at the time that the Soviet authorities left me no other choice. Noting that he had been allowed to make only 6 films in nearly a quarter of a century, he concluded that the Soviet authorities considered him a dead soul, a zero. What he meant was exemplified by the treatment of Ivan Rublev, a daring 3-hour epic that he completed in 1966, and that was acclaimed abroad as a masterpiece while being denied general showing in the Soviet Union. Parallels with his own experience could be discerned in the tale of an icon painter who survives the cruelties of medieval Russia and creates works of art. With its erotic scenes of a pagan Midsummer Night's Festival and gory sequences of massacre and torture, the film was considered too harsh for general release. Award winner at Cannes, despite the efforts of Soviet authorities to prevent its showing in France, Ivan Rublev won an award at the Cannes Film Festival. When it was finally made available to the Russian public, Komsomolskaya Pravda, the newspaper of the Communist Youth Organization, criticized Tarkovsky, a devout Christian, for depicting Rublev, a much-revered 15th-century monk, as a suffering, self-questioning artist rather than a native genius who helped bring about a Russian Renaissance in the final decades of Mongolian Tatar rule. His next film, Solaris, a science fiction story, had no trouble with censors, but The Mirror, an autobiographical film, and the futuristic Stalker were kept off Soviet screens for a time. Tarkovsky's decision to renounce his Soviet citizenship following the refusal of authorities to grant him an indefinite stay in Italy, where he was making nostalgia, coincided with new guidelines requiring movie makers to devote more attention to contemporary problems in workers' lives. "I am not a Soviet dissident," he said at the time. "I have no conflict with the Soviet government, but if he returned home," he said, "I would be unemployed." Born on April 4, 1932, in a town on the banks of the Volga River, Tarkovsky, the son of a poet, graduated from the Soviet Union's main film school, the All-Union Institute of Cinematography, in 1961. A work he did for his diploma, The Steamroller and the Violin, won a prize at the New York Film Festival, the first of many foreign awards for a man who was never recognized by the giver of Soviet prizes. His first feature film, Ivan's Childhood, about a 12-year-old boy who loses his parents in World War II, won the grand prize in Venice and established his reputation in the West. An iconoclast, Mr. Tarkovsky was one of a generation of young filmmakers who broke with the conventions of socialist realism after the death of Stalin in 1953. Although his works were much admired by film juries for their striking images, other reviewers found his 7 films hard-going. Highly abstract and filled with symbolism and intense talk about the meaning of life, they tended to be short on plot and dramatic structure. He disdained what he called the normal dramatic structure in film, where a lot of time is wasted just to inform the viewer about what is happening in the story. He said he wanted to show the dream, the thought, the memory, not the objective logic. In May, when his last film, The Sacrifice, shot in Sweden and dealing with the theme of spiritual strivings in the nuclear age, won the jury's prize at the Cannes Festival, Tarkovsky was too ill to attend. That's a very interesting piece of information. The award was accepted by his teenage son Andrei, who had been permitted to join his parents in exile early this year after 18 months of separation. The elder Tarkovskys had lived in Italy and West Berlin before moving to Paris, where the director could receive treatments for cancer. And there it ends. But what else is there? Maybe we could just keep digging here. This one is from 1987. My first encounter with Tarkovsky took place some years ago on the homely Red October cinema, hidden away in one of the sprawling, faceless apartment complexes that ring Moscow. The seats were hard, and a late November chill penetrated the Spartan auditorium, but no one in the enraptured capacity audience seemed to mind. On the screen was Andrei Rublev, Tarkovsky's mystical, compelling, and ugly biography of the great medieval Russian icon painter who died around 1430. But biography cannot begin to convey the scope and depth of this disturbing account of one artist's struggle to find beauty and spiritual meaning in the midst of a violent and mercenary world, Russia suffering under the Tatar yoke. Narrated with excruciating deliberation, embodied in images so haunting and aesthetic as to seem like icons in motion, Andrei Rublev sent me reeling out into a snowy Moscow night with a new sense of Russia's difficult past and present. By the time Tarkovsky died of cancer last December at age 54 in Paris, in uncomfortable exile, he had completed only 7 other films. Tarkovsky's oeuvre may have been small, but it had earned him an undisputed place as one of the most revered film directors of his generation. But like so many other Russian artistic giants of this century, including the writers Boris Pasternak and Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Tarkovsky received better treatment abroad than at home.
And then he continues to talk about the how they were regarded. Despite his international reputation, it became increasingly difficult for Tarkovsky to receive approval for his projects, which explains why he completed so few films. Okay. And then here we go with Sculpting in Time. Sculpting in Time will disappoint those looking for juicy tidbits concerning his difficult relations with the Soviet government, nor does it tell us much about his childhood, education, friendships, or personal life. Instead, it concentrates on the same sort of burning issues, Bologna Fabrosi, about spirituality, art, and the human condition that tormented Tarkovsky's literary gurus, Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, put together from pieces of chapters, notes in diary form, lectures, discussions with the critic Olga Surkova, interspersed with stills from his films, and loaded with quotations from the most diverse sources, including the Bible and the poems of his father. This provocative collage of rumination soars far above the tawdry world of politics and the petty details of daily life. Like his films, Sculpting in Time moves slowly and impressionistically, in a sort of poetic free association, wandering from topic to topic. Although I did not have access to the original Russian text for purposes of comparison, Kitty Hunter Blair's translation of Tarkovsky's opaque prose reads smoothly and evocatively. Many of his insights give pause. Today, artists want instantaneous and total recognition, immediate payment for something that takes place in the realm of the spirit, or art is realistic when it strives to express an ethical ideal. Tarkovsky's discomfort with the pervasive commercialism of Western culture, which he regards as no less pernicious than the ideological constraints placed on Soviet artists, echoes the sentiments of many other Russian emigrants, including Solzhenitsyn. It's difficult to imagine Tarkovsky cutting deals over lunch at the Maizen. If Sculpting in Time can be distilled into a single message, it would be this: content and conscience must come before technique, for any artist in any art form. In all his films, Tarkovsky explains, he proceeded from faith and revelation. They led him to images and finally to what would appear on screen. For him, filmmaking had to be an exhausting and often painful process of self-discovery, a relentless pursuit of moral truth and haiku-like simplicity, a beautiful ordeal from which the ultimate audience was inevitably and totally excluded. And that's the end of that article. I don't mind these newer ones per se, but the older ones are they're written more when things had just happened, things had just come out. I find them just fresher. I feel like they're a little bit more interesting, they appreciate with age. Here's an interesting bit. Even though he's made films himself, there are actually some films about him. Well, we knew that. But here at the very bottom, there is actually a poetic documentary about him from his son, which is very interesting. So he's really, carrying the torch, that family tradition there. Very, very interesting. To revisit Stalker for just a second, Monkey is always the character that I see 95% of the time that always just has something. I see posts about it, people are asking about it. That's just like the one loose end. It's always so interesting. I know she's integral to the plot, but when I searched literally Tarkovsky theory, this is one of the first things that came up. Here's an interesting bit. I don't like Tarkovsky because he's my favorite director. I liked him for his theories. It's taken me a couple years to get familiar with his theories, not just through his work and writings and whatnot, but also in watching other directors and noting the differences. I will say, though, that his films are an amalgamation of his theories. I'd argue that they're even more fully fleshed out than anything he ever wrote or said even, which is what happens when you create something so pure that because bigger than what words can describe, that is the essence of the philosophy of the Tao Te Ching, for example. By this I mean that in making art, you are creating or copying, in some directors' cases, what theories you believe in with every single decision you make. An artist's theories are best gauged through their art first and foremost. They can speak all they want about their theories, but that might not even align with the theories they actually practice. The same way your body language might say something different to your words. Tarkovsky is a really well-studied man, so it's no surprise that his theories really do align with this work. So watching his films is a must to understand his theories. However,
There's many articles that speak about him or quote him in his theories, and there's also his book, which provides a great view into how he saw his art. For example, there was an article in which Sven Nykvist talks about his hatred of pans. He did not like the camera to pan to the sides or up and down. He preferred to track the camera all the way to what he wanted the audience to see, no matter how much longer it took. I won't go into why this works so well for him because I'll be writing for years, but it is an important limitation which gave his work a great poetic continuity. He also talked about how Tarkovsky hated close-ups on actors and blamed it on his shyness, which is one thing I don't necessarily agree with, but it worked in his favor clearly. He also despised the Soviet montage, which I certainly agree with. I think it's a cheap trick directors use when they walk themselves into a dead end. By the Soviet montage, I mean more specifically the recontextualization of a shot by the following shot. This is what Hitchcock famously described in a couple interviews by saying that if there's people sitting at a table, you have a calm scene, but if you show a bomb under the table, it becomes tense. Or that if you show a woman with a baby at the beach and then a middle-aged man smiling, it's wholesome. But if you show a teenage girl in a bikini and then the same exact clip, then it's creepy. He also despised fiction and genre, often citing Solaris as a failure in what he achieved in Stalker, which was to remove all the sci-fi elements from the film and simply use the story as a vehicle for his argument. Overall, Tarkovsky despised gimmicks and tricks like these, and he implored people to not necessarily believe in his ideas but create their own theories, and not resort to gimmicks and tricks that they didn't even come up with. Well, that was a whole lot to read, certainly. I don't know whether or not I really agree with this, because a lot of it is fairly true. But, no, something about it rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what though. Here we go. On Tarkovsky's wiki page, according to this, there's a conspiracy that he was murdered by the KGB. Okay. We gotta look at this. Because he definitely died from lung cancer. Let's just scrub through here. A controversy emerged in Russia in the early 90s when it was alleged that Tarkovsky did not die of natural causes, but was assassinated by the KGB. Evidence for this hypothesis includes several testimonies by former KGB agents who claim that Viktor Chebrikov gave the order to eradicate Tarkovsky to prevent what the Soviet government and the KGB saw as anti-Soviet propaganda. Other evidence includes several memos that surfaced after the 1991 coup, and the claim by one of Tarkovsky's doctors that his cancer could not have developed from a natural cause. That last bit is very interesting, that it could not have developed from a natural cause, but you could just say that, for example, Stalker could have definitely done that, you know? But that is interesting. Nobody else in the thread says anything about this. They're just saying, yeah, he died from Stalker, basically, right? So, but this guy says, I was led to time within time, diaries which the government allegedly had access to. The page explains that the government saw his work as a direct violation of the country's strict anti-religious laws. As far as I can tell, I have no way to access this source. Here's a note from the translator. In 1985-6, I had the privilege of translating Tarkovsky's book, which we looked at. The work was a constant source of exhilaration. Despite the difficulties, I had long admired Tarkovsky as one of the key figures of late 20th century culture, whose films, unmistakably part of the aesthetic and spiritual tradition of Russia and Europe, have about them something timeless and universal. At the same time, they are always overwhelmingly personal. What was remarkable about the book was that it too, while treating of supremely important things, spoke intimately with the reader. In the few years that have passed since its publication, Sculpting in Time seemed to have become an important part of the lives of an extraordinarily wide range of people. Translating Time Within Time has been a different kind of experience. The notes and diaries do not address the reader. Tarkovsky wrote them often on the spur of the moment for himself, and they are disjointed. This volume represents only a portion of all that the director wrote down in the course of his working life, and yet throughout these pages I have been held by the same magnetic personal spell that makes all Tarkovsky's work so compelling to his admirers. Hermann Hesse, whom Tarkovsky so often quotes, wrote that every man is not only himself, he is also the unique, particular, always significant and remarkable point, where the phenomena of the world intersect once and for all and never again. Working on this book, I have repeatedly felt how perfectly those words apply to Tarkovsky. This does mention his death. And it also mentions where he's buried, specifically for a graveyard for Russians. That's interesting. In France. There's lists and yeah, this is definitely a journal. Wow. Really cool to look at. He's writing everything. Here we go. Far Out Magazine. There's no doubt that Tarkovsky remains one of the most significant directors of all time, and is arguably Russia's most prominent name in cinema. His films often examine themes of the spiritual and the metaphysical. The Russian film icon did not make it to the end of the year, and in his final diary entry, made on December 15th, he wrote, "Now I have no strength left. That is the problem." The lung cancer came on quickly and took his life even more, leading some to question whether his illness had been more sinister. In the early 90s, a conspiracy theory emerged that suggested that Tarkovsky did not in fact die from natural causes, but had been assassinated. Okay, and what we had before. Whether or not Tarkovsky was indeed a target of the KGB largely lies in the fact that he and his wife Larissa, the actor Solzhenitsyn, known for his frequent collaborations with the director, all died from the same cancer, which led to some people suggesting poisoning or sabotage. And then the sound director from Stalker just comes in and says, "Oh well, that's stupid. We were all here." Of course, and in the age of an online world, conspiracy theories are more contagious than ever before. While the inner details of his death will likely never come to fruition, the loss of an iconic artist so quickly after diagnosis will remain a tragedy. I think that might be the only article about that. Yeah, nothing else has covered that. That's crazy. Here we go. But there is chatter about it. I'm just going to say it was really, an urban legend, a myth. It's not nothing like that. I mean, come on.